Hello, folks. Yeah, no, I'm not having a bad hair day. I'm still at work, and I'm going to be here for a while. But so I snuck out so I could at least start this stream with you all. I will listen in. When I have the chance, and if I get the chance, I will pop in, comment, but I can't show you where I am because, well, my coworkers don't like when I, whatever's. But first recap of yesterday afternoon. It was boring until it wasn't. But we will get through it. I will play it in 1.25. Hello, John. Hello, Diogo. So bear with me. I will, as soon as I can, I will get myself home so I can do actual commentary. Okay, yes, incognito, Nick. Hi. Why am I waving? You can see me. Okay. All right. But, well, somewhat boring. A lot of hearsay that should be hearsay, but the judge still allows it because he reads the case law wrong. But that isn't the first time. But Mr. Shard got quite infuriated with the judge. And so that is the first part. And then, as per usual, we will get to live of today. Okay, welcome to the show. All right, folks. Hold on. There. All right, folks. Let's get it on.
Thank you. Sir. Oh, Mr. Mancini. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. All right, Ms. Love, whenever you're ready, ma'am, you can continue with your examination.
Detective Dennis, we were last talking about we're going to reach out to Mr. Winfrey's probation officer. Were you all able to get a phone number for Mr. Winfrey from the probation officer?
Yes.
Back on April the 28th of 2015, the date that you spoke of Kenneth Copeland being arrested at the Delmar Center, did you all subsequently interview Mr. Copeland?
Yes.
How long was the interview?
About 9 hours.
Who all was involved in the interview?
Myself and Detective Gaither. Eventually, we had to pass the investigation off to our Internal Affairs Division.
So after you spoke with Kenneth Copeland on April the 28th of 2015, did you go to the Vault studio at any time?
Yes.
What was the purpose of your going there?
To see if they had video of the entrance to the facility.
What dates were you looking for video as it relates to the entrance to the Vault?
The night of the bus shoot.
And was that, were you looking for April the 25th, 26th, or some other time?
Both.
Were you all able to locate any footage from that night?
Yes.
Who was it that went to seek that footage?
Myself and Detective Gaither.
I'm going to show you what we have now marked as state's exhibits. 110 Echo, 111 Echo, 112 Echo, 115 Echo. After I show the same two copies.
It's sidebar counter 164. Gwendolyn, shouldn't the other lawyers have already seen these? They should have, but not necessarily. It should have been in discovery, but the prosecution haven't done any notice to the defense that this is the witness they seek to introduce this with, which they should have, according to Judge Glanville's ruling a few weeks ago. But as you well know by now, Ms. Love doesn't care. She still does this.
Yeah, just ask.
Maybe we need to excuse me.
Just ask that. Yes, question, your inquiry, yes.
What we have marked as state's exhibits. 110 Echo, 111 Echo, 112 Echo, and 114 Echo.
Okay.
With the court's permission, I'm approaching the witness.
You may.
All right, starting with 110 Echo. Do you recognize the imagery depicted in 110 Echo?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the items photographed in 110 Echo?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state tender State's Exhibit 110 Echo for evidence.
Any further objection to 110 Echo? All right, hearing none, it's admitted that you publish as you see fit.
Showing you State's Exhibit 111 Echo. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 111 Echo?
Yes.
Is State's Exhibit 111 Echo about a 1-minute video clip?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the items contained in the video clip that you captured in relation to the race investigation?
Yes.
State tender State's Exhibit 111 Echo.
Any objection to 111 Echo? No, sir. All right, 111 Echo is admitted, and then you publish as you see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor. Showing you State's Exhibit 112 Echo. Do you recognize 112 Echo?
Yes.
How do you recognize 112 Echo?
It's a screen grab of the social media account of Jimmy Winfrey.
Is that a screen grab that you captured during your investigation,
Yes.
assisting Detective Racy in the Cobb County Little Wayne bus shooting?
Yes.
Is that an accurate depiction of the screen grab that you captured?
Yes.
State tender State's Exhibit 112 Echo is evidence.
Any objection to state's 112 Echo? Other than it's been proffered already? That's right, no, sir. Okay, it's admitted over objection.
Show you State's Exhibit 115 Echo. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 115 Echo?
Yes.
How do you recognize State's Exhibit 115 Echo?
Screen grab from Jimmy Winfrey social media.
And is this a fair and accurate representation of the imagery you grabbed from the social media page of Jimmy Winfrey?
Yes.
State tender State's Exhibit 115 Echo.
Any further objection to state's 115 Echo? All right, it's admitted over objection with redaction. All right, and then you publish as you see fit.
Thank you. Detective Dennis, I'm gonna show to you on the screen, States Exhibit 110 Echo, and ask you a couple of questions. As soon as we get that pulled up, okay?
All right.
Now, looking at, I'll just get into the packet. Looking at States Exhibit 110 Echo, would you tell the jury what it is that is depicted in States Exhibit 110 Echo?
It's a screen grab of the surveillance footage from the vault studio.
Now, you and who else went to obtain that surveillance footage?
Detective Gaither.
And was that, did you testify that was after April the 28th of 2015?
Yes.
Now, what are we looking at in States Exhibit 110 Echo? That's on the screen now.
We're looking at the screen grab of the surveillance footage from the vault studio. Or at 675 Metropolitan, the surveillance cameras right at the entrance of the location.
Did you all have to do any legwork to find a location with surveillance footage?
Yeah.
And what was it that the date on that screen grab, did you determine whether the camera was accurately recording the date?
I stand in objection to the form. We can rephrase it.
What, if anything, did you determine about the time on the surveillance camera?
While with the person that was getting the video for us,
He did not say anything.
I'll overrule the judge in the same time.
we learned that
Objection if that comes from a hearsay statement from another witness.
I'll stand in objection to the form. You can rephrase.
Did Detective T normally get you all's video?
yes,
Did Detective T get this video?
no,
Did you and Detective Gaither have to get this video?
yes,
And when you went out to the location, to get the footage of the entrance to 675 Metropolitan, did you observe the surveillance footage yourself?
yes,
Did you make any determinations about the date or time stamp on the surveillance system as you were watching it?
yes.
Overrule, sir.
What did you determine as you were watching?
The timestamp was off.
How much? Do you remember how much?
I don't. I don't.
Did the footage reflected in State's Exhibit 110 Echo relate to the night that you saw Jimmy Winfrey at the combat?
Yes,
And is the footage depicted in 110 Echo imagery of before you saw Mr. Winfrey at the compound or after?
before.
And what is it that is depicted? What vehicle is depicted in State's Exhibit 110 Echo?
It's the white Camaro.
What white Camaro?
Jimmy Winfrey's white Camaro.
Is this the same one you saw him in on the night of April 25th? leading
Yes.
into April 26th, right?
Yes.
How in the flaming F can he state that is the exact same one? You can see license plates. Most white Camaros have this wheel set at that year. The tinted windows. Oh, this is a surveillance camera. We don't know how or if there is actual tinted windows or if it's just dark. This is so stupid. Again, this is so stupid. I don't understand how this is allowed in as evidence. Let's go on.
Showing you State's Exhibit 111 Echo.
This is the prosecution more or less forcing the defense to then play the video, because she's narrating with the help of Detective Dennis what's on those pictures.
Is 111 Echo the surveillance?
That's not a screen grab. That is a picture of a computer. What? Is that what they claim is a screen grab? No, that is him not knowing how to. This is him not knowing how to do a screen grab. So he takes a picture of his screen. Now, rephrase here. We know this guy is somewhat tech savvy. We've seen him work the screens we saw that on day 71. He could work that screen like a mofo. I would say definitely this is somebody else who took that photo. That is not him who took this, because he is actually tech savvy. Whoever took that photo isn't. But he testified under oath that he grabbed this photo. Again, welcome to Fulton County, where cops lie on the stand. And again, where are the reports? Why does the prosecution magically get hold of the pictures, but none of the reports? Those are mysteriously missing, and the defense can't use it.
Footage that you were able to obtain of the area outside 675 Metropolitan Parkway prior to seeing Mr.
Yes.
Now, can you explain to the jury the setup that we're looking at in 111 Echo?
This is the entrance to 675 of the picture that I drew earlier. If you look, it's a ramp that comes up to the property. You can go and keep around and go back where the vault was, or you can go back around and go back where the TIG studios on the other side was.
Can you explain what this item is that I'm using my mouse to circle? Is that a computer screen?
Yes.
Is that a computer screen containing the surveillance?
Yes.
Now, why is this a video of a recording on a computer screen?
Because we didn't retrieve the surveillance until a time after the incident. This wasn't the same night of the incident.
Okay. The footage inside was the night of the incident, but the day you retrieved it was not.
Correct.
And did you record the surveillance footage with a device of your own?
Yes.
Now, is that the way that Detective T would have done it, or does he do something different?
He does.
Speculation.
I stand objection.
Normally, when you all utilize Detective T to get surveillance footage, did Detective T copy with a device?
I stand objection.
How did Detective T normally retrieve the video?
Objection, false
It
speculation.
does not. It speaks to his personal knowledge of how Detective T normally does it for him.
That's called for speculation. I stand objection.
Have you gotten video footage from Detective T before?
Yes.
Did Detective T's footage look like this? A recording of recording?
No.
How did Detective T's footage look?
Detective T specializes in abstracting video footage, and that's his assignment. So whenever there's an incident, usually our Homeland Security team goes and retrieves the surveillance footage.
And did you or Detective Gator specialize in extracting surveillance?
No.
All right, as we play Station 111 Echo, would you explain what is happening that is of significance to your investigation? And Station 111 Echo, as we play. What is happening as we pause Station 111 Echo?
A car
Approximately 25 seconds in.
A car is leaving the vault or leaving the studio or leaving 675 Metropolitan.
Did you all pause the surveillance footage at that point when the car came out?
I believe so.
All right, and what is happening now?
We started the video back and we basically screen grabbed the different vehicles that was leaving out at the same time as the white Camaro.
Okay. What vehicles, if you can recall, was it that left out at the same time as white Camaro? Do you remember?
You want to go back? I know that's a Charger.
Do you recall who was driving the vehicles that you saw as you sit here today?
No.
Okay. Now, once you gathered this information, the video footage, what did you do with it?
Shared it with Detective Rice.
I'm going to show you now State's Exhibit 112 Echo. What is State's Exhibit 112 Echo?
This is a screen grab of Jimmy Winfrey's social media with a picture of the white Camaro.
And what was the handle that Jimmy Winfrey used on this social media site?
Pee-wee, AKA Roscoe.
During the time that you were aiding in Detective Racy's investigation, did you also look into an incident that occurred on Did you also look into an alleged terroristic threats that have been committed by?
Objection to the lead question.
I stand in objection.
Did you look into any incident involving Defendant Williams and the Dunwoody Police Department?
Yes.
Do you recall what the charges alleged were in that incident?
The
Objection after relevance.
What was objection, sir?
charges were terroristic threats as
And did that incident occur after the Lil Wayne bus?
yes.
Are you aware of Free Roscoe paraphernalia being worn in footage from that incident?
I'm not aware of that.
During your investigation, did you personally ever encounter or learn of Free Roscoe paraphernalia?
I would see that hashtag sometime.
Did that hashtag appear after Jimmy Winfrey had been charged with the shooting of the Lil Wayne?
Yes.
The night of April the 26th, 2015, other than the guns that you have already mentioned, did you locate any guns on anybody else in that crime?
No.
Did you see any of the footage, any of the vehicles that were depicted in State's Exhibit 111 Echo at the compound, other than the Camaro driven by Mr. Winfrey?
Yes, the first car, I believe that was the car that Trontavious Stevens was driving.
Okay. What other vehicles did you observe in connection with this incident at the compound on the night of April the 25th into the morning of the 26th?
The green two-door Explorer.
And who did that green two-door Explorer belong to?
Jeffrey Williams' sister.
is that the place or the one that the gun was placed on?
Yes, ma'am.
by Mr. Murphy? And did you see Mr. Murphy in the company or presence of defendant Williams' two sisters?
Yes, before he placed the gun on the turn.
Who was it that was asking you why you were pointing the gun at Mr. Murphy?
The sister.
Did you interview persons in relation to the Little Wayne bus shooting that were connected with YZ?
Yes.
Do you recall who you interviewed without saying what they said?
Walter Murphy, Quindarius Zachary,
Okay,
Kenneth Copeland.
okay. I don't want you to tell me what anyone said, but I need to know if there was ever an expression to you that these folks went to compound to support Lil Wayne.
No.
Hey, basis,
You're saying.
I'll sustain the objection. You can refer it.
Through your investigation, what did you determine the reason that these individuals were at the compound? Yeah.
Speculation.
I'm gonna overrule both objections from Mr. Sharp as well as Mr. Matthews.
They basically went to make a statement. They were aware of, from the interviews,
Objection to speculation as to what was aware of.
I sustain that.
Yes, Your Honor. Don't talk about what anybody said. But did anything that you learned in your investigation indicate that the group was there to support Lil Wayne?
I'm going to object
Basis.
on two grounds. One, speculation, and two, the response calls for hearsay that this witness received. It comes from someone else, someone else's statement, it will be hearsay, inadmissible.
I'm gonna overrule your objection, Mr. Your objections, Mr. Adams. Mr. Sharp,
I just want to add also on this conversation.
overrule, sir. You can answer the question.
Did anything that you learned in your investigation indicate that the people connected with YSL
I'm
were
going to object to
there?
that leading question.
I sustain the objection.
Did anything you learned in your investigation give you any indication that the group you discussed were there to
Same
support
question,
Lil
leading
Wayne?
is the objection.
You're not in court overruled.
No, I sustain this objection. That's the leading.
Based on your investigation, was the group there to support Lil Wayne or something different?
something different.
Did you ever see Jeffrey Williams at the compound that night?
No.
Were you aware of where it was that Jeffrey Williams was on the night of April 25th, 2015?
Was I aware the night of the bus shooting or later on?
Through your investigation, did you learn where Jeffrey Williams was the night of April 25th, 2015?
Yes, I did.
What state was Jeffrey Williams?
New Orleans, Louisiana.
Where is Lil Wayne from?
New Orleans, Louisiana.
Did you speak with any persons that you described as seeing at the compound the night of April 25th about why they were at the compound and not in New Orleans?
I believe when we spoke with,
Don't talk about who said what.
I sustain the objection. Sir.
Did anyone or any part of your investigation reveal why the people at the compound were not in Louisiana with Jeffrey Williams?
no,
Yes or no?
no,
Did either of defendant Williams' sisters ever come forth to talk to you about why they were in Atlanta the night their brother was performing in Louisiana?
no.
Do you know, or did you learn through your investigation what it was that defendant Williams was doing in New Orleans, Louisiana on that night?
Performing.
And do you know, based on your investigation, how he was received?
Objection, also speculation.
I sustain the objection.
Without saying how, did any part of your investigation reveal to you the reception of Jeffrey Williams in New Orleans?
It's the same question.
Well, hold on. All right, you had an objection from Mr. Adams, objection from Mr. Matthews. I believe an objection from Mr. Sharp. All right, who's the third person objecting? All right.
Did any,
Oh,
oh, I'm so sorry.
Hold on, yeah. Hold on. Sweetie, can you repeat the question? Yes.
And, you know, based on your investigation, he was received, oh wait, he's just doing it. Without saying how, your investigation, to you, reception of
I'm overrule the objections. From both councils, Mr. Sharp as well as Mr. Adams.
So Detective Dennis, without saying how, did any part of your investigation reveal the reception of Jeffrey Williams while he was performing in Louisiana on the night of April 25th, 2000?
Yes.
Here's the thing. They have already tried to connect Mr. Williams to this. That case was, there were never any charges brought because it was so utterly far-fetched and ridiculous. The prosecution at the time said, no, not going to happen. So Mr. Young Thug, Mr. Williams, simply wasn't involved. And now they are trying to, through suggestion, claim that, well, he might have had reception, so he could have called in, and that's so speculative. It's ridiculous. And the judge just sits there. Remember, the judge has all the power in this courtroom. He can, without any objection, tell Ms. Love, now you're way out of line. Move on. But he won't because he is a part of the prosecution team.
Was the reception good or bad?
Bad.
During the time that you were aiding Detective Racy in the Little Wayne bus shooting investigation, do you recall other steps that you took to aid in the investigation beyond gathering the footage from the vault the night
Yes.
the shooting occurred? What other steps did you take in this investigation?
I shared information that we received through the interview of Walter Murphy with Detective Racy.
And were those recorded interviews that you shared?
Yes. I don't think I shared the actual video recording. I shared, I believe, the notes from the interview.
Did you take any other steps besides providing Detective Racy with the notes from your interview with Walter Murphy? And getting the footage from the vault?
I basically shared what we did on our end in reference to his investigation. It basically was a joint investigation.
When you speak of what you did on your end, who is the your end that you're talking about?
What do you mean when you say?
When you say what we did on our end,
Myself and Detective Gay.
did Detective or Officer Tyrone Penny write a report in this case?
Yes.
Did you ask?
Yes.
Why?
To document what he saw.
Did you read his report?
I did.
And did his report reflect what your recollection of it is?
It did.
I don't give a flaming F about any. If that person's report, so what? Get it in through that officer. This officer should have his own reports, but as you all see, the same as with Ms. Gauthier, reports have magically disappeared, not shared with the defense, so they don't know what any of these police officers will testify to because the prosecution haven't shared the reports. They claim they are missing, they can't get a hold of it. But look at all these pictures that should have been in those same reports. They should have been attached to those reports, and still no reports. Why? I'm saying it out loud. I think the prosecution has destroyed them. Or hidden them. Or anything. Because why should they be any better than the cops on the stands who lie under oath?
Did you ever receive evidence in this case from anyone? Do you recall without refreshing your memory?
I'm trying to think off the top of my head, but
If you don't recall,
I don't recall.
Without refreshing your recollection, because they don't want to even consider any reports.
do you recall handling a projectile
Yes,
from this case?
yes,
Who gave the projectile to you?
the bus driver.
Would that have been, which bus driver do you remember?
The bus driver of the bus that Lil Wayne was riding on reached out in reference to recovering a projectile from his bus.
Was that Mr. Alvin Lewis?
Yes.
I don't remember Alvin Lewis testifying to this. I actually don't think he said a single word about giving a slug to anyone. So how can this cop go up on the stand and claim that when there's no support in any reports, just his memory? Well, we know the answer to that. It's because the judge allows it.
And when Mr. Alvin Lewis reached out and did he provide you that projectile?
Yes.
And what did you do with that projectile?
I believe I either passed it to Racy.
And you said either pass it to Racy, is that your memory?
And why should he give this particular officer a projectile? There were crime scene investigators in place collecting these. And Mr. Lewis, Alvin Lewis, testified that after he went off the bus, it was towed away. Once he got out of the bus, he never went back in. So how did he get a hold of a slug or a projectile? Oh, I can't wait for cross-examination of this idiot.
Or the same answer, or did you do something different?
Anytime we recovered any firearms, shell cases, or anything, we tried to make sure that they were getting processed correctly, because that is kind of what painted the picture of.
My colleagues are looking strangely at me. Here, can you hear me? Bum bum. Yeah, you can hear me. What was I about to say? Yeah, chain of custody. How does he know that, if this is even true, that Alvin Lewis gave him a projectile? How does he know that that specific projectile was from the bus? Because Alvin Lewis is excused from the stand. He doesn't have to come back. So the defense can't cross-examine him about this statement. So I'm how is this even remotely allowed? Well, I know why it is allowed, because Judge Glanville is fucked right. Oh, I'm sorry, the YouTubes. It's my accent. It makes words sound different when I express them. I said 4 quad and nothing else.
Showing us what was connected and what wasn't. So when I say maybe, I didn't know if maybe I turned it in to property for us or to Racy so he can turn it in so it can be processed as well.
Was showing you a page from Detective Racy's report of the incident refresh your memory as to what you did with that projectile?
Yes.
Your Honor, I want you to mark as State's Exhibit 116 Echo Romeo. The report that I'm going to first show to the defense and then approach the witnesses. And for the record, this would be page 49 of the document previously provided to the defense. I'm going to approach.
All right, now.
And ask you to read to yourself, page 49, and look up and tell me, or look up after you finish reading those two paragraphs. Is your memory refreshed as to what you did with the projectile?
Yes.
Would you please tell the jury what you did with the projectile once you got it?
I passed it to Detective Racy
And what date did you pass that to Detective Racy?
on the 28th of April.
Was that 2015?
Yes.
Apart from obtaining the footage from the vault, providing to Detective Racy notes from your interview with Mr. Murphy, and providing him the projectile, did you do anything else in connection with this investigation into the Little Wayne bus shooting?
Not that I can recall.
Were you at all involved in the search warrant that led to the recovery of the Camaro Mr. Winford was driving?
Amen.
When you speak about working with Detective Gaither, would you tell the jury, if you haven't already, the relative level of experience between you and her?
Oh, well, I'll sustain objection.
Did you learn information that assisted you in your investigation from Detective Gaither?
Yes.
Did you and Detective Gaither work together during your entire time at the Atlanta Police Department and gang unit?
No.
Okay, some breaking news here. I will share this. Court of Appeals of the State of Georgia. The Court of Appeals hereby passes the following order. Trump et al. V. The State. Upon consideration of the application for interlocutory appeal, it is ordered hereby granted. The appellant may file a notice of appeal within 10 days of this order. The clerk of Superior Court is directed to include a copy of this order, blah, 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 transmitted, blah, 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 blah. This means the Fannie Willis disqualification case, the appeal is granted. They are allowed to appeal to the Court of Appeals of the State of Georgia. This is interesting. And if I find the time, maybe tomorrow I will go more into deep about this because I have a day off tomorrow, so I can do some videos and stuff like that before tomorrow's stream. Yeah, back to the trial.
At what point did you all first stop working?
And she got promoted to sergeant.
And was that Sergeant over Zone 1?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not the gang unit still had access to her files when she was promoted to Sergeant in Zone 1?
Yes.
Where were those files located when she was promoted to Sergeant in Zone 1?
We have a storage room with our files. And after a case is adjudicated or we move on to another case, we are required to store them in that room.
Did Sergeant Gaither take her files with her, or were they still at the game when she was promoted to sergeant?
They still were at the game.
When you and Detective Gaither worked together on a case, did both of you maintain a file of the case? Or did one of you?
It'll be like whoever's gonna be the lead will be the handler of like the master file or something like that.
In the Dexter Montgomery shooting investigation, who was it that took the lead in that case?
Gaither did.
Do you recall how it was? Backing up, were you or Gaither the original lead in that case?
No.
Who was the original lead?
The original was Detective Robinson out of Zone 3.
Did you personally know Detective Robinson out of Zone 3?
Yes.
What was his first name?
I don't even know. I just know him as Detective Robinson.
Did you know him as by any other name?
Through my investigation, I learned they called him BB.
Did you hear people refer to him as he?
Not in Atlanta Police Department, no.
When you and Detective Gaither got the Dexter Montgomery file, did it have any surveillance in it from Detective Robinson?
No.
Who between you and Detective Gaither would have been responsible for putting surveillance footage from the Dexter Montgomery shooting into the file?
She did.
When you got the file of Detective Robinson, was there any interview of Dexter Montgomery in the file?
No.
Why you shake your head and say it like that?
When we received the file, I believe we received it almost a month after the incident. I believe we received 3 or 4 pieces of paper. And immediately me and Gaither looked at each other and we took the file and we stapled it shut because we wanted to conduct our own interview our way and we didn't want anything to do with that.
Had there been any charges or warrants taken out at the time you all got the file?
Yes.
What warrants existed at the time you all got the file?
Kelvin Treadwell, aka OG Bentley, was charged with obstruction, I believe, for not telling Detective Robinson who.
Okay, don't say why. Just tell what warrants had been taken out.
Obstruction.
And at the time you and Detective Gaither were given the file, was there any active investigation going on?
No.
Were you and Detective Gaither able to locate the victim, Dexter Montgomery, in a relatively quick fashion?
Yes.
Without saying anything about anybody, what anyone said to you, do you have any idea why it was that Detective Robinson didn't have an interview of Dexter Montgomery?
No clue.
At the time that you got the file from Detective Robinson, was there a single interview of Walter Murphy in it?
No.
Do you have any idea why at the time, a month after the shooting, there was no interview of Walter Murphy in Detective Robinson's file? I didn't ask what it
That's
was.
state objection, Mr. Warren.
By the time that you and Detective Gaither finished the investigation into the Dexter Montgomery shooting, were there at least 3 interviews of Walter Murphy in your file?
Yes.
When you first got the file involving the Dexter Montgomery shooting from Brandon Robinson, was there any interview of D'Angelo White in it?
No.
When you and Detective Gaither finished with the file, did you have at least 2 interviews of D'Angelo White in your file?
Yes.
Did you accompany Detective Gaither at the time that D'Angelo White drove her around describing what happened?
I'm the one that I'm the one that called him on the phone and set up the interview. And I was in the vehicle with her while he was interviewed.
Was there any indication at any time that Brandon Robinson had had any interaction with D'Angelo White?
No,
When you first got the file from Brandon Robinson, were there medical records of Dexter Montgomery in it?
no,
When you finished with the file, were there hundreds of pages of medical
I'm gonna
records?
object as to improper bolstering.
I'm gonna sustain objection on other grounds.
Did you and Detective Gates get medical records
yes,
of Dexter Montgomery?
yes,
Do you recall how many pages there were?
a lot.
Were there more than or less than 100?
I sustain the objection.
And did you all include those medical records in the file that Detective Gates kept?
Yes.
Then where is that fucking report? Where are all the reports, Miss Love? Miss Love, do you have a shredder in your office? Did you use that shredder to destroy the reports so you didn't have to turn them over? Did you lie to the court when you said the reports, there are no, we can't find them, yada, yada, yada? I think you did. I think you're a lying hussy.
When you first got the file from Detective Robinson, was there any footage whatsoever of surveillance cameras from the sitcom on the night?
No,
When you all finished with the file, have you obtained multiple angles of surveillance footage?
I'm overruled objection, Mr. Chair.
You may answer.
can you repeat the question?
During your investigation of Dexter Montgomery's shooting, did you and Detective Gaither obtain multiple angles of surveillance footage from the sitcom?
Yes,
Did you include that in your file?
yes,
When you write a report in an investigation, is the report a summary of what you've done?
when it's a supplement to the original report. And so, for example, if somebody was shot, it would be the initial report of when they were shot. And then as an investigator, you basically try to illustrate the steps that you took in your investigation.
In your report, do you write out all the words that a person says in an interview, for instance?
No.
Verbatim?
No,
Why don't you put that in your report?
because it can become public record. And as a detective, it's also my job to try to protect the safety of my witnesses.
I'm gonna
And-
object to that answer restriction goes to James and Mr. Crawford.
I'm overruled objection, Mr. Adams.
If you don't put every single word that your witnesses say in your report, how is it that you provide to, say, the Fulton County District Attorney's Office what the witness said if it's not verbatim in the report?
We're usually going to record it. We're going to try to take notes and try to document it as best we can to obtain and retain the information.
Just one moment, Your Honor.
Yeah, this keeps going on and on and on and on. And then you have a sidebar, which brings us to sidebar counter 165. All right. I'll be heading from office to home in about 15 minutes, which means I should be home in 35 minutes. How much is left of this? Well, let's get back to after the break, because here comes something really interesting.
Okay, all right.
Now, this gets interesting, if I remember correctly. That way I can start getting ready to head back home in the final half hour.
Attorney, everybody present?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
All right.
It's nothing to do with anything.
Picture time, bro.
Just keep it, just keep
It has nothing to do with you.
Okay, yes, sir, Mr. Adams.
Just so picking back up on my earlier approach in regards to questioning of the witness about a file or documents, investigation conducted by Investigator Robinson that I indicated we did not have. Madam Prosecutor indicated to the court that yes, we've been provided that in discovery. That's not the case. I've had an opportunity to pull back up what we received from the state, which is they said was a 4-page report. What I've got is a 9-page report from Officer Robinson that makes reference to Officer Robinson conducting video recorded interviews that his report says he has, audio recorded interviews of different witnesses involved in a Dex Montgomery case that he says, according to his report.
He being who? I'm sorry.
Officer Robinson. But he says, I conducted these interviews. They're available upon request. We've received none of those. In the 9 pages, it makes reference to an extensive investigation conducted by Officer Robinson and different witnesses he spoke to, different items of audio taped recordings, videotape recordings, none of which we have. And so the representation that was made to you earlier, unless they can show me somewhere in the discovery where we've looked, I don't see it. I don't believe we have that.
Okay, what are you asking me to do, Mr. Adams? Because at the end of the day, what is it you're seeking from the court?
Well, 2 things. I'm asking them to turn over the discovery that we are entitled to. They're questioning the witness on the stand right now about it. And in fact, we're getting some misrepresentations on the stand about there's no investigation had been done. Gaither and Dennis had to come behind and do all the things that Investigator Robinson did not do that, according to his report, he did in fact do, but we don't have those items.
Your Honor, may I respond?
Yes.
Your Honor, Mr. Adams is not being entirely candid in terms of what we have just asked about. So, Mr. Adams.
Let's not say he's not being totally candid. Let's just say we have a disagreement at this point in time, because nobody intentionally wants to violate 3.3 of the Georgia Rules of Professional Responsibility, you nor any of your colleagues. So let's just say that we differ.
We differ.
Okay,
We differ.
all right.
Your Honor, Mr. Adams referenced items that were not asked about of this witness at the time that I was questioning Detective Dennis on direct. I asked him whether or not there was a lineup of D'Angelo White. I asked him whether or not inside the file that they received from Detective Robinson, was there surveillance footage, multiple angles of surveillance footage? I asked him, were there interviews of Walter Murphy? Mr. Adams knows that those items he has because we've already introduced them and we have talked about them. Everything that I have asked this witness about, we have introduced as evidence.
So when you're asking those questions, the purpose of asking those questions, I from the court's perspective, I assume is that to potentially show what was not in the small report that Detective
Yes.
Robinson,
Yes.
that Robinson did that we cannot find at this point in time.
No, what I'm doing is showing what all Robinson did not do, that detectives Gaither and Dennis did do, and that they then provided to the state, which we then provided to the defense. So this is testimony that the jury should be allowed to consider in light of Mr. Sharp's questioning of Detective Gaither and her report. So the
But
point,
that's separate.
it is separate, but
That's a separate issue. You got her report, that's a separate issue, and then you got Robinson's report, which is a separate issue.
Right.
So which one are we focusing on at this point in time? Robinson's report or lack thereof?
yes.
Okay, all right. So
Thank you.
what's the issue for the court at this point in time?
So what I have asked,
No report
No, there is a report.
from Robinson.
and Your Honor, we're talking,
Okay, and was that turned over to you in discovery?
it was.
Mr. Adams, was that turned over to you in discovery?
Yes, the report was turned over.
Okay, Robinson's report.
Yes.
Okay, all right. So what is there left for me to resolve at this point in time? If that was turned over to you?
What is left for you to resolve is to order them. Well, first of all, the report makes reference to video,
Which report?
audio-
Robinson's report?
Officer Robinson's report
Okay.
makes reference to audios, videos, interviews that we do not have, that we've never received from the state. And let's not confuse the issue. She just stepped up and told you a minute ago that the only thing in the report was a 4-page report. That's not true.
Okay, all right. So, okay, but let's clarify. Let's clarify. Hold on. Let's just clarify, Mr. Adams, okay? there may be other things that the 4-page report refers to
Yes, sir.
that you don't have
That's correct.
and that are missing for whatever reason.
They're not missing. No one has said they're missing. We just don't have them.
Okay, but if you don't have them, they're missing.
Well, no, if we don't have them, they haven't given them to us.
Now, that doesn't, no, one does not equate the other. Because if the state doesn't have them to give them to you, it's because they have a duty to turn them over. If they didn't give them to you, that would be an ethical as well as potentially a Brady violation.
And-
So you can't really intimate that on them unless they have it in their possession. They're telling you they don't
Yes,
have it.
we can, because they do it all the time.
All right, well,
And the law presumes that the police department and the DA's office are the same
yes,
for purposes of law enforcement, purposes of discovery.
you are correct.
They're presumed to have as well. They're not.
Okay, but there's a presumption, but the presumption can be rebutted. If they tell you as officers of the court, we have searched and we don't have it. And we have gone through all the steps and we don't have it.
Yeah.
Because here's the thing, if they have it, or we find out they had it, then that's one thing. Then we'll certainly deal with that. But have you all searched to ensure that you don't have any of those,
Your Honor, what I,
were any of those videos or interviews?
Your Honor, Miss Love has been caught in lies several times. So she's saying, we don't have it. I don't care. She's a liar. She lies to your face and you know it. And you approve of it. That way you can still allow this garbage in because you have no spine, Your Honor. This is so ridiculous. Why would the Atlanta Police Department have all these photos and videos, but all of it that magically only supports their point of view? But everything else that might speak to the contrary mysteriously got missing. You have to assume they are destroyed. If this was a civil matter and one party told the judge, oh, the videos that are referenced, we can't find them, then the judge would have to assume that these videos and stuff are against that very party. But in criminal, apparently, it's allowed for the prosecution to lie to the court, to lie to the defense by saying, oh, we can't find it. Lies. Let's get on. Okay, I'm almost finished here. I will pack up and head home, so you have to watch this without me. I will be listening in the car, but I will see you all in face to face in 20-25 minutes, okay?
That were in Robinson's report?
the only file that we have is the one that we were given by detectives Gaither and Dennis after the conclusion of their.
So you don't have
So we
any
don't
of those other, I would say, documents by incorporation from his report? You don't have any of those?
We do not.
Okay, all
Your Honor,
right. Can
what
you
I'm
can you all approach? Let me ask you one more question. I need to ask you this. Come on up, Mr. Adams.
Gaither, under oath, on the stand, clearly said she did not have any reports at all. Now, the prosecution claims she gave them this report. What is it? Either she lied on the stand under oath, or Miss Love is lying to the court. I don't care which one, because it's vile. Okay, now I'll be tuning out and head home. Oh, almost. Sidebar counter 166. Okay. See you in 20-25 minutes. All right, damn. I checked ahead. This is going on for the rest of the. Oh crap! All right, let me tune on today's trial before I head home. Damn it. All right, now. Oh, come on. Where's the sound?
Received the file.
There it is.
I was going to pick up from yesterday and ask him, it was when you received
All
the
right.
file.
Now I'm heading home.
described
See you in 20
content.
minutes.
Did you see any immediate in the file? He said yesterday that when they got it, they stapled it shut. The follow-up question is, why did you staple it shut and strike?
I think he's answered that yesterday, remember? He answered that saying that he and Detective Gator wanted to do their own investigation, start from scratch, because there was not really a lot in it.
Right, and what the rest of what that answer is that they have been asked to come to Zone 3, I believe, to speak with the Brandon Robinson, because Brandon Robinson allegedly had information on the cases that they were working. When they got into the room with Brandon Robinson, he turned his chair backwards and said, "Tell me everything you all know." And they said, "That's not how this works. We were told you want us here to give us information." He gave them scant information about who he knew. Specifically, he said that he went to school with Defendant Williams, and he gave them some other little biographical information that they didn't find pertinent. At that point, they thought this is not the kind of information that we're looking for. They then left. Detective Dennis says that his understanding, his memory is that they turned it over, they reported it to IA.
Reported what to IA?
They reported their concerns, the way he puts it. I didn't want to misspeak, that's why I was gonna have him say it, but he says that he believes, but is not sure, that they may have turned it over to the FBI, and he may have been,
He being who?
Mr. Robinson may have left voluntarily, or
Does he know, or is he speculating?
that would be speculative.
Okay, well,
And I would
okay.
ask him-
Yeah, then that would be improper.
Right.
Okay. I would say you stay out of it. I mean, as Mr. Sharp mentioned yesterday, we don't have anything about that. And if you're trying to insinuate that or tie that Mr. Robinson may have had some connections, there's no way for them to test that. So that's why the other information would be critical.
Understood, Your Honor. There was also an incident that is involved in the Judge Montgomery investigation where Mr. Robinson was involved in a traffic stop of, I believe it was Rodney Allison. And the keys to a Dodge were given to Investigator Robinson, and there's no, Detective Dennis or Gator never received any keys to a Dodge. Because there's not something that ties directly to what's in this file, as a result of that, I wanted to tell the court everything that we knew about Detective Robinson, but there was nothing that I wanted to get into regarding that stop or even regarding.
So you're not going to get in the stop. You're not going to talk about the keys.
Right.
Okay. All right.
So I wanted to ask them what caused their concern. He would say that, and I can have him not say anything about Defendant Williams. I can have him say that he offered them scant information instead of giving them information. He asked them for information.
Okay.
And they walked out because the only charge that he looked ultimately, as Detective Dennis has already testified, and I think Detective Gator, the only charge that he ultimately had brought was a false information charge or something like that.
Okay.
But certainly we can keep away from, I won't get into his connections, and I will try to make sure that he knows.
Well, the court's concern is that, I mean, I think that from the court's perspective, given the conversations we had yesterday with your colleagues from the defense. You've gotten out what you need to in terms of what the file is. We already know why he, being Detective Dennis, went ahead and started their own investigation over again. He said that yesterday. So there's really no need to kind of ask him what else has been in the file. Now, if the defense wants to ask him about what the stuff that wasn't turned over or is not turned over is not found or not located, that's one thing because it's part of the report. But I think that you don't really gain anything by asking you, and you open yourself up for more issues with going the route of of that interview, because Detective Dennis also testified about that as well. That's the court's weigh in on that. I mean, that would be what I would recommend, given what you all told me yesterday.
And we want to give to the court asked that we give them a copy of the document that was.
I have Mr. Shark was kind enough to give me his copy of the internal affairs summary. And okay, I got that, but I have that one as the court exhibit. I also needed a copy of the report. Okay, and so that will be the next court exhibit in order, just to complete the record that I considered. That was yesterday, yes, Ms. Weaver. There's 9 pages. It's 10, but there's nothing on the reverse side of the last page.
And I think you said that, Ron, but there's nothing on either. It's not two-sided. It goes from Robinson's report.
The one I had yesterday, I think, was two-sided.
It wasn't. I have one.
Okay.
It was 160 through 169.
9?
Well, we can compare. I can bring up what I have.
Why don't you show that to Mr. Adams? Because I thought it was 160 to 169.
165. That's why the court thought it was two-sided.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, but there's actually front and back. Is there no front and back?
No, I looked at it when I sat
Okay.
down.
All right.
Mr. Adams can come look what I have.
I didn't. You're right.
This is David's front sheet, that's not here. This is
While y'all are looking at that, let me take roll. I didn't do that. All right, we're back on the record of matter of the state of Georgia versus Khalif Adams et al. In 22 SC 183572. Mr. Stillwell, Mr. Botts, and Mr. Sharp, good morning, gentlemen. All right, Mr. Williams, Mr. Steele, Mr. Adams, and Mr. Renard, good morning.
Morning, sir.
All right, Mr. Kendrick and Mr. Weinstein, good morning. All right, Mr. Huey and Mr. Matthews Senior, good morning. All right, Mr. Nichols and Mr. West, I should say Mr. Harvey. Oh, right, so, all right, okay, and then Mr. Ryan and Mr. Williams. All right, good morning. Okay, all right, Mr. Atkins, Mr. Helsky, is Mr. Brown and Mr. Smith sitting next to you? Who? Oh, Mr. Smith, fine, okay, all right, Mr. Smith and Ms. Love and Ms. Hilton, good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
All right, okay,
63.
where's Ms. Knight hiding? Oh, okay, all right, okay.
That's 163, yes.
Okay.
164, 165.
165. Yep, what else you got? That's Gaither.
Is that part of Robinson's
No,
report?
sir, this is Gaither. They're based on subject.
That's fine, I'm not concerned about those.
Great. So, Your Honor, as Mr. Adams has, I believe, satisfactorily reviewed, it's pages 161 through 165, one-sided. So it's actually 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pages.
Well, let me, for purposes of clarity, what we received in discovery identified as under Officer Robinson is a total of 9 pages, 5 of which I'm told specifically Officer Robinson's report, the other 4 of which are either a cover sheet by Officer Detective Dennis, Gaither, excuse me, and some pages by an Officer
Crowder.
Crowder. So that's what I've got. It appears to be the same thing that we looked at the bench on yesterday.
Yes.
My question, obviously that was not our main concern. Our main concern was what the items were referenced, and I think the court asked the state or directed the state to do a quote unquote deeper dive for the items that were referenced, specifically audio recordings, video recordings, and anything else that was referenced in that police
And Your Honor, I'd like to respond to that after responding to what the court first asked. So the court asked us how many pages there were.
So are there-
We did not identify those pages as Officer Robinson's report. They were turned over as part of the Dexter Montgomery file. But this, what Mr. Adams is referring to, is actually Detective Gaither's report that she sent over to the complaint room, as is evinced by the cover sheet Mr. Adams just referenced with Gaither's name on it. And Gaither included the 5 pages of Officer Robinson's report that Mr. Adams referred to. So we didn't identify 9 pages as coming from Detective Robinson.
Okay, so,
Mr. Adams
so
did. So it's
part
5
of it came
pages.
from Detective Gaither and part of it came from Detective Robinson.
No, to be clear, Detective Gaither gave us that whole thick file that they have as part of discovery with all these interviews in it. What we're saying is that the 5 pages of that whole thick file that Detective Robinson did is the information that Detective Dennis and Detective Gaither testified were all that they had from him.
Okay.
So that's why I'm giving you the 5 pages that go from 161, include 162, 163, 164, and 165.
Okay.
I think we make this a little more complicated than it needs to be. I think
It's
the question
simple.
was, is what she's about to hand you the same Bible that we viewed it as yesterday? The answer is yes.
Okay.
Except that
But I
it's only
did,
5.
but I took a look at I took a look at all 9 pages.
Yes.
Well, you took a look at all.
So all so you got to include that as a court exhibit.
You ought to know, Mr.
Okay, I looked at even though the focus was those 5 pages, I did have the other 4 that comprised, when Mr. Adams was up here, I was talking about that.
160 through 165. That's why the court thought that they were double.
Okay, but there's a cover sheet.
That
There's
part
4
was
more
not-
pages. There's 4 more pages I saw yesterday.
Your Honor, the only thing that, and the record, you were on the record, so it shows 160 through 165. The cover sheet was not shown. The reason that it is sounding more complex than it is that Mr. Adams is referring to things that the court did not see, but that he thought were part of Mr. Robinson's report. The court didn't see that. All the court had saw was 160 through 165. And then as I noted that it was 160 through 165, the court opined, oh, it must be double-sided. And that's the reason that the court
Okay, well,
had 9 pages.
Mr. Adams-
Mr. Adams said 9 pages.
Okay, well, why did Mr. Adams say 9 pages then?
Because he got confused. He thought that the cover sheet and Robinson's report were part of Robinson's report, as he was just showing me here at the podium. I'm not trying to disparage him, it's something what happened at the podium. So the clear answer to what the court is saying, there are only 5 pages by Detective Robinson. I brought them up to the court. Mr. Adams represented 9, but that was a mistake. That's okay, because that was Gaither's file, not Robinson. The only thing the court saw yesterday was 160 through 165.
As it pertains to Robinson.
Yes, and
Okay.
even that part, Your Honor, 160 was not Robinson, it was Crowder. So I have in my hand 161 through 165,
And that's exclusively Robinson's.
Yes.
I agree with what you're about to get to inference that this course exhibit is what you viewed on yesterday. I had in my position. No issue.
Okay,
All right, so, Your Honor, would the court like for me to?
just give them to Ms. Weaver. She'll take care of it. Okay.
The next issue would be 2 things.
Yeah.
The entirety of the internal affairs file that we referenced on discussion at the bench, that we had 4 pages of a summary of disciplinary reports from the investigator.
Yeah, I asked her to ask about that.
We asked for the totality of the file. They said that they would look for that or contact whomever. And we asked for the totality of Robinson's file, including the audio tape and videotape items that were referenced in his report, that they said their investigator Green had made contact with the Atlanta Police Department about, that there was an email that Ms. Hilton had, that they would provide the email, number 1, and they would have investigator Green or someone reach out to the Atlanta Police Department again to see about the totality of Officer Robinson's report. And that's what we need an answer for this morning, as to whether they've done any of that, and what they have.
Okay.
Your Honor, we did go back and reach back out once again to the Atlanta Police Department, the major that we spoke of yesterday. He gave us the same response, that there are no recordings as referenced.
Recordings
in
as to
Mr. Robinson's
Mr. Robinson.
report. The IA information, I believe the court gave us a deadline to get that to the court.
2 weeks.
We reached, right,
Yeah, to see whether or not, because it may come up later.
right.
It may come up later.
And so we
also just reference in their conversation with Detective Dennis, that we spoke to him about Officer Robinson, that there's some interview or some discussion between Dennis and Gaither and Officer Robinson that they obviously know about now, that there's some possibility of an FBI file or something, the case that they've been turned over, that it appears.
But that's, he's speculating. He being Robinson is speculating.
Right, but
He being Dennis.
Dennis is speculating.
Obviously, Dennis has some information about that he shared with the state. So it looks like there's more stuff out there we simply don't have or don't know about, and certainly should have had, and very should have known about, in order to properly cross-examine, which is what I'm saying, including that.
there are 2.
Because if it goes to the Montgomery case, if there was something in that investigation done by Detective or Officer Robinson that's relevant to our cross-examination, they witnesses in that case, then we should have had that, and we did not have it.
Okay, here's how I'm gonna solve this issue, because we're going around the mulberry bush.
Robinson summarized what he did in that case.
If you, all right,
He didn't summarize. There's nothing that's in Robinson's summary that is contrary or counter to anything anyone later told Detectives Gator.
but that's not, but we don't, Mr. Adams, hold on. We don't know that. That's why you need to try and find the other information. If you can't find it, you can't find it. If Green's inquired again, but know this, if it comes up later and we find it, I'm going to take some other remedies.
I don't even know that it exists, but we will.
Okay, but I'm just telling you, if it comes up, fine, it surfaces.
And Your Honor, that was part of the reason that Detectives Gaither and Dennis took it over, because they did not see all of this stuff that should have been in a file.
Okay,
And the file
and that's fine, but here, and I think you've gotten all the mileage you're gonna get out of it. I'm telling you, based on what you just told me this morning, there's no other reason for you to ask Dennis about anything, about any other interviews, of him going over to, for them going over, because they started their investigation again. And all this other stuff, it's speculation on Dennis's part, but I think in all candor, you probably need to ask him. And you all probably need to look.
Ask him or not?
You probably, no, you all outside our presence in hearing, you probably need with a representative of defense, you probably need to ask him, okay, look, there may be no truth to what no truth. And I'm not disparaging him at all, but there may be no truth, rumor, or innuendo as to what he knows about Robinson, or you may, but you've at least got enough out there at this point in time where it's like, you should probably inquire. Was there an FBI investigation?
I did do, and he said he does not know. But
being Dennis?
Being Detective Dennis said, I thought that there was, but I think he got terminated, or he resigned before he was released. That's all that he knows.
Okay, have you all gone to, or had one of your investigators go over to APD Internal Affairs and ask about this particular history? Sit down, eyeball somebody and say, hey, could you just tell us whether or not there is a recording, a video, or any other source documents you use to talk with Robinson? If they tell you, nope, we don't have them, or it's going to require you doing X, Y, and Z, then you probably need to do that. But
we'll go beyond a major that we've spoken with, and we will have someone physically go to IA wherever they are at APD. But we have, just for the record, we have spoken twice with persons at the Atlanta Police Department. And as far as the internal affairs, that's the 2 weeks down the line. We haven't.
Okay, but here's the thing: internal affairs may have, you don't know, but they may have those things that are referenced in Robinson's report, I should say. We don't know, but at least you can say, hey, nope, we don't have them. We run everything to ground and everything else, and they're just not there. But it might also give you some historical knowledge as to what or the circumstances are. But we're not gonna have Detective Dennis talk about anything involving this investigation, SIA investigation, or any linkage to any of the folks here, in terms of Robinson.
Okay.
Okay.
The only other thing was that I was in the middle of asking him whether or not certain things that have been introduced as evidence and certain things that were a part of the file and provided in discovery, whether or not they were in the original file from Robinson.
You asked that.
That is the part where Mr. Adams objected and approached him and said that the stuff that I asked him about, they had not.
But did you get all the way through? I think you got all the way through that.
I had to stop.
Okay.
But the point is, she's asking questions about the entirety of a file, which we don't have. That was really the basis of my objection. That we don't have, we don't have the entirety of Robinson's file. And that's what those questions were about.
No, you're right. Those questions.
Let me finish.
And so, not only are we talking about potential Brady material that may have been in Robinson's, that wasn't Robinson's file that we don't have, but we're talking about her asking questions now about something that he can't properly cross the camera because we don't have it.
And that's the question.
But see, but you all can.
We have no way of testing or questioning what.
Well, Mr. Adams, I'm going to let the state complete their examination as to what is in the file. You can ask thorough and consistent cross-examination about to Dennis about what may or may not have considered based upon the pages you got, 4 pages you got. And if I find out anything later, I'll order the state to recall the witness and I'll take some other steps. So
I do want it just to be on the record that we are. I may have said this at the event yesterday. If I did not, then I'll go ahead and put it on record now. That from our position, behalf of Mr. Williams. We believe that there's Brady material that should have been turned over to us, that was not turned over, that it was at some point and possibly still is in the possession of the police department, which is the same as being in possession of the DA's office. And that I believe that they have violated our constitutional right to receive Brady material in doing so. So I just want to make sure that that's on record. We don't waive anything.
I understand that, but they also have other ethical and responsibilities under Brady. And of course, that's why they would have to turn it over immediately. I think that they've asked twice for the material. As the court, I'm going to make sure that they exhaust that particular path, but I've noted your objection.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
At some point, we need to move on and get the jury out there. At some point, when we have a break, I'd like to address the issue in regards to some other items that we requested a while back. I think Mr. Steele has filed a motion. I've been trying to find that motion so I can reference it properly in regards to reports done by Detective Dennis regarding someone named Marquavius, M-U-Q-U-A-V-I-O-U-S, Curtis, last name is Curtis. An investigation done by Investigator Dennis in regards to that individual that's relative to this case. We have requested, I believe the court had instructed this case to turn it over because we've not received it. But again, at the appropriate time, I'd like to address that. I don't want that to go past this.
Your Honor, I can address that pretty quickly. I think they can look in the discovery that has been provided in the
Tell them
folder.
what date. Tell them what date and tranche.
I can tell them.
Why don't you, when your team maybe can look that up as we start, and we can deal with that and bring
Okay.
and tell them exactly what tranche it's located. Okay.
Can I tell the folder name?
Huh?
Can I tell the folder name? It would be
Yes.
YSL Intrinsic Acts and 404B. That particular Marquavius Curtis shooting of, I think it was Martinez Arnold, is included in that.
Okay.
File.
All right. Okay. Seminar adjourned, sir. Oh yeah, can we take a dance, please? Thank you, sir. Yes. Morning, sir. Morning, sir. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. Ladies and gentlemen, jury, good morning. All right, we're going to go ahead and continue with our current witness, retired Detective Dennis. Sir, you're still under oath, okay? All right.
Detective Dennis, yesterday when we stopped speaking with one another, we were discussing items that were included in the file that you and Detective Gator were able to create as related to the Dexter Montgomery shooting.
Yes.
Would you tell the jury what medium you all captured these interviews and things of that nature that you conducted during that investigation?
We usually use the electronic video room that we used at Atlanta Police Headquarters, or we would use our phones to try to record whatever we can to just capture the interaction.
And when you all got the file from Detective Robinson, or when you all retrieved that, do you recall any mediums or media being in the file?
No.
Did you all also get a report from Detective Robinson?
Yes.
Okay. And other than that report that you had described, do you recall anything else being in that file?
All I recall is about 4 pieces of paper in a folder. And like I said yesterday, when we got the file, we pretty much stapled it up because we wanted to do our own investigation with our own work.
And how would you all have transferred the media to the district attorney's office?
We usually put it on a disc, and if we prosecute a case, we send it through the complaint room, and then usually we operate through our own gang prosecutor. We would give them our entire file.
And so the interviews that you all conducted during the Dexter Montgomery shooting investigation, did they also include an interview with Tina Clark?
Yes,
And was that included in your file?
yes.
Did you all, regardless of whether you saw it in the file that you got from Detective Robinson, did you all ever find any recordings of any persons listed in Detective Robinson's report?
No.
The information that you turn over to the district attorney's office as part of your file, do your reports summarize that file?
Yes, pretty much.
Would you tell the jury how it was that you became involved in those series of events that we outlined on the flipboard yesterday? Why was it that you all started looking at those?
Objection, ask and answer.
I stand in objection. That's been asked and answered.
There's a question. Thank you, Judge. Why did you start at the date that you started in terms of looking backwards from the Diamond Mountain murder?
Objection, ask and answer, Bill.
Judge,
I'll rule objection.
you do it.
You can answer, sir.
We started our investigation as we interviewed witnesses, victims, whomever we could, to basically piece together what we had going on. I myself was familiar with Donovan Thomas. The night that he was killed pretty much started the investigation for us because I knew about him from when I was on patrol. And so that pretty much started the investigation for us.
The specific date that you all started on, when we started at, I think, was January 6th.
Correct.
Did the interviews that you conducted as you assisted and began investigating these shootings after the Donovan Thomas murder, did the interviews that you conducted have anything to do with why you looked at January 6th?
Yes. Over the course of our investigation, we would interview a witness. They would speak about an incident. We would research it. And a lot of times they would speak about something happening somewhere and we would go try to find a police report or an incident location of the area in which they said. And from that, we would find different police reports and different incidents that occurred. That's how they kind of pieced all the timeline together.
And were you able to locate items of evidence collected in those incidents?
Yes.
And were you able to locate witnesses in those incidents?
Sometimes yes, sometimes no.
And were you able to speak with people as it related to those incidents?
Yes.
As you were assisting in Detective Racy's investigation, you mentioned the fact that on the night of April 25th, you did not see Jeffrey Williams.
Correct.
During the course of your investigation, did you locate social media that involved Jeffrey Williams speaking about being in Louisiana?
Yes.
And how did you capture that?
We had screen grabs on our computer. Sometimes we would screen grab it with our phones. We would just try to capture it whenever we see it.
And was the video that you saw with respect to Defendant Williams,
Objection leading, since that's not an evidence foundation.
he's already said that.
I'm overruling the objection, but as to the other two last bases from Mr. Matthews, I'll sustain the leading.
I'm going to show you. This will be 1:16. Echo. I'll show it to you. This.
You can put me out.
And I spoke of 116, Your Honor, my apologies, 117 Echo. Showing you what has been labeled as 117 Echo. Have you had an opportunity to review 117 Echo prior to today?
Yes,
Does that accurately reflect the video that you were able to capture relating to the defendants?
yes, yes.
The state tenders 117 Echo as evidence.
Any objection to states 117 Echo?
Yes, I'm pretty sure.
They're noted, there'll be, 117 Echo will be admitted over objection, and may be published as you see fit.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm home. What a cluster F. What a cluster F this is. Yep, ladies and gentlemen, I think we have Steve Urkel's secret twin on the stand. I'm not going to say what kind of a day I had today. Let me pour myself a gin and tonic, and you all can decide yourselves what kind of day I had. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. I've had this size gin and tonic kind of day today. Cheers. All right. Let's have a small recap of what went on. Thank you for being here, folks. Thank you for being here, despite me not being here. Yeah, I mean, stuff hit the fan, and I was left to pick up the pieces today. Yeah, it was one of these days when I seriously wonder why I chose to do labor law. But here we are. Okay. The reports, which the prosecution claims, oh, they don't exist. Okay, so how did you get all those pictures if they weren't in those reports? Oh, Mr. Dennis must have found them. Are you sure? And then she calls the person in the precinct, the major whatevers. Oh, and he said they can't find it. Oh, really? Let's take that person to the stand and have that person swear the oath. And let's see if the answer, because that person is now a shield for Miss Love to use. Whenever with that person, she can claim there is nothing because she doesn't directly handle it. She's just referring the information. I would definitely call for a hearing with that person who claims they can't find it. So that person have to take at least the at least have it on record by someone who is the person who actually tries to find it or claims to try to find it, if that person even exists. Oh, and now we are hearing more. And again, remember Miss Gautier claiming she didn't have any reports. Oh, really? So how could you hand over that report to the prosecution? Miss Gautier, as you remember, she hasn't been a cop in 4 years. She haven't been in the gang unit for 7 years. How is it possible for her to magically just find the pieces of the reports that supports the state's theory, but nothing else? And then when she was on the stand, we clearly heard her say she couldn't access her reports. And here Miss Love is saying, we got this from Miss Gautier. What is it? Who is lying? Or are both liars? I'm having a day off tomorrow because tomorrow is a holiday in Sweden. It is the Jesus Ascension Day. Tomorrow, I think, something of the sort. Well, it's well, you you know what actually happened? I think the disciples decided, "Hey, glad you're back. Here's a trampoline," and then boing, 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 boing. I'm so sorry. Yep. Thank you again, all, for being here. And I saw this. Linda Evers became a YouTube member. Welcome. Now you have access to all my members only stuff. And it's a lot of it. Thank you so much. And if anybody else is thinking about it, it's $3 a month. And the members, the memberships, and the occasional super chat, that is what keeps this channel afloat. So if you wouldn't mind, I would gladly accept it. Just don't give what you don't have. Okay? Let's get back to the trial. Oh, wait. Mr. Jingles is asleep. And yesterday, when I woke him up to show him to you guys, I was slightly scared to go to sleep because he looked at me very, very interesting. So I will wait for him to wake up and then I will show him to you. Okay. Now, let's get back to the trial. All right. Let's listen to Mr. Urkel here, claiming he and Miss Gautier has superior investigative skills that made them able to walk back in time and find stuff that was already in existence. Oh, you had 9 tornadoes yesterday in Lower Michigan? Really? I hope you're all right. Hold on, let me get some lights here. I hope you all are all right. Okay. Now let's get back to the trial.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Wim, for becoming a member. Thank you so much. I think you have been a member before, but maybe it was gifted and now you chose to renew your membership. Thank you so much. That is so nice of you. You now also have access to my members only content. Yay! Thank you so much.
Station 5117 Echo.
Yeah, YSL. Car 6 coming out Friday, first show. New Orleans, Holly Grove. Fuck, nigga. Beat me down, baby. Beat me down, you did. With them dicks, too, nigga. Yeah.
For the record,
Folks, don't show your rifles if you're because sometime a crooked prosecutor is going to use it against you.
Detective Dennis, would you please just describe what it was that you just looked at in the 15-second clip? Not in the record.
I'm over objection, sir.
The video basically showed Mr. Williams telling where he was performing and talking about his new album.
Were there people holding firearms in the video?
Yes,
And were you able to see the people holding the firearms in the video?
yes,
And was this a video posted to public social media?
yes.
Now, I'm going to advance the video. Now, do you recognize any of the persons that are in the video with Mr. Williams?
I don't know exactly who that is. I can't really see his face, but the other two individuals, yes.
Who are the other two individuals?
Martinez Arnold, aka Duke, and Jimmy Winfrey, aka Pee Wee Roscoe.
And right here,
That's Duke.
and that's at a few seconds from the end. And
Yeah.
what does Duke have in his right hand?
That's your foundation.
Can you see what he's holding in the video for the record?
You saw right.
I'm over objection, so I apologize.
And as we move further along, where is it that you believe that you see Mr. Winfrey?
Right behind.
And just for the record, is he describing our clothing or something like that?
You got on look like a Milwaukee Bucks t-shirt and a blue jacket.
And we have the Wall of Doom.
Now, was that video posted, was that video referencing events that occurred before or after the shooting of the Little Lane bus?
Before.
You spoke earlier of a person named Kenneth Copeland regarding the August 28, 2015 shooting or incident at the Dunbar Rec Center. April, thank you, 28. Did Kenneth Copeland have a nickname?
Lil Woody.
I'm gonna walk up to the easel and write that on here. And how am I spelling Woody? I'm just gonna do it W-O-O-D-I-E.
Some spell it with a D, some spell it with a T.
Okay. Are you familiar with any of Defendant Williams' work by the name of Halftime?
The video?
Yes.
Yes.
And is that a video that you have seen personally on social media?
Yes.
I'm gonna show you what our market says is 118 Echo. First, I should count for the fence.
By the way, the YouTubes, the words that are coming out of witnesses' mouths and stuff like that, it's not me. It's a trial.
You do? Or you can just play the whole thing? Just push it forward so you can see.
Told you so. It's Steve Urkel's twin on the stand.
Showing you State's Exhibit 118 Echo.
Just gonna fast forward through it.
Have you had a chance to see 118 Echo?
Yes.
And does this accurately reflect the video for Halftime Defendant Jeffrey Williams' song and video that you saw posted on public social media?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state tender State's Exhibit 118 Echo, is that it?
Any objection to states 118 Echo?
Yes, there's been no foundation laying for this witness's knowledge of the video notification as well as the altered, was the original video, and he has, but I have the ability.
Your Honor, I object to
He
the
does not have the
talking,
ability to
speaking,
specify that
objection.
foundation is not-
I object.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna overrule your objection, Mr. Adams. I'm gonna sustain it as to foundation. You need to lay a little more foundation.
Detective Dennis, do you recognize the persons depicted in the video?
Yes.
How do you recognize the persons depicted in the video?
I think by the time the video was released, we were about 4, 5 months into our investigation. So I recognized them from our investigation.
And have
Isn't it strange that Miss Gautier didn't testify to this? Isn't that weird? And she was the one who was proffered as an expert. This guy is only here as a fact witness.
you personally seen the people in the video outside of the video?
Yes.
And does the video accurately depict the people that you have seen outside the video?
Yes.
The state tender State's Exhibit 118 Echo. Is that?
All right, sir, I assume same foundational objection?
Same objection, but
Overruled, sir. Overruled at this point in
Can
time.
I approach that? We go outside what previous room?
I've already ruled upon it, sir. I've already ruled upon it. What other additional basis do you have at this point?
We shall like approach.
All right.
And sidebar counter 167. I'm home. I have a gin and tonic. I actually feel a little bit better. Yeah, what they are going into now is the thing they were talking about before the jury came in. He was telling Miss Love, you need to wrap this part of the questioning up, and she didn't. She kept going, and here we are. Yeah, Oh, you mean this one? Drunk Me got me this maybe a year ago from either Wish or Shane or whatever cheap garbage stuff page that's out there. And Drunk Me is very, very sneaky, because Drunk Me, when he purchased this, he knows it's like 4, 5, 6, 7 week waiting time. And by that time, I have, even sober me, have forgotten what Drunk Me did. And all of a sudden, I have a package in the mail, and I'm okay. Speaking of packages, Friday in 2 days is my birthday stream. Don't miss out on it. Okay.
Okay. There's been some discussion at the bench. I'm sure all of you have heard it at this point in time, councils, in terms of where's our witness? Okay, good. He's off stand. All right. In terms of the admissibility of the video and the foundational requirements. I know that originally, an earlier part in this trial, the court did in fact rule on one submission on behalf of the defense. The issues come up again with the state. States presented additional case law in which the court was convinced or persuaded that given the testimony, it can be introduced through this particular witness in terms of what's been testified to. The foundation's been established. Mr. Adams and Mr. Steele indicate that they've come up with additional case law, which would indicate that I should reconsider my position. So when did you send that, Mr. Steele, Mr. Adams?
Sent it approximately this past Sunday. I'm going to tell you 7, 8 o'clock in the evening. Emailed this on record, court reporter, and in relation to the state's filing on this issue, they filed approximately 11:59 last Friday evening. And the state's law is wrong. And the state told me there is no foundation, you don't need anything, just find the intent, put in foundation, doesn't matter.
No, I mean, you can, with this particular type of evidence, as long as the evidence itself is, that there's testimony about how it was achieved or how it was gathered and collected, that as long as that is satisfied, along with some other things, is satisfied, that I can go ahead and consider it. Okay, well, that's your opinion. How is it wrong?
This is coming, all I did was take the state's brief. I read the cases, and then I gave you additional cases. But the state filed this brief.
Okay, if that was Sunday, what, did you bring this up Monday morning?
Yes, I sent it
Did
to everyone,
you
yes.
bring it up Monday morning? So I mean, here's the thing.
I don't,
Here's the
it's
thing.
not. Obviously
Here's the
not.
thing, okay? It's Wednesday right now.
He can't bring it up unless Miss Love actually brings it on in her questioning. Before that, it's untimely. And the defense since pre-trial have been extremely timely. And you, Judge Glanville, defers it forward until it is timely. And now it is timely, and you whine like the bitch you are, Judge Glanville. This is on you yourself, Judge Glanville. You have continuously said, timely, defer it forward, timely. Now it is timely. He sent it out to everybody, including you, Judge. Then Miss Love made it an issue, and now he's doing it. That is timely according to your damn instructions. And here you are, bitch, cunt, Judge Glanville, whining about it. Oh, why didn't you take this up on Monday? Because there's no use to it. Because you always say I defer it forward. Always. And when they do as you tell them to do, you whine about this again. Jesus Christ, you spineless motherfucker.
This witness is on the stand. I could have taken it up last night or something, or then Monday night. I could have taken it up Tuesday at some point in time. So that's why I'm saying by time, poor timing, I would think, because I can rule upon it. I don't mind it. But when a witness is on the stand and you're asking me to reconsider that, that's not timely.
Well, listen, nobody is trying, I don't think anybody is trying to delay this case any more than it's delayed. So we're with you. And I understand what you're saying. I did not personally know that this was going to come up today. I thought that Detective Racy is the one who pulled these videos.
Yeah, that's your explanation, Judge. What? Here's a thought, Judge. How about you listen to the defense attorneys before you do a temper tantrum? Thank you, Julia Corsi, for becoming a member. Thank you so much. Yay! And you now have access to all my members-only stuff. My members-only stuff is not much about law. It's about my personal thoughts, the farm, the renovations. I have a tractor that says fuck. Okay? Thank you so much for becoming a member, Julia. I'm very, very appreciated. I appreciate it very, very much. Linda Evers asks, any ideas the people that are on trial have actually done anything wrong, or is this pretty much covering the corruption? This is a RICO trial, and the Georgia RICO Act is formulated by the lawmakers of Georgia to be extremely vague and extremely broad. So in the Georgia RICO Act and the statutes, this criminal enterprise thingy, the understanding between the parties or the defendants can be verbal or non-verbal, which means it can be, if you don't do anything about it, you support it, and that is in the Georgia RICO. So well, this is a Fannie Willis trial. She isn't there because she can't be, because she was the defense attorney of YSL Mondo, a founding member of the YSL. Coincidentally, YSL Mondo is not charged, even though he's a founding member. I wonder why. My leading theory in this is most of the foundations in this entire trial is information Fannie Willis learned as his defense attorney. She is using attorney-client privileged information to bring this trial. That is my theory. And she had at least political aspirations. She wanted to become the next Georgia Attorney General. And you don't get Attorney General with boring stuff like home invasions, assaults, stuff like that. You get there by RICO trials. And she has 5. Another rapper made a plea deal, so that's gone. You have this trial, you have the Young Thug trial, you have a cop corruption trial, and one more. So 5 RICO trials, all because she wanted to be the next Attorney General. Every trial day in this trial, between 4 and 8 other cases could have been brought. In 200 trial days, that is between 800 and 1,600 victims and defendants who are denied their day in court. If this trial lasts a year, and it will, between 800 and 1,600 victims will not have their day in court because Fannie Willis wants to be Attorney General. Let's move on.
So, I'm not, and I just like the court to hear the law. I mean, I don't know what else to say, except I understand the court is saying, but the state filed that you asked them for additional briefs this Friday. We responded Sunday to the same email. And I just gave you some cases. I said, this is the cases. And I told you where in the state's brief we're targeting the cases they cited. And the state told you when we left on last Wednesday that foundation, there is nothing that you find on the internet, and then it's up to the jury to determine the authenticity and the weight. And what I'm telling you is that's not what the case is. And I have the states, I'm just using their brief. I read their cases. I updated the cases. I made them all Georgia cases, and they're not right. And I did it for hearsay as well as what we're talking about now, which is foundation and or authenticity.
They're two different things, remember.
I'm with you.
Okay.
I agree with you.
They're two different things. All right, so.
The courts actually say that people use them interchangeably, but yes, they are actually two different mechanisms. But it's the state's position. If they, if I just see something on the internet, I could testify I saw it on the internet and I downloaded it and here it is and it's in evidence, and that's just not the way I understand the law. And that's what Detective Dennis just said. That's why Mr. Adams, to me, appropriately did what lawyers are trained to do. He stood his position and made the
I don't
objection.
have any issue with that, Mr.
No, I don't either.
My-
I commend him.
You all have a client to represent. My issue is derailing.
The timing.
And this is not the way to do it. You should have, it should have been flagged for my attention to say, Judge, we need to hear this. Because then I've got nobody to blame but myself. I really don't. If I don't take it up at that point in time or don't make arrangements to do so, I'm at fault. But when a witness is on the stand and you don't flag it and say, Judge,
You absolute fucktwat. You absolute four-quad. Sorry, YouTube. I'm saying four-quad. It's my accent. I don't know exactly how to pronounce things, so they sound weird. I mean four-quad and nothing else. Judge, you continuously defer things forward. You now, according to the state filing and the defense filing, you are CC'd in on these. You had access to this information. Mr. Steele, in order to bring it to this level, the state has to go there first. And the state knew because they had information and they chose to move forward in this breach of conduct. And you, Your Honor, Your Less Honor, you allow this. You have all the information, Judge Glanville. You can, independently of the defense, you can call out wrongdoings. And you choose not to because you are as much part of the prosecution as Miss Love, Hilton, or that soon-to-be bald guy.
really do need to take this up before the witness testifies, then you bear some responsibility on that. I'm just telling you.
Absolutely.
And that's what courts get irritated about, because now I've had to put out this jury, and hey, and it is they're looking at all of us, and as you mentioned earlier, they're left with a lot of questions that I can't answer for them. But it's just not the way to present the case to them. It's just not. That's what I'm saying, and that's what I need you all to correct, so that we're not in this position continually. I understand if you got other things that you want me to flag, but you got to do them timely so I can go ahead and at least kind of take it up at a time and place where it doesn't leave our jurors just sitting back there kind of, well, not hearing testimony or not doing anything. That's my point, okay?
Yeah, of course.
All right. Okay, what's the case you want me to take a look at?
Okay, well, we go through all of them, but I'm just gonna start.
You got 5 minutes, okay? I'm gonna get a green light like the appellate card up there, okay? So you can feel at home and
Yellow light, too.
yellow light as well. Okay, so, but see if you can kind of give me the nickel version, okay, of that. The most important salient thing that I need to, because I understand the premise, but what is it you're telling me that is adverse to the state's position?
Okay, so and I'm just cluing you in. This is page 3 of the state's brief. They cite United States versus Broomfield, Broomfield. It's 591 Fed Appendix, so it's APP apostrophe X 847 and 851. It's 11th Circuit 2014. This case is cited in Georgia in Cooper versus State, which is 317 Georgia 676 Division
What's
2.
Cooper again? I'm sorry.
Yes, no problem. 317 Georgia 676 Division 2. And that's a 2023 case, Your Honor. So I just use Cooper, but we can go to Bloomfield too. And this is a video. So it's the same thing with dealing with Detective Dennis right now is dealing with the video. There were actually no statements in that video though. And a Detective Black, like the color, authenticated the flight captured on the video, which was videotaped by a gentleman named Mr. Mason, M-A-S-O-N. And the court wrote that the video does not have to be authenticated solely by the person who made the recording or who was an eyewitness to the events. And that Detective Black properly authenticated this fight, I think I said flight, but fight video, because he testified, and here's his foundation. He's responded to the apartment complex concerning this fight as part of his investigation. He personally observed the location and spoke with multiple eyewitnesses of the day's events of the fight. He recognized the video as the recording supplied by Mr. Mason, and Mr. Mason testified at trial that he recorded this fight. And these are the circumstantial evidence needed that the video was not altered and therefore was properly authenticated and the foundation laid by Detective Black. Here, this case does not help the state because their statement that anything on the internet is automatically authenticated and goes to the jury, which is what Prosecutor Love argued on Wednesday at the court, said now, is not accurate. Then they cite, the original case of U.S. versus Blumfeld. Like I said, I gave you the site, Your Honor, in the state's brief, page 3. And in that one, the government agent identified, it was a person who was convicted of a previous felony holding a gun on a video, and the government agent identified the specific gun. So, to me, I don't understand how just Detective Dennis's statements now are worthy. Also, the state on page 4 of its motion cited Cotton, which is C-O-T-T-O-N. It's 297 Georgia 257. It's in Division 3, 2015 case. That case is cited more recently in the interest of AA, as in Elisa, Alpha Alpha 362 Georgia Appeal 426. It's cited in
What's that? I'm sorry, one more time.
That's all right.
362 Georgia Appeals, what?
Yeah, 426, and it's in 2 different places. It's in Division 2, but it's also footnote 25. Footnote 25 really captures its 2022 case. And in that case, there are text messages, and there had to be whether they are authenticated. And AA is a minor. Her guardian testified that the text messages were located on AA's cell phone, the cell phone that AA, the minor, used. This same phone stored a toothbrush going into AA's private part on a video. AA sent text messages to her guardian. And that's how the guardian, sent text messages that her guardian found out about the toothbrush video, but that AA now washed the toothbrush off of all type of evidence. And AA admitted that she used this cell phone to film herself inserting the toothbrush into her private part. And the court wrote that as a prima facie case that the evidence of the video on the cell phone is what it purports to be. So again, and that's my 5 minutes. I don't want to go beyond what you told me, but I could go through all the cases. But again, there has to be some more than Detective Dennis saying, I was on the internet researching this, and here's a video I found. And that the court wrote in the interest of AA the following. This is the Court of Appeals of Georgia. We acknowledge that every form of electronic communication can be spoofed, hacked, or forged. They go on. I don't have the exact quote now written down.
It cannot mean the court should reject any and all communications. Indeed, the vast majority of these electronic communications are just as they appear to be, quite authentic.
So
Unless
you need,
or the trial court abuses discretion, finding text messages authentic, so they made them into evidence, and we conclude it did not.
so they need something. Now you did sustain, I heard you say it, Mr. Adams said at the bench, but it may not have been an error. You did sustain that I couldn't play the video with Rich Gang, and you told me, listen, it's relevant. I understand why you're doing it, but you have the wrong witness. I don't want to come off what I said, but if under these cases, I probably need somebody to say, hey, I don't have to be there. I don't have to be the one videoed, but this is accurate. I know this to be accurate because whatever the foundation.
But remember the conversation we had. It would be one thing if there were deletions or glips in the video that was copied, or it doesn't purport to be what the
Jesus Christ, Judge, you know that a few of these videos that are shown are not from Mr. Williams' page. There are people who took snippets and put them on their Instagram story, whatever's. You can't tell if anything has been altered unless you call the person who actually did the posting. You know this, Your Honor, but you choose to ignore it because you claim, well, you can't prove it's been altered. Of course they can't, because there's no metadata in the reports at all. Nothing. The only thing you have is a witness claiming, yeah, I did this. I saw that. That's not enough. And you know it. And you choose to ignore it.
what the person listening to it originally purported, like if I listen to the video and then it's not changed from the time I listen, I copy it, and there's no other indices of deletions or the like.
It's not the original. You can only make those claims when the thing that is shown is the actual original. You can't do that with a duplicate or copy or a retweet or anything. Linda Evers, I don't mind. I can again almost bet money if we find another trial with this judge and the defense is trying the exact same thing, he would bring the hammer down on them. But this is the state, and he has no spine. So and here's the thing. This is what the judge is now arguing against the defense. It should be the state giving citations and case law. The defense, no, these are the actual, and then you make a ruling. Now, this judge is making is doing the prosecution's job, and he does this all the time.
It'd be authentic, or I have to look at whether or not it's authentic. So when I did my analysis last time, it was based on the state's case that they gave me that, if they testify as to how they got it, it hasn't been changed, it hasn't been altered, that the court can make a decision. The court can make a decision as to whether or not it's authentic.
I told you, you gave me the time that I respect the court. I'm just telling the court that I don't believe in that. If that's the understanding, then anything that I pull off the internet or have a witness pull off the internet, that's now admissible in this courtroom.
Not necessarily, but our court has.
Really, Judge? That is what you actually just said. All you need is somebody to authenticate that they pulled it off the internet and it's admissible. That is exactly what you said. But when the defense tells you that, all of a sudden you start to backpedal. No, not necessarily. Yes, it is. Because if I pull something out of the internet, it might be a recording of me. I slightly alter it. but I pulled the skimmed part. And then I testified to, yes, I pulled this out of the internet. It's a copy of the thing I pulled off the internet. You have to admit, it's admissible. That is your actual ruling. Jesus Christ, just why can't you see how absolutely fucked up this is?
It's kind of expanded what we can kind of, in terms of foundation, what is required in terms of, used to be that you had to lay significant foundation in order to get certain electronic media admitted. That doesn't seem to be the case today. I mean, for whatever reason, but
I don't think that's.
I mean, but you know, that's I rule based upon what the state told me at that point in time. I understand what
You can't make rulings only based on what the state tells you. You have to listen to arguments from both sides, look at the law, then apply the law. That is the sole reason you are there. You can't take the prosecution's word on face value. You simply can't. You have to evaluate it and apply the case law and apply the law and then make a ruling. Jesus Christ.
what you and your colleagues are saying, Mr. Steele, in terms of it has to have some particular guarantee of authenticity. And as I mentioned earlier, if I thought the video was altered or it looks altered, then that's my gut check, and I probably sustain an objection to foundation. But if somebody testifies, hey, I pulled this particular video from a public site of this particular person, and this is what it purports to be, it hasn't been changed, I listened to it and I copied it, subject to other foundation and linkage, it may or may not be admissible. But is there any other case you want to point out to me? I know we're taking more than time, but I'll give it to you. But is there anything else you want to?
All the cases say that there has to be something more than I saw it on the internet. And I gave you cases from a cell phone. I gave you cases from the internet, a video that's posted on the internet. And
what's the video case again? Let me take a look at that one again.
That's
that Cooper?
Yeah.
And now, Miss Love, the woman who is soulless, she has no soul. And tomorrow, I have news about the Shane Kendall case. Positive news. And, for you who don't know, I have made contact with Shane Kendall's lawyer, who is okay with coming on my show and talk about it. We just have to align the things, but it's good. It is really good. I promise. I will try to avoid spoilers, so you tune into it. But this is good. This is really good. If you don't know the Shane Kendall case, it's on the streams that is called, or the videos that are called. For the first one was called As If You Needed Another Reason to Dislike Adrian Love. And the second one was called, where is it? Where are you? No, that's not what it's called. No, they are both called If You Needed Another Reason to Dislike Adrian Love, Part 1 and 2. Something of that sort. And yes, Shane Kendall is a person who expired in the Fulton County Jail unnecessarily. He was placed there because Miss Love called not only Shane, she called his parents, she called his doctor, she called the state's own medical team fakers, and managed somehow to get a jury to found that he was competent to stand trial. Less than a year later, Shane was gone. But there's a civil suit. and I have good news about that civil suit. So tune into that tomorrow. Let's jump ahead a bit.
Rules of evidence do not provide that video recording can be authenticated solely by the person who recorded it or is an eyewitness to the events depicted therein. And I kind of talked about Detective Black about what he did. It was just extra that he happened to have some other additional information, but
Yeah, Judge, how are you going to talk yourself out of this? The case is talking about the person who actually did the recording, how that needed more. With that information, how can you rule it is enough for a random cop to say, I pulled it off the internet and I saw it, it's admissible? Seriously, Judge. No, I'm not making an impression of Detective Dennis. I'm making an impression of the general intelligence level in the Fulton County Police Department.
requirement of authentication or identification as a condition proceeding to admissibility shall be satisfied by evidence sufficient to support a finding that the matter in question is what the proponent claims, which includes, for example, testimony of a witness with knowledge that a matter is what it claims to be, or appearance, content, substance, internal patterns, or other distinctive characteristics taken in conjunction with the circumstances, and that cites Broomfield, I should say, that you all cited, 591 FAPX 847 pin sites 851 to 852.
But it still have to be the person doing the actual recording, not some
I'll
random.
hear what your colleagues have to say, and if I need further elucidation, I'll invite you to respond.
This is what the judge does every time he knows he's wrong. He's going to think about it. Some other defense lawyers will come up and speak. Then Miss Love will start to nag like the soulless, ungodly, less than human being she is, until he buckles.
Okay, of course. Thank you. Okay, all right, sir.
And here she goes. She's empty inside.
Thank you, Your Honor. The cases that counsel for defendant Williams cites are distinguishable. They are not statements of a party opponent, admissions by a party opponent. They are not social media publicly posted. So we have the court's ruling was correct in terms of the admissibility of this particular video. This is the defendant Williams. This is a person who is not only familiar with what the defendant Williams looked like at this particular time, he's familiar with the other persons inside the video, outside of the video itself. I would point the court's attention to Redding, REDDING versus the state.
I'm making myself another gin and tonic, and you don't have to super chat me for doing it.
What?
Georgia app at 525.
Okay.
As Redding talks about the admissibility of a publicly available posting on a social media site, YouTube, through a person who could testify, as in this case, as a gang detective who was familiar with various aspects of the video and the persons or the items depicted in the video. I would also point the court's attention to 24801D and point out that this video is a statement by a party opponent that has been publicly posted to a website, publicly available on the internet. And the witness on the stand is able, not just from knowledge of the public posting, but from knowledge of the people depicted inside the public posting, to speak competently about the video. The videos, the case law that has been cited by counsel for defendant Williams is an opposite. It does not compare apples to apples in terms of this video.
That was surprisingly weak, even from Adrian Love, surprisingly weak. But is it enough for Judge Spineless? We will see.
And of course, the court's aware of that statements of a party opponent. The court read the case law last
And she
week
keeps
regarding
talking.
the lack of the need for
Judge, tell her to
foundation
shut the
or the
F up.
statements of a party opponent, as in this case.
I believe that's in Carlson, so, under under the, subpart 801 D2.
Correct.
Also, I did refresh my memory again as to 24-8-801 D2. Statements of a party opponent are admissible without presentation of any predicate or foundation. The definitional exemption for individual admissions is extraordinarily broad, with exemption for individual admissions having almost infinite breadth, and that's cited in Jordan versus Benz, and that's BINNS 712 F3rd 1123. It's a Seventh Circuit case, but there's also.
I checked the numbers. There's twice as many watching me over Twitters than here on the YouTubes. You all guys need to give all the thumbs up you have and everything, because seriously, it's normally the other way around. Share if you have social media. Please share this stream. Get more people in here, please.
So under both, under even looking at Cotton and Redding, but distinguishing that this is a statement that reportedly made by a party opponent, 801, I should say 24-8-801D would apply. And that's what I ruled upon last week. I don't believe that, respectfully, that's going to change my ruling.
We have a continuing objection.
You certainly can have a continuing objection. All right.
And just, may I say one more thing?
Yes, sir.
Just for you to know, that also has a hearsay component, that motion that the state filed in our response. So I don't believe it's right now, but I just want to alert you so I don't do this in front of
A hearsay component as to what? As to some other.
state wanted to get in. You excluded anything said by Mr. Dwayne Carter, little Dwayne, without him testifying. But if that becomes an issue, I just want you to know that I also targeted that in my response, and the state targeted in their brief on Friday. I just want to let you know.
Okay, yeah, I state, I believe, indicated they were not going to get into
And that's
anything.
fine. I just wanted to make sure you don't approach the state.
No, I'm fully aware that you.
Judge, by now you should know that even though the state claims they are not going into it, you know they will, because they have done it so many times.
You all told me about that already. Okay? All right. Anything else?
No.
Okay, all right. Let's take a comfort break, and then I'll see where we are in terms of lunch. Turning room, is lunch available for? Let me find out. All right, we're gonna be recessed 10 minutes, okay? All right.
And the recess. Let's see. That's 10 minutes. That's 15 minutes. That's 20 minutes, Your Honor.
On Monday, please. Monday. No, not this coming. Wait, let me see.
Oh,
Colleagues from Antoine's, from,
what's going on here?
sorry, names, everybody present, sir?
Yes.
All our participants?
Yeah, I think, Ms. Adams is doing it.
Yeah, he's back. Mr. Botts, I heard your cell phone ring, so I guess you'll be buying sandwiches for all of your colleagues from Antoine's from Monday. I saw you walk out and I heard your phone go off. So it's either that or 10 days. Won't be at your house. 901 Wright Street. So do you want to do the Anton sandwiches Monday for your colleagues? Be careful what you ask for.
Yeah, this judge is famous for doing weird punishments for instead of doing the normal contempt of court. No, that's the address of the county jail, of the courthouse jail, not his home address. Now, this judge is famous for making people buy lunches, buy sandwiches, write essays. Yeah, so the lawyers knows all lawyers knows this in this courtroom. So, yeah.
So what do you want to do, sir? All right, sandwiches for your colleagues on Monday, please. Monday. No, not this coming. Wait, let me see.
Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah, Monday, fine. Monday, May the 13th. All right. Anybody have any dietary issues? Councils? Well, okay, well, just give me a list by the end of today so I can make sure that he makes sure that he tenders that, okay? All right. Yes, yes. No, I'm sorry. You're not included in that. I apologize. All right, okay, all right.
And here comes the jury. Spoiler, we are soon coming into the prosecution trying to admit lyrics again. And I have interesting information about that lyrics, about how the prosecution, how they changed, how they claim those lyrics meant back in 2016 and what they mean now. But we are a bit away from that.
Please be seated. All right, thank you, Sir Ingram. All right, Madam, you may continue.
Thank you. Once more, at this time, state 118 echo.
Any further objection other than the objections that have been made? Okay, all right. 118 echoes admitted over objection, maybe publish as you see fit.
Thank you.
If the court started paying for their license, they wouldn't have these bars of advertisements. Hey, Tammy. Good to see you.
Turn up.
If I play this, I'm going to get struck. So I have to do this. Hello. Put on mute and try to tell you what's going on. Directed by Young Thug.
Yeah.
Okay.
Jeffrey Williams, aka Young Thug.
It's a video of sorts. Mr. Williams is on a train or in a studio making hand signs and pulling a gun and shooting a gun at the camera. Here's the thing with videos where they actually aim and shoot towards the camera. That's fake. Everybody should know that.
Jeffrey Williams.
Now it's Mr. Williams. He has a lot of gold around his neck. Bunch of people. Something about wrestling. His diamonds are black. He's smoking MJ. More hand signs.
Seconds in, do you recognize any of the persons in the video as it is shown?
Yes.
Describing where they are, if you could just take a pointer on that easel in front of you, stand up with your front towards the jury and tell the jury who it is that you
Oh, now there's a segment where they don't show it.
recognize in this screen at 1 minute and 6 seconds, and describe what they're wearing for the record.
This is Jimmy Winfrey, aka Pee Wee Roscoe, in the red hoodie. That's Diamante Kendrick, aka Yak Gotti. Jeffrey Williams, aka Young Thug, and that's Mr. Webb. I don't remember his first name. Mr. Webb.
That DeAndre Webb or someone
I
different?
think it's DeAndre Webb. And that's it.
Sorry, folks, but I get claimed if I play video and stuff like that. So I have to. Okay, let's see what else is going on. More hands-on signs. Nicking something. Cleavers. Drugs. Flooded. For you who don't remember, about 2 months ago, Georgia Supreme Court ruled that lyrics and music videos have a higher, much higher standard than other evidence. The foundation must be so thorough that it is in all but an extreme few that it can be allowed. In this case, the judge seems to believe that, oh, this is it. Let's allow everything. Because lyrics, ooh, lyrics, words are bad. Twat. No teacher, water, games. He's well dressed. They're on an airport. Money is being shown. in a studio again, more MJ. It's a fucking music video. Here's the thing about music videos. They mean nothing. It's an expression, an art expression. It's a First Amendment. It's a foundation. Go back the past 300 years and look at art. You have some really, really weird art forms out there. Depictions of less than well clothes on women, men, not women, men, still deemed art. You have songs that are really filthy. You have the song "Here They People," I'm Bobby Brown. Dun, 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 dun. Those lyrics are filthy. And it's still art. It's still allowed because it's art. But when it comes to rap, somehow rap is so vile, according to some prosecutors out there, that it should all be banned. It is all crimes. Here's a little secret, folks. Have you ever heard about Norwegian black metal? If you haven't, let's just say a few of those bands, those members ended other band members. They burnt down churches. They ended other people in the name of the not God. Their actions was prosecuted. Their music is still allowed because even though the heinousness of their crimes, the music is still regarded as art. But here in Fulton County, mumble rap is, according to this prosecution, that is people admitting to crimes. United States of America, you have the absolute best constitution in the entire world. Please protect it, because when you stop protecting it, crap like this happens. When a soulless prosecutor and a spineless judge decides that music and words are bad, they should not be allowed. And if you don't speak up, even if you think that this gangster rap is admittance of crime, sooner or later they will come for your choice in music. Because let's say country music. How many songs allude to not so voluntary women? Just think about it. If you do not speak out, talk to your politicians, because if you don't, they will come for you sooner or later.
And for the record, what was it that the reference was?
He said that Lil Woody, aka Kenneth Copeland, pull up and pop at your noggin, which shoot at your head.
I thought they were done with it, but apparently not. Let's see what the YouTube says.
I'm going to now show you what has been marked.
Hey, I'm still green. Huh. All right. I managed to.
As State's Exhibit 110.
So you're.
Echo.
Yeah. One of my favorite bands as a teenager, Kiss, has a song called Christine 16. Let's just say, if it wasn't deemed art, it might have been an admittance of guilt of statutory things. But no, it's just a song. Then you have a song from the 50s or early 60s that goes something like, she was only 16. Da, 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 da. Yes, this is Steve Urkel's evil twin.
And if I didn't say 115 Echo, I mean 115 Echo, which has already been said. Are you able to tell the jury, before I publish it, what is depicted on State's Exhibit 115 Echo? Without saying what it is, are you able to tell the jury what it is?
Yes.
And was State's Exhibit 115 Echo captured after Mr. Winfrey was released from custody regarding the Lil Wayne bus shooting?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 115 Echo. Would you tell the jury what is depicted on State's Exhibit 115 Echo?
That's the day Jimmy Winfrey got out of prison.
And what is he for the record?
How the fuck is this relevant?
Where is Jimmy Winfrey? Describe what he is wearing and what we are looking at for the record in State's 115 Echo.
Yeah, with a white t-shirt, some jogging pants, and some white tennis shoes.
And where is he standing?
Looks like on a jet.
And is there a handle for the social media page that this is depicted on?
Yes.
And would you state for the record what that handle is?
Pee Wee Roscoe.
And there is a black square over the posting that is made. Would you please take a look at 115 Echo, holding it in front of you, and just read for the jury without showing them any part of what's in that exhibit in your hand, what that posting is by Pee-wee, aka Roscoe.
He says, I'm free, death before dishonor. Slap mafia, business. For every young goat, free. Bankroll mafia, YSL.
Thank you. Now, tell the jury, if you would, what the date of that posting is.
This should be a one-day witness. It's not a one-day witness,
If you're talking about,
but because the judge allows this to drag on for the prosecution, I've said this for a while now. I can almost bet good money that the moment it is the defense case in chief, he will start putting time limits because we don't want to drag this on. Remember, we are over 5 months into a trial that should have been concluded in 6 months. And the prosecution isn't even halfway through. And the judge does nothing. Now, the prosecution has limited the amount of witnesses. That's correct. What they do instead is they are bringing in more evidence through those witnesses, which makes it the judge's ruling obsolete. And it will take the same amount of time, even if it's down to 209 witnesses, as it were with 450, because they are just bringing in more irrelevant stuff.
but the date at the bottom, it says November 6, 2020.
Or the date listed on the post.
Yes.
And can you tell the jury whether you have heard the phrase death before dishonor?
Yes.
And in what capacity have you heard that phrase?
Basically, not to snitch.
Fuck you all the way to hell. That saying is older than dirt. That saying goes back to the old Romans. Has nothing to do with snitches. The army and the Marines, they use it because it's a, yeah. You liar. You effing liar.
And have you heard that phrase during your time as an investigator with gang at the Atlanta Police?
Yes.
During your investigation with the Atlanta Police Department gang unit, specifically your investigation into YSL, have you had any occasion to become familiar with the term either slap business or slap mafia?
Slap more so.
My knowledge testifying is intense.
I'm gonna sustain that objection.
Going now, as I stop sharing this particular exhibit. Ms. During your time as an investigator, investigating these incidents that occurred from January through the end of 2015, did you encounter concerns about snitching from people that you were attempting to interviewed, and engaged.
What's object any hearsay?
I'm gonna suspend further grounds.
During your time investigating these incidents, did you find people willing to speak with you about the incidents that we were listing on the flip chart behind you?
Some would, some would.
And the ones that would not speak to you? Were there concerns about seeing
No, I'm gonna
these?
object to reading question.
I stand objection.
Did you determine through your investigation why they didn't want to speak to you?
Objection, Your Honor, that would be hearsay, compensation clause.
Oral, sir.
But
So the question,
Speculation, objection.
Can I ask you all to approach for a second, Mr. Steele and Mr. Matthews? Come on up.
say about,
And dun, 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 dun. Sidebar counter 168.
during your investigation into YSL, did you determine why people were, those who were reluctant to talk to you, why they were reluctant to
I'm
talk to
gonna call for hearsay, I'll object.
you? No, no.
No.
I believe that the court overruled it.
I've overruled that objection, so you can answer the question, sir.
a lot of people were reluctant to cooperate out of fear of their own safety. A lot of times we were investigating violent incidents where their neighbor's house got shot up. So of course they didn't want to be involved.
I'll object to speculation, of course, also object again to hearsay.
I'll sustain it as to speculation. We can- And ladies and gentlemen, disregard the witness's last statement,
The entirety or the last comment?
the last comment.
I'm gonna pull up State's Exhibit 118 Echo at 2 minutes and 35 seconds in. I'm sorry, 21. And regarding the
I done been getting shit out of these niggas gon' bite on my swag is a verse. I done the swag that pull up on bitches dressing all while I'm at the shirt. Yeah.
Jesus Christ, please, more heads up. And he's grabbing his junk and something about kitchen. He's holding an MJ. And now Detective Urkel is back on the stand. That is back in focus.
Was it used, who was it used by, for the record? In State's Exhibit 118 Echo.
Jeffrey Williams.
And was the, just for the record, was that just before time marker 2 minutes and 38 seconds in?
Yes.
And was the way that it was used consistent with the way that you understand, or what you
Objection,
understand the
that's
term?
also speculation.
I sustain the objection.
Thank you.
That thank you is improper. Never say thank you to a never say thank you to an objection sustained or otherwise. That is so disrespectful.
Would you tell the jury about any other investigations into YSL that specifically that involved persons whose cases you were able to close? In other words, what events or incidents were you and Detective Gaither able to close out your cases on?
Just me and Gaither or the entire investigation?
Let's start with you and Gaither. From January to December.
I'm gonna check date,
Basis,
interrupt, date, interrupt.
I stand as the babe. You can rephrase.
How long did you investigate YSL and their relationship with IFCAN?
Probably,
That's an answer.
I stand the objection.
During that time that you investigated YSL and IFCAN, were you able to close out any of your cases? In other words, solve them?
yes.
Objection, relevance.
I'll rule the objection.
Which ones were you able to solve? And before you answer that, let me ask you this. Were your cases that you were able to solve, were they always involving YSL as a perpetrator, or were some of them involving YSL as victims?
Both.
Your Honor, compound question.
I stand the objection.
Were they only involving YSL as perpetrators?
No, I'm gonna go to object,
Basis.
as they don't look, well, close out or solve means in legal context.
Can we approach?
No. No, you may not. I'm gonna overrule your objection, sir.
Were you able to close out cases that only involve YSL members as perpetrators?
No.
What other kinds of cases were you able to close out as it relates to YSL?
Throughout,
Hold on, that's vague. That's
Were
vague.
you able to close out cases that involve YSL as victims?
yes.
Which cases involve YSL members as victims that you were able to close out during this investigation?
Can I,
Your Honor,
Sir,
objection.
basis.
This is concerning the role of the jury.
Overrule, sir.
What? What? How is that overruled? That is the jury is the fact finder. This guy, no person can testify to an actual result. They can testify to the investigation. They can testify to the evidence. They cannot testify to those persons are guilty. That is not anyone's role. It's the jury and the jury alone. You fucktwats. YouTube's, I said 4-quad. It's my accent. I promise it's my accent.
I'm gonna object as to relevance.
Overrule, sir.
Also want to object as to improper goals.
Overrule, sir. Let me answer the question, sir, if you can.
Do you remember the question?
which cases did we close out?
With YSL members as victims?
Tierra Jones. Tierra Jones was shot and killed in the end of September of 2015. The intended or a victim in the vehicle as well was Shannon Stillwell.
Oh. Yesterday, and I couldn't find it. Mr. Short said the moment he says my client's name, he will call for a mistrial.
Speculation.
No,
I'll sustain the objection. Why don't you wait?
Hearsay,
when you say,
Overrule, sir.
don't talk about anyone's intention, who
were the victims
In,
in the vehicle?
in the Tierra Jones shooting, where Tierra Jones was shot and killed, Shakoya Duncan, Tierra Jones, and Shannon Stillwell were in the vehicle.
And did you interview, or was Shannon Stillwell interviewed in relation to this particular shooting?
Yes,
Do you recall how many times?
I believe twice we interviewed him in the hospital, or attempted to, and then we interviewed him at Atlanta Police Headquarters.
And the first time that you interviewed him, who interviewed him with you at any?
I believe it was myself and my partner, Lakia Gaither, and the lead homicide detective, Howard Griffin.
And was there any particular, were the perpetrators of this shooting members of any particular group that you have already talked to this jury about?
Just
Which group?
if gang.
And during your initial interview of Shannon Stillwell, did he freely offer you information about that?
No,
Objection, Your Honor.
Basis.
Relevance, confrontation clause, hearsay.
Overruled, sir.
And did you speak with Shakoya Duncan after you spoke with Shannon Stillwell?
I believe we spoke with her first.
At some point, did Shannon Stillwell give you additional information about this shooting?
Yes,
At what point was that?
I don't know the exact date or time, but at some point he was interviewed in reference to what and who shot at him.
Did he tell you whether or not he saw who shot him in your first interview?
I don't,
That's a confrontation clause problem. You know, I would object to it coming to this. Anybody else other than the person who's talking about national unified instruction at this time.
I'm going to deny that motion, Mr. Harvey. I'll note it's a continuing objection. Who else had an objection? Who else had an objection? All right, let's do it. Did you stand, Mr. Sharp?
No, Your Honor.
Okay,
I don't believe it.
okay, all right.
Did Mr. Stillwell, at any point during your interviews, ever tell you whether or not he saw who was shooting at him?
yes,
And was he able to give you the name of that person?
yes.
And did he give you the name of that person?
He gave the 3 names.
And what 3 names did he give?
Yeah, I said your objection's continuing, Mr. Harvey.
Bobby Hardy, AKA Smoke, Jamal Ward, AKA Merle, and initially he gave Kelvin Watts, AKA Shell Kill.
Now you said initially, did that ever change?
Later through investigations, it was determined that Shell Kill was not there, and actually Dominique Carter, AKA Stewie, was involved.
Objection, Your Honor, that would be hearsay and compensation clause.
Your Honor, this is proof of investigation, you did not say this.
Oh, sir.
Is Dominique Carter or Stewie affiliated with any of the groups that you're talking to this jury about?
Every name that I mentioned are documented if gang members.
During the conversation that you had with Mr. Stillwell involving where he was a victim, and during the investigation rather, did you determine whether Tierra Jones was the intended target?
She was not the intended target. She was basically
I'll stand objection, Mr. Foreman.
When speaking with Mr. Stillwell, did he tell you whether Tierra Jones was the intended target?
yes, he basically explained that she was giving his baby mother a ride. She was her Shakoya Duncan's neighbor, and she asked her to give a ride to go pick up her baby daddy, which was Shannon Stillwell.
And how is it that Mr. Stillwell was able to convey to you that Tierra Jones was not the intended target?
Your Honor, I'm going to close the objection on behalf of Mr. Reyes.
Oh.
Violation.
Sorry, I thought I was muted. Sorry.
Your Honor, this is Mr. Stillwell as the victim, not incriminating anyone, and it's a opponent's statement.
Overruled, sir.
So how is it that Mr. Stillwell was able to convey to you that Tierra Jones was not the intended target?
He actually showed remorse that she lost her life.
And did he do anything, how did he show remorse?
Through our conversation. The interactions that we had with Mr. Stillwell were not confrontational. They were positive. Like,
Just as it relates to this particular.
I didn't say he's left finish the answer.
Yeah,
Your Honor,
please,
I
sir.
want to get into, he has had many interactions and I need to keep it confined to this particular incident.
yeah, well, I'm also saying as to form, rephrase your question.
I just heard that it was positive. It didn't.
Did you hear my response? I sustained your objection as to form. I'm gonna ask her to rephrase it.
I was expecting to cut him off.
That's right. So I did, so I've sustained your objection. I'm gonna go ahead and she's gonna rephrase the question.
Detective,
This is again, Miss Love knows. This witness might not know. So she asks an improper question where she feeds him the answer. So either she feeds it to him or she reminds him of what he is supposed to answer. So she asks the question improper, objected, judge says, rephrase. She rephrases, and then he repeats what he's supposed to say back.
did Shannon Stillwell write anything to anyone as it relates to the Tierra Jones murder?
Yes,
What did he write?
I believe it was an apology or a sympathy note or something.
To whom?
Her family, her
And
children, I believe.
why was it that he, Mr. Stillwell, was writing an apology note to?
I'll sustain the question as to form.
Did Mr. Stillwell indicate why he was writing an apology note to the family of Tierra Jones?
Yes,
Why was he writing an apology note to the family of Tierra Jones?
Shills asks, so there is no way for the defense to stop these types of questions if the judge allows it? No. They can object to from here to kingdom come. If the judge says rephrase, then she fed this witness the answer, and she just has to say something of the sort, what if any? And he will reiterate the answer. Gwendolyn asks, how can the defense defend that? They can't, because the judge has no spine. Before this trial, he stopped believing in due process. He stopped believing in the founding fathers. He stopped believing in the Constitution, the amendments, and the Bill of Rights, because he is a part of the prosecution's team and he wants these guys convicted. And that is what guides him in his rulings. He's a piece of garbage, a spineless piece of garbage.
because he knew she was not the intended target.
But what did that have to do with him?
Because he knew he was the intended target. By the time we got to September, we are
Speculation.
I need you to just answer, he knew he was the intended target. Go
all
ahead.
right.
Don't talk about the other stuff.
All right.
He knew he was the intended target, go ahead.
He knew he was the intended target. So he
Who?
of If Gang.
The If Gang, the YSL are both Bloods. They are associated with the Bloods. Now, the Bloods doesn't give two shits on a straw about either, but they themselves associate with the Bloods. The beef was never between Mr. Stillwell and somebody else in the If Gang. Never. So this is pure speculation and an outright lie from this witness and the prosecution, and they both know it.
And when did the Tierra Jones murder occur?
September 26th, I believe, of September 2015.
And were the persons, was Mr. Stillwell the only YSL member that you were aware of who had been a victim
No,
of a case that you booked?
no.
Who else was?
You want me to go back to the chart?
If that helps, yes, you may, please do. And don't put your back to the jury, so put your back up against the wall or where you want.
What's going on now? Paper shuffling?
We need to start before my timeline, let me know.
Oh, turning the pages on that
Chart
chart.
with the tip. The murder of Donovan Thomas.
Okay, well, why is that was a victim?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes.
I can think of Maury, 156 Maury, when Kenneth Copeland and his baby mother and the baby was shot at.
What happened in that incident?
When Kenneth Copeland was walking outside with his young child.
I stand objection.
During your investigation, what did you determine occurred?
We did,
Overruled, sir.
through our investigation, we determined that a drive-by shooting was attempted on Kenneth Copeland. When they attempted to shoot Kenneth Copeland threw his baby in the car, fired back.
Overruled, sir.
He threw the baby in the car, fired back. The driver basically hit the gas, didn't know it was a hump in the street, went airborne, crashed into the house. The front seat passenger cracked his head open, and we had a blood puddle in the vehicle. The other gentleman had to then, according to the witness at the house that they crashed into.
Wait, do not get into.
I stand objection.
Do not.
Okay,
Do you
I got you. I don't. A gun battle ensued between the two parties. Subsequently, we did a canvass of the area the next day, and in a Herbie, we recovered a AR-15 with a bloody fingerprint on it. Once we processed that AR-15, the bloody finger.
I sustain objection.
After the evidence that you collected was processed, did you develop any suspected perpetrators?
Yes.
Basis. I'm gonna overrule the objection, sir.
Who were the suspected perpetrators?
4 IF gang members.
What?
Suspected isn't convicted. This is so improper. If you're going to bring in prior bad acts, it has to be convictions. It has to be proffered in a hearing without the presence of the jury. This is insane. Glanville, for fuck's sake, you spineless piece of shit. You know this. You're taught this, and you ignore it.
Octavius Franklin, Daviante Fleetwood, Bobby Hardy, and Josiah Johnson.
And do you recall the date, relative date of that shooting?
Can I refer to the chart? February 19th.
Did you all submit that case to the district attorney's office for the perpetrators to be prosecuted?
Yes.
And were there convictions in that case?
Yeah.
Mr. Sharp overruled, and Mr. Adams overruled as well.
Were there convictions in that case?
Yes.
Was it plea deals?
Would you flip the chart back one day? The January 22nd and the January 26th, 2015 shootings of Lucci's mama's house.
Thank you.
Did you all
Thank you.
investigate that?
Yes.
Thank you, Daily Quick Whites.
Did you develop any suspects in that case, those two cases?
Basis.
They developed suspects.
I sustain objection. Be more phrase.
Did you all charge anyone with those shootings?
We did not charge anybody, but through our investigation.
Objection, Your Honor.
Basis.
They are relevant. You understood the question.
They didn't charge anybody. So how the flaming fuck is this allowed, Your Honor? Being a suspect means nothing since you're innocent until proven guilty in a court of law, or until you admit and take a plea deal. If nobody was charged, why is it relevant who was suspected?
Also relies on hearsay. You have to approach.
I'm gonna overrule your objection on all bases.
Of course you do. You.
At the first incident, 3 IF gang members were arrested on scene. A search warrant was executed of the vehicle. 3 guns were recovered. One of them.
And what led to the 3 IF gang members being arrested?
As Rayshawn Bennett, Lucci's mom's house was being shot up. A vehicle was sitting outside the house, basically providing protection
During your investigation.
during our
I'll
investigation.
move the objection. Go ahead.
When officers arrived on the scene of the shooting,
So back up, I'm sorry. What did you say took place first before the vehicle?
his mother's house was getting shot up on January 22nd. When her house was getting shot up, when police arrived on scene, there was a black Charger sitting in the driveway. Witnesses stated that
Don't say what anybody says, can't do that.
okay.
Were the occupants of the Charger doing anything in relation to this incident
Yes,
as determined through your investigation?
they were having
Go ahead.
a rolling shooting battle.
With whom?
Another vehicle that was shooting at the house.
What groups were involved in this January 22nd, 2015 shooting?
If gang,
Basis. Hold, sir.
Go ahead.
if gang, and YSL.
What?
If gang and YSL.
Okay. Were if gang members in the car outside Lucci's mom's house?
Yes,
And were they shooting at or away from the house?
away from the house.
And were they shooting at or away from the people who were shooting at the house? Sorry, say that again.
Mr. Adams said he's objecting. I'm gonna hold the objection.
Were the if gang members shooting at or away from the people shooting at the house?
They were shooting at the people that were shooting at the house.
What about the January 26th, 2015 incident? Did you all investigate that as well?
Yes,
All right. And did you determine whether either of the groups that you talked to this jury about were involved in that?
yes.
What group or groups were involved in that shooting?
The victim was Kenneth Copeland and his brother, who were his
What?
Casey, which is Kenneth Copeland, was shot at as they exited.
Okay, if you're new here, either on the tubes or on the tweets, hi, I'm Nick. I do labor law. I'm a union rep. I have a law degree. So I do have training in evidence evaluation of witnesses, and stuff like that. So I do have some basic knowledge about law. Even though US law and European law, they are quite similar. It is the process leading up to trial and in trial. That's different. But the basics are the same. Innocent until proven guilty, the right to a proper defense, the right to face your accuser, all of that, the same. So I do, even though I don't have an American law degree, I still have, in my opinion, the tools to educate myself and you in basics of law when it comes to cases like this. Thank you, Ghost3, for mentioning that. I made. Here's the thing. I cannot claim to be a lawyer because I do not work as a lawyer. Lawyer in Sweden is a protected title. You have to work as a lawyer to call yourself a lawyer. That is why my streams, the thumbnails, and the headlines, that's why it doesn't say lawyer reacts to, because legally I cannot say that, claim I am, even though I have all the credentials. So yeah. So that's a bit about me. Cheers.
Hit the highway in his brother's vehicle.
Did the shooting on January 26th at 1007 Hill Street happen before or after Mr. Copeland's vehicle was shot at?
I believe it happened. I'm not sure on the time.
Kimberly, someone from Law and Seaward asked if you think the jury will find guilty. Did they ask me? Objectively, I have no idea. My hope is that they will take 45 minutes to write all the things down to not guilty, just to put a big in the face of the prosecution and this spineless judge for wasting their time for well over a year with this pile of garbage. Cases where the guilty has already served their time. Cases that was dropped. Charges was dropped. There are even things in this trial that isn't even a crime that is held against the defendants, because that is how the Georgia RICO Act is written, by your lawmakers. If you really want to make a difference, ask your member of the Georgia politician whatevers. Tell them this isn't acceptable. That is now. I deeply appreciate you coming here. I deeply appreciate you giving the thumbs up, the subscriptions, and everything. The real difference you can make is to tell your lawmakers to stop it. Stop with this charade.
Would showing you a report of that incident refresh your memory?
Yes.
Would you tell the jury, as we get that for you, what occurred as determined by your investigation at Hill Street on January 26, 2015?
I'm going to object that, yes, let's do that personal knowledge will be hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection. You can lay a little more foundation on it.
What did you investigate occurring at Hill Street?
I investigated Lucci's mom's house being shot up for the second time. I actually interviewed his mother.
I'm going to approach you with what has been marked.
Hello, Wim. The court reporter, when she actually smiles, she's good looking. But I assume she's been a court reporter for quite some time, because her standard face is frown. But once she actually smiles, I could imagine when she was in her 20s, she was gorgeous. Now in her 40s, she's been in the courtroom for quite some time. And the frown, but when she smiles, she's actually quite good looking. All right. I'm getting a bit of intoxicated, but I also want not more free drunkenness. So if you want me to pour another gin and tonic, I need to see $20 as super chats or gifted memberships within the next 15 minutes, okay? That's not, I mean, $20. $20, that's not much. Just to appreciate your appreciation to me, okay?
I think 115 Echo R. 115 Echo Romeo, right here. 114 Echo Romeo. Showing you page.
All right. Thank you, John. Another gin and tonic. And by the way, this is not an ordinary gin and tonic. This is gin and tonic from Organic Navy Strength Gin at, can you see it here? 57.1%. Oh, that was much. That is for me to be able to replace that bottle on Friday. Oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah, I see, Eric. And I always say this, even when I do my fundraising streams, I always say this: don't give what you don't have. Please, folks, do not give what you don't have. There's never an obligation to super chat or something. It is an extra for me, for the people who can. Shani Graham! Folks, this is my internet big sister, Shani Graham. She's my internet big sister. You need to subscribe to her channel. You all need to, because her previous channel was yeeted, so she had to start all over. Who doesn't like a person like Shani Graham to sit down and for a couple of hours just say things how they are supposed to be? She is good. On Saturday, there will be a fundraiser on Shani Graham's channel. I will try to attend. But on Saturday, you have the Jodi Arias trial. Then I will have my Serial Killer Saturday. The people from the Serial Killer Saturday who watch me, I will send over to that stream. Now, if I'm sober enough, I will try to attend. Thank you, Jenny. Thank you so much. And go subscribe to her. And the World of Doom. Come on. Come on. There you go.
Starting with number 16 at the top. Of 114 Echo Romeo. Just look at it. Don't speak out loud. And after you have read the first 4 sections, could you tell the jury whether your memory has been refreshed as to which event occurred first in relation to January 26, 2012?
Oh, for frick's sake.
My memory is refreshed.
So as between,
I assume that's a piece of paper. You're supposed to say this in your testimony.
Mr. Copeland, the YSL number being shot at on 26 and 107 Hill Street, Gucci's mom's house being shot at. Which one occurred first?
Kenneth Copeland being shot at on the expressway.
And was there a case number for Kenneth Copeland being shot at on the expressway?
Yes.
And what was that case number?
15-026-0124.
Can you write that case number underneath the vehicle type? And was there a case number for the 107 Hill Street?
Yes.
Would you tell me that case number as I write it?
Thank you.
What is that case number?
15-026-2672.
Now, in the Atlanta Police Department's case numbers, what do the first 2 numbers mean?
That's the year.
And what is the second set of 3 numbers?
That's the Julian date.
And
The Julian date.
does the Julian date correspond to the number of the day and the year that it is?
Correct.
And what do the last 4 numbers correspond to?
That's the call, the number of the call for service for that day.
All right, so 0124, would that mean it's the 124th call for service?
You're right.
And 2672, that
Correct.
is,
That's later in the day.
thank you.
Did your investigation lead to any convictions in either of those cases?
No. But can I elaborate? The firearm used to shoot Lucci's mother was recovered May 7th on a YSL member.
I'll sustain it. You can learn a little more foundation.
In the shooting,
I think that last drink is more or less 50-50, 57% gin and tonic. Here we go.
of Lucci's mother's house, were there shell casings collected?
Yes,
And were shell casings collected both on January 22nd, 2015 and on January 26th, 2015?
yes.
And
We are
what
still
happened?
an hour behind because I've shouted
We
so
were
much.
conducting a joint operation with
1.5 speed.
alcohol, tobacco, and firearms, ATF. They process every firearm, every round that we recover, and they do what's called a knifing test to determine what gun fired it.
Haven't
And
they had
it
lunch
helps
yet?
match if a gun was used on multiple crime scenes.
And did you all, or through your investigation, did you all take those knife and hits, if you will, and map them onto the various cases that you were investigating?
Yes,
Now, in May of 2015, did you all investigate any YSL members relating to having possession of any firearm?
yes.
Who?
Quindarius Zachary.
What kind of firearm?
It's considered a pistol, but it's an assault rifle.
And what was the nature of the offense or event that you were investigating as it related to Quindarius Zachary?
A 911 call was made in reference to an individual at the gas station at 151 Cleveland. Can I go to the chart?
Yes, sure.
Here's a testimony from a 911 call.
No, not the one called.
I'm gonna sustain the objection.
We're not talking about what was said in the 911 call. Would you tell what was done in the investigation? Did police respond to 151 Cleveland?
Yes,
And is that incident you're talking about reflected on the flip chart portion that you would put in front of the jury?
yes,
Is that the May 7, 2015 Zachary assault rifle?
yes.
Did the apprehension of Mr. Zachary in that case give you any leads into other cases that you were investigating throughout 2015 as it related to YSL?
Yes.
Which other cases?
Mr. Zachary provided insight upon interviewing him.
Don't talk about what he said. You cannot talk about what he said. You understand? Okay? I'm just asking you. Can you state with simplicity which other cases that you were able to learn about?
Yes,
All right. Who did those other cases involve?
YSL and Ifkan.
This is still hearsay.
I'm gonna overrule your objection, sir.
At any,
Overrule, sir.
at any time during your investigation of these shootings, did anything about records or music prove itself to be of any purpose to your investigation?
That's just based,
I sustain the objection.
Were these shootings about music?
that's just speculation.
I sustain the question.
While you were interviewing people and doing your investigation, did you have any reason to look into young stoner life as an industry?
No. Never came up. Was aware of it, but no.
Young stoner life never came up?
No.
Was it only young slime life as it relates to YSL?
I stand the question.
As it relates to YSL, what was the name that came up? Young.
Young Slime.
Turning to April 28, 2015, if you could flip the chart back. What did you determine during your investigation occurred on April the 28th, 2015? And please.
Go into detail or whatever am I, let me know.
I would like to tell the jury, without talking about what anyone said, what you investigated as occurring at 1428 Adele Drive.
Excuse me, you're saying, and violates the confrontation clause.
Overrule, sir.
May I have a continuing
You
objection?
may have a continued objection.
What did you investigate as occurring at 1428 Adele Drive?
1428 Adele was shot up 46 times.
Were shell casings or any items of evidence collected in that shooting?
Yes.
And what was the nature of the items of evidence? Was shell casings?
Shell cases was recovered on the scene
How are you able to tell the jury off the top of your head 46 shell casings?
because, like I said, we had a joint investigation with the ATF. Anytime a crime scene was processed, we would reach out and work in conjunction with them to know the status of the shell casings or any evidence recovered.
And given the length of time between now and then, how does that number stick out in your mind? Why are you able to remember?
Adele sticks out because
I'll sustain objection.
All right. What about the April 28, 1903 Drew Drive shooting? What did you all investigate as having occurred in that instance?
same thing, house shot up, shell casings recovered. They were all sent through NIBIN, and it was determined that the same weapon was used.
Basis?
And competition.
Overrule, Mr. Sharp. I'm sustaining Mr. Adams' objection.
Do you know how many shell casings were collected at 1903 Drew Drive?
Not sure.
Were there any convictions as a result of your investigation into the April 28, 2015 shootings at Adele Drive and Drew Drive?
Overrule, sir.
Yes,
Were the persons convicted affiliated with either of the groups you've already talked to the jury about?
yes,
Which group?
YSL members.
Now, when you talk about shootings between If Gang and YSL, are these scratch that. Without talking about what anyone said, did you speak to any members of YSL during the course of this investigation of these back and forth shootings?
Julie Holm. Nick, thank you for saying everything we are all thinking. The judge doesn't do his job, and he has let the prosecution team do whatever they want and then blame the defense. Yeah. Here's the thing. A lot of people think this, but you don't have a law degree. I do. And I'm not the only one with a law degree. There are Georgia-based lawyers who says this is ridiculous. You have AV to the seventh power, who is an active lawyer who does coverage of this trial. And so even locally based lawyers says this is ridiculous. So your gut feeling that this is immensely stupid is correct, because there's so many people, not just me, but people locally who says this is stupid. But here we are. Hi, Dave. Welcome to the chat.
Yes,
Without saying what anyone said, would you tell the jury who you saw that was connected with YSL?
in reference to this case or overall?
In reference to the shootings in 2015 that you were investigating, which YSL members, without saying a single word of what they said, which YSL members did you talk to?
Kenneth Copeland, Demikian Darlington, Quindarius Zachary, Shannon Stillwell, Diamante Kendricks, Walter Murphy.
Hearsay, 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 hearsay. Trying to think. Huh, good luck. Detective Oracle.
Trying to think.
Antonio Sledge. That's it for now.
And during your conversations with all of these people, was there ever any assertion that YSL is not a gang?
No.
I'm not asking what they
I
said.
I sustain objection. Mr. Sharp, please sit down. Thank you.
When you spoke with all these members of YSL,
Before I let her finish that. Now the jury has all the names. Now she's going to ask specific questions in order for the jury to apply that specific question to all of these people, which is so insanely improper. Insanely improper.
Did you identify yourself as a detective in the gang?
Yes,
Did you inform these people that you are investigating YSL as a criminal street gang?
yes.
Is that recorded anywhere, you fucktwat? I'm sorry, YouTubes. I was saying 4-quad. It's my accent. It plays tricks on you, so you think you hear something, but I'm actually saying 4-quad. Okay? 4-quad.
Did you receive any pushback from anyone?
I'll sustain this as the first face-to-face objection.
Yes, sir.
Defense is on the toes now.
2015, was any other YSL member affected adversely by the shootings that you were investigating in 2015?
I sustain the objection.
Did Trantavia his grandmother's house get shot up on May 17, 2015?
I sustain the objection.
What happened on May 17, 2015 as it relates to?
Again, she's feeding him the answer, knowing it will be objected and sustained so he can answer. She's feeding him the answers.
Little Tick's grandmother's house got shot.
On September 13, 2015, did anything happen to any member of YSL that you investigated?
Yes.
What happened?
There was a shooting at 322 Glen Street, and according to a witness, they were.
Without talking about what anyone said, please just tell the jury the incident that you were investigating.
We had a shooting at 322 Glen Street, the Green Store.
Who, if anybody, was shot or grazed?
Shannon Stillwell.
Did Mr. Stillwell report that to the police?
No.
September 30th of 2015, did you investigate anything occurring between YSL and If Gang at Magic City Strip Club?
Yes.
What did you investigate her?
Martinez Duke Arnold was beat up inside of Magic City.
By whom?
If Gang members.
What was the name of one of those If Gang members?
Kelvin Watts.
And does Calvin Watts have a nickname that you were aware of through your investigation?
Shell Kell.
Shell, could you spell that?
Shell, S-H-E-L-L, Kell, K-E-L.
And did he use any kind of icons on social media that you were able to observe personally as identifying himself?
He would use a shell, or like a seashell.
The day or morning beyond the night of September 30th, 2015, did you investigate an incident involving members of YSL?
Yes.
Who were those people?
Martinez Duke Arnold and Diamante Yak Gotti.
Do you know what the arrests or what the incident was for?
Do I know what it was for?
What
Yes.
was the nature of the incident that you were investigating involving Martinez Duke Arnold and Diamante Yak Kendrick?
Objection calls for hearsay.
Overrule, sir.
Objection on relevance.
Overrule, sir.
You may answer. What was the nature of the incident that you were investigating?
A retaliatory shooting.
Objection, speculation.
Overrule, sir.
Now, were Mr. Kendrick and Mr. Arnold separate or together at the time the incident occurred?
I have to stop for a bit here. And here's the thing. This witness testimony is actually damaging towards the defendants. But the reason it's damaging is because the judge allows this bull crap in. Remember, no reports. He claims, oh, we did a do-over. Where's the actual evidence of that? Where's the actual reports so the defense can rebut this? Nowhere to be found. Magically, only the things that supports the prosecution's idea was found. The rest disappeared. This, I believe, so far in this trial, we are over 5 months in. This is probably the most damaging towards the defense so far. The rest is pure garbage, but we still haven't heard the cross-examination.
Together. Which incident? The fight or the?
The incident that led to your investigation of them for this thing, when they were stopped.
They were together.
And where were they when they were stopped?
The units attempted to stop them at Trestle Tree Apartments.
Now, does Trestle Tree Apartments have any significance to your investigation between If Gang, this back and forth between If Gang and YSL?
Yes.
I'm an overruled objection.
What significance?
I just pinned Shanagram's YouTube channel on my YouTube chat. You need to subscribe to her because I say so. Okay? Go do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Sorry.
Does Trestle Tree Apartments have to your investigation between the back and forth between If Gang and YSL?
If gang members Shell Kill and other If gang members hung out at Trestle Tree Apartments.
Did YSL members also hang out at Trestle Tree?
No, ma'am.
And were Mr. Kendrick and Mr. Arnold in a vehicle, on foot, or what at the time that they were encountered?
They were in a vehicle.
Was the vehicle stopped?
They attempted to stop it.
Was the vehicle eventually stopped?
Yes.
And was there a chase that ensued?
Yes.
You have an objection, sir?
Yes.
Basis.
You're saying confiscation clause?
I don't speak object. Those two. I'll overrule the objection, sir.
Was there a chase that ensued?
Yes.
Who ran it?
Both. Martinez Arnold and Diamante Kendricks.
Were there any weapons found in the vehicle?
Yes.
What weapons?
I believe 2 stolen guns.
Now, did you document on Stacy's exhibit 113 Echo R that you have in front of you?
114 Echo?
Yes, thank you. Did you document on that event that you investigated?
Yes.
Do you remember specifically the kind of guns that were found?
Yes.
Would you tell the jury, and if you're refreshing your memory, let me know for the record,
I'm refreshing my memory.
with the document 114 Echo Romeo?
Yes.
What, looking up from that document, tell the jury what types of guns were recovered during the stop of Mr. Kendrick and Mr. Arnold?
A stolen .40 caliber handgun and a stolen.
Basis. I'm sustaining the objection.
Don't talk about the nature of it, just what types of guns were recovered?
A handgun and an assault rifle.
And were either of those guns recorded? So,
Yes.
Okay, all right, well, remember Ms. Weaver's told you all, don't object in symphony. So we'll take it one at a time. All right, so Mr. Matthews, what was the base for your objection?
Hearsay, confiscation clause, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm gonna sustain it for hearsay. Mr. Sharp? All right,
did you all, as law enforcement officers, with the gang unit or ATF, do any traces on these firearms through your investigation?
Yes.
Through your investigation, did either Mr. Kendrick or Mr. Arnold purchase those firearms?
No.
Objection compound.
I sustain the objection, Mr. Farmer.
Your Honor.
Oh, hold on. Yes, Mr. Sharp.
It's also hearsay, confrontation clause.
Overrule, sir.
Through your investigation, did you determine whether Mr. Kendrick's lawfully purchased either of those firearms?
He did not.
Hearsay, and confrontation clause.
Overrule, sir.
You may.
He did not purchase either firearm.
Lawfully. And what about Mr. Arnold? Did you determine whether Mr. Arnold lawfully purchased either firearm?
He did not purchase either firearm.
And when you speak of not purchasing, do you mean,
Objection, Your Honor.
what do you mean?
I sustain the objection.
Do you know whether, what do you mean when you say he didn't purchase it? And is there any distinction between lawfully purchasing and purchasing, Your
Objection,
Honor?
compound. I'm sorry. Objection, Your Honor, partial legal conclusion. Objection compound.
Sustain both bases.
What do you mean when you say that the guns, Mr. Kendrick did not purchase the guns?
He didn't go through legal means at a store.
Non-responsive. Jury's instructed to disregard the witness's last comment.
Did you find any records of Mr. Kendrick purchasing either gun?
No, ma'am.
Did you find any records of Mr. Arnold purchasing either gun?
No, ma'am.
And are those records that are kept supposedly? for firearms?
I sustain the objection.
Is there a legal requirement for those
Objection,
records?
Your Honor, partial legal conclusion.
I stand in objection.
Do you normally get records of
Objection.
purchases of firearms?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
I'm gonna overrule that, sir.
Do you normally get records of purchasers of firearms?
Yes, as a task force officer, when you purchase a firearm, you have to go through a background check and different things to purchase a firearm legally.
And are those
Judge, this is way surpassed the point where you say move on. Way surpassed. But you're a part of the prosecution team, just as much as Miss Love, because you have no spine. You lost your spine along the way.
records, documents that you had access to during your time as a Canadian investigator?
Yes. Yes.
Before you posit more questions, madam, how about some lunch?
Hey.
Okay, all right. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, it's approximately 1:20. Let's be in recess until 2:30.
Oh shit, I was muted. Where did you go? Mr. Jingles! No, wait, come here. The audience wants to see you. Come here. Hello, Mr. Jingles. The audience have been waiting for you for quite some time. Dun, dun, dun. Hello, Mr. Jingles. Hello. He woke up. Hello, Mr. Jingles. Hello. No. Ow. Ow. Jeez. Ow. He didn't like that. For you who don't know, that was Mr. Jingles. Mr. Jingles and his brother was found at an abandoned barn about 7 years ago. And a friend of mine took them in and had them on his farm. Then he had to move, and I took care of them. And I moved to this farm, which I currently inhabit. And Mr. Jingles is still here. His brother, Buster, he has moved across the field to my aunt. Because Mr. Jingles is very territorial. It's his property and nobody else's. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, so Mr. Jingles and Buster. Now, Mr. Jingles got his name because I managed to get a necklace with a bell on it. So, Mr. Jingles. Buster is called Buster because I tried to put on a necklace with a bell on it, and he busted me up. So, Buster. Oh, so that's the story about Buster and Mr. Jingles. And Mr. Jingles is still here. And he takes care of the farm and the barn and everything. And sometimes he leaves gifts to me. And his gifts are not like drunk me gifts. It's rodents and baby hairs and stuff like that. And you don't really want to wake up in the middle of the night with Mr. Jingles jumping up, doing something, then jump down, and you sense that, something's off. You open your eyes, look down, oh, that's half a mouse. Yeah, but yeah, I love him to bits. He takes care of the farm. And takes care. I mean, I still have mice and rodents around the farm, but if I hadn't Mr. Jingles, that issue would have been much more severe. Let's just say that. We are 4 hours in. We did a recap of yesterday. We did all the lunch. Let's see, how long have they been on a break? They have been on a break for over an hour. So Mr. Glanville's 1 hour break for lunch is longer. Oh no, Michael Burke. The half of the mice was not that end. It was the head end. The rest was gone. Here's the thing with cats. Cats are predators. That's what they are. You can domesticate them, but in their core, they are predators. If you give a cat a chance, they will hunt. You can have... I remember when I was a kid, my dad wanted to buy one of these cats with, you know, the smushed in face. And it didn't... That cat was called Reinhold, which is a really, really old Scandinavian name. Really, really old. I mean, a real Viking name. That cat weighed 32 pounds and he slept 23.5 hours a day, minding his own business. But once a day, he just looked up and stared, and then he leapt from ground to the top of a shelf like nothing. So even with an overweight cat, it's still a predator. Daily Quick Bite says, I did have a cat bring me a rather large rodent head of unusual sight and on apparently seeking a home. I'm a dog person though. Dog Canada forever. And here's the thing. I am actually a dog person. But I have a farm. And I need a cat. And this Mr. Jingles is an asshole. But he's my asshole. Well, phrasing. No, I mean, I just couldn't, because when my friend had to move, he relocated his other animals, but the cats nobody could take. And I just, because I've been there a few times, I just couldn't. So I took them in. And Buster is having the time of his life over at my aunt's house. He lives in their garage. He protects that one. And he looks like a wrestler because he had one of these, because he got a cut on his ear. So it becomes a wrestler's ear. And he looks the part. And now Mr. Jingles is a big cat. Mr. Jingles is, I would assume, around 15 pounds. And Buster is twice his size. But he's amazing over there at my aunt's house because they have no problem with mice or any other rodents whatsoever. He just catches them. Samantha Yo says, I have a farm cat. She brings all the goodies to the door, though. Not my bed. I would cry. I wish my Mr. Jingles was like your cat, but he isn't. I mean, over the years, I must have had dozens, more than dozens, of gifts And in September or October of last year, I went through the barn because I needed to throw some things out. And behind the old trailer, I'm not kidding, 4 hare carcasses that he stored for the winter. Not baby hares, hares. I mean, this guy is amazing. He is simply amazing. Now, as I said, I'm still, to my core, a dog person. And I'm going to try to show you, once I am able to retire. Hint, hint. Super chat, super chat. Let's see here. Let's see here. Let's see here if I can find it. Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, let's see here. Let's see if I can find a good picture. There, you have a good picture. This is an Alaskan noble. It's a really, really new breed. It has some wolf in it, but not as much as it seems. It is extremely independent. It guards and it hunts, and it still have the ability to cuddle. Now, once I retire, that might be a decade from now, I will move up north to the family cabin, or I will build a new cabin on the property. Up north in Sweden, it is snow, it is cold, it is the proper surroundings for this kind of dog. And first of all, it's gorgeous. Second of all, it's trainable. Third, it can hunt and guard. And it's appropriate for the weather. So yeah, this is an Alaskan noble, a very, very new breed. Is it expensive? Oh, hell yeah. But once I retire, I'm prepared to take that cost. Hopefully, Mr. Jingles is still around in a decade. In a decade, he will be somewhere 18, 19, 20 years. I hope to have him here a long while. I mean, because he really knows what he's doing, Mr. Jingles. And Mr. Jingles has actually survived a lot. For instance, about 5 years ago, he disappeared. Now, that's not unusual for Mr. Jingles to just wander off and then come back in a couple of weeks. It's not unusual. But he actually, nobody saw him. So people, okay, where is he? But he's a farm cat. Either he will come back or he won't. I will be devastated. But that's just the way it is with farm cats. Then after 3 weeks, people who rented one of my containers, or 20-foot containers, opened up their door and out came Mr. Jingles. Skinny as hell. Really, really skinny. As it's because they went into their container, put stuff in about 3 weeks earlier. And apparently, Mr. Jingles thought, oh, I haven't watched in what's in here. So he went in and then they closed the door behind him. And there he was for 3 full weeks. No food, no water. They opened the door to the container and out he went. Yeah. They called me and said, have you been missing a cat? And I said, yeah. I have. Well, he's been in the container and he's a bit skinny. So I went home, took him in, and he was really, really skinny, as in you saw the spine and stuff like that. But he started to munch away on the food and everything. And then a week later, the people who rented the container, they went back to put some other stuff in, and he tried to get back in. But that time they actually saw him and said, no, out you go. And within a month, he was back to his normal self. I took him to the vet and everything, and she said, he is fine. And I told her the circumstances. Well, a normal cat will probably be gone. You don't have a normal cat. So, yeah. So, no, 1, he didn't learn, and 2, he survived. So, yeah. Oh, but that was just one of the stories. I mean, most of the stories about Mr. Jingles is mundane, like he caught something, he brought it in, and or the time when he decided I had been especially nasty to him. I don't know. I feed him, I pet him. I can't pet him for more than 90 seconds. After that, no. Scratch. Yeah. But apparently I did something especially wrong, because I came home, did my stream, everything, and then I went to bed. You know, when you lay down in your bed, dressed as God created you, and you lay down in something wet. Yeah, Mr. Jingles decided, as right below where I put my head, cough up. A really, really wet one. And I didn't notice it until I lay down. Oh. But I mean, Mr. Jingles he's an asshole, but he's my cat, and he tolerates my presence most of the time. Hearsay. Oh, let's see here. No. Still not back. Now we are 1 hour and 10 minutes, and I need 2 things. I need more of my nicotine patches, and I need to do a bit of let's see, do I still have it? Yeah, here it is. I need to visit the big boys room. I'll be right back, okay? Hey, they are back. Dun, dun, dun. There you go. And I saw a comment here. Biliano Fever. N.Starow, do you actively practice? Yes, I do. If so, how might someone go about hiring you for a labor or medical leave case against an employer? I am contracted to a specific union, so you can't actually hire me. But in order for a labor law medical leave case, you have to contact a local labor law lawyer. If you're a part of a union, that might be arranged for you. But if you're not, you have to hire a local labor law specialized lawyer. Most of the time, you can ask for a sit down for half an hour or an hour to present your case without a fee. Most of the time. It depends on the state you're in or even the county you are in. My suggestion would be that you contact at least 4 different who specializes in that field in your local area. So that is how you do it in the United States. I can't practice in the United States, but maybe in the future, if my channel gets big enough and generates some kind of revenue, I actually have the plan to retire in the United States and then do pro bono labor law stuff. But that is way into the future. Way into the future. I hope I answered your question, Biliano.
It applies. Court of Criminal Appeals of Texas, Detective Dennis. Why? All right, okay. Is everybody here, sir? Okay. All right. All right. Before we bring in retired Detective Dennis once again, Mr. Steele, I'm in possession of of the case you sent me over the lunchtime hour, and I have looked at it. It's by the Court of Criminal Appeals of Texas. I'll include the next court's exhibit in order. I'm gonna respectfully disagree. I'm not with the Texas Court of Criminal Appeals, but just with the analysis as it relates to our case, I don't believe it applies. We have different purposes that the videos are being admitted for, but you may continue to object as you see fit in terms of.
Yeah, here's the thing. You can show different state court ruling, but in order for a Georgia court to even consider it, you need to have a Georgia case or a circuit case. Let's see, which circuit is Georgia in? Dun, dun, dun. Is it 11th? Is that Georgia, which circuit? It is the 11th Judicial Circuit. So if you want to apply laws in Georgia, locally in Georgia or the 11th Circuit, that's the way to. Texas might be an indicator, but he really doesn't have to apply it. Linda Evers, am I still doing my Viking stories? Yes, I am. Let's see here. Dun, dun, dun. here is my channel for Scandinavian folk tales, sagas, and fairy tales. It is my secondary channel, and tomorrow I will read in the next saga. Currently I have, let's see here, 9 stories recorded and delivered through that. This is my secondary channel where I read old Scandinavian folk tales, fairy tales, and sagas. If you want to break from all this serious stuff, please do. Please do subscribe to it and listen to a few of the stories. And give me a thumbs up over there as well. Once I reach 500 subscribers on that channel, I will do a live reading of a fairy tale. I'm currently at 372, so I need 128 more. So if 182 of you feel the urge, please do. Please subscribe to that. And once I reach 500 subscribers, I will do a live story reading. But we are here for this trial. Let's continue.
These videos are or social media, okay?
No, I appreciate it. And I assume, well, I know that the objection stands, so.
Yes.
I just wanted to, you always said, you know, like we all do, educate you on any new developments.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Can I just ask one thing before we start, if that's okay?
Yes, sir.
With this witness, especially, when the state is asking like things like, you know, don't tell me what you said, but what your investigation shows, and then, you know, it shows that, and I'm just using an example. It shows that Mr. Stillwell knew that the bullets were for him, and he felt really bad. He wrote an apology letter. Because of the way the indictment is and the court's ruling that we are attached because, quote, YSL is allegedly the state's seeking to prove it as a criminal conspiracy. I just want the court to know that those have brutal overtones because now it's an admission.
Those have what? I'm sorry?
Brutal, B-R-U-T-O-N, overtones. Because that's now an admission, does not further any conspiracy, and it affects everybody. So I know you overruled those objections, but going forward, I'm not objecting. I know it's Mr. Adams' witness, but going forward, I just like that to also be part of it because it seems like we don't have a person to cross-examine.
All right, State.
Thank you, Judge.
In regards to the issue of Bruton, Mr. Still's concern.
I forgot to bring more nicotine pouches. I will still listen, but I will be away for 30 seconds. Just saying.
Sure.
Your Honor, I have not looked into that issue. I disagree with Mr. Steele's analysis, but I'd like the opportunity to read or review what was said. I don't see it that same way. This is the first time that I've heard that posit to the court.
Okay. All right. Anything else? All right. So, can we call Detective Dennis, please?
Don't start using nicotine. It's not good for you and it's addictive. Now, do I believe it's better than smoking? Oh, hell yeah. And Mr. Dennis. let me just say that Mr. Dennis has a bachelor's in criminal justice, and still the only job he was the only job he was able to get was a basic cop with a bachelor's in criminal justice. How bad are you? How low grades did you have, even with a bachelor's in criminal justice, and you are put in as a base cop? Vamp asks, do you think we'll reach Cross this week? Maybe. I can't see she has much more from this.
Yes, you heard me. I was. In fact, gotta eat.
Do you recall what the last incident or event that you investigated that involved, and I'm flying live, in 2015 was the date of the last incident that you investigated?
It's probably the detail we did at Club Crucial.
Now, when did you do the detail at Club Crucial that you described?
Can I look at the paper?
Yes, if you need to refresh your memory, the Stacy 0114 Echo, is that the one you're talking about?
Yes. It was October 5th of 2015.
Now, what did that detail involve? And I'll start out by asking, why were you at Club Crucial on that night?
By the time we got to October, a lot of our incidents originated at Club Crucial. So, like I said previously, it was a joint operation between Atlanta Police, ATF, Georgia State Patrol. We set up a detail at Club Crucial. I myself was a uniformed patrol officer in uniform with the other officers that already work at the club. I stood out in front of the club and basically as a spotter. Georgia State Patrol, ATF, and Atlanta Police was positioned.
What he's talking about is that Georgia or Fulton County pays their cops so little, they take security jobs.
In around the club.
Now, when you said you were a uniformed patrol officer, were you working in your capacity as a gang detective?
Yes.
So you weren't stationed in patrol, you were.
I didn't work at Club.
I stand objection. Mr. Matthews.
Would you explain what you mean?
I wasn't on patrol. I basically wore my uniform to blend in with the other officers that were working at the club.
And what did you mean when you said you had a spot?
I knew most of the targets. And so as different targets between both gangs would come in or come out, I would relay that information to the other units, and it would go from there.
And what happened on October 5th, 2015, as it relates to that particular detail that you described?
2 arrests was made.
And who were those?
Philip Collins, aka Philo.
With which group was Philip Collins associated?
Fifth gang.
And who else?
Kelvin, OG Bentley, Treadwell.
And with which group?
YSL.
After October 2015, were you still a detective in the game?
Yes.
Did you investigate any incidents that involved members of YSL in 2016?
Not that I can recall.
Was the 2015 investigation into YSL that you said stemmed from the murder of Aaron Thomas, was that the first major investigation that you had done involving YSL?
Yes.
And how would you describe the events that you have been investigating in terms of frequency as the year 2015 wound down, like if we got into December 2015?
By the time we got to December, we had made arrests. And so the violence started to come to an end. Most of the people involved, a lot of them were in custody.
And in 2016, did you have any upticks in that violence? What about 2017?
Whatever year that Martinez Arnold was assaulted at Magic City again, I don't know what year that was.
And Martinez Arnold Duke, correct?
Correct.
And who was Duke allegedly assaulted?
Donovan Thomas's brother, Marquavius Curtis, aka Greedy.
And
Remember how he said things were going to an end, it started to calm down. This is the statistics. Homicides. Now, 2016, yeah, there was a slight drop. And since then, it has skyrocketed. Good work, gang detective 4-Quad. Good job. It really shows how good the police is working in the Atlanta area since 2016, 2017 going forward. Isn't that weird? With all those arrests, you would assume it would be lower, but no, it got higher. Much higher. Isn't that strange? And for you who wonder, the statistics is from this page. Crime in the city of Atlanta, an update with 2022 data. AtlantaRegional.com data diversions. These property crime down, okay. Somewhat, and it claims violent crime down. Homicides way up. Good job. But here's the thing. Those are reported crimes in the statistics. So reported crimes are down. Homicides almost doubled since 2016.
you're saying whatever year that occurred, did the sequence of events that you saw in 2015 begin to repeat themselves the year that occurred?
No.
Okay. Did you see any similar sequence of events the year that occurred? Did you see any similar sequence of events?
I stand the objection.
The year that Martinez Arnold was assaulted by Marquavius Curtis, did you see anything similar to what you saw?
Objection, Your Honor, ask and answer.
I stand the objection.
Was there a year that the sort of
Judge, tell her to move on.
started to happen again?
Yes.
Okay. What year did that happen?
2019.
2019 was the
What
year when
did you retire
homicides
from the
actually
ambulance
picked up.
August of 20.
Between 2015 and August of 20, did you work with Detective Gaither the entire time?
No,
When did you first stop working with Detective Gaither?
whenever she got promoted to sergeant.
She got promoted to a desk job with a slight pay increase just to get her out of the damage she did as an investigator. So that promotion was on paper only, just so the police department could get, oh, for the love of God, stop ruining things. Get the F out. And in 2020, she got the F out. If you don't know, and I'm going to tell you, she applied and got a job at Cobb County. This is in the Cobb County District Attorney's Office as an investigator. She was there for less than 2 months before she got the options to get out or get fired. That is how insanely bad at her job Gautier was. I'm not joking. She was so insanely bad at every aspect of being a cop that no one wants her as a cop anymore. Not one job she applied to as a law enforcement has she gotten after she retired from the Atlanta Police Department and more or less got thrown out of Cobb County District Attorney's Office. I wish I was joking.
Over zone one?
Yep.
After she was promoted to sergeant, did you ever work with her in the gang unit?
She came back as a supervisor at some point.
Do you remember approximately what year that was?
I don't.
After she came back as a supervisor, did she later
Was that when the department really fucked up?
did Sergeant Gaither later retire?
Yes.
And when did she retire? Or retire or leave?
I stand in objection.
In relation to whenever it was that Sergeant Gaither left, when did you retire or leave?
August 10th, 2020.
They both retired within a month. Coincidence or a cleanup in the department because Jesus Christ, we can't have these absolute four quads in our department? I think it's the latter.
And was that, did you all leave at the same time?
I think she left a week before I did.
A week? That's even worse. That's not leave. That is somebody from a higher pay grade telling you to get the F out or you will get thrown out.
You said earlier that whatever year that Martinez Arnold was shot by or assaulted by Marquavius Curtis was the year you saw another interaction.
Correct.
Would showing you a slide from a summary of cases that you previously prepared, refresh your memory as to the year that that occurred.
A summary slide you've been prepared to, would that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
May I?
There's been no question asked where he's indicated he needs his memory report.
He said he didn't know.
He doesn't remember. I'm gonna overrule your objection, sir. Just make sure you show that to the defense.
Okay. I have it.
Big approach.
Yes.
Leave.
Sorry.
Leave or stay?
You can. Go ahead.
What is that? That is sidebar counter 169. 169 sidebars. Jesus Christ.
119 Echo Golf.
Let's hear when they started to talk. There.
I'm gonna admit and sustain, and I'm gonna sustain the objection on a couple of these. Let me tell you which ones I'll admit. I'm gonna admit 11, I say 119 Echo Alpha over objection, 119 Echo Golf over objection, 119 Echo Foxtrot over objection. I am not going, the court is not going to admit will be included 119 Echo Hotel, 119 Echo Bravo, 119 Echo Oscar, 119 Echo Delta, and 119 Echo Echo. That's my ruling.
Yes.
All right, so I'll give you the ones that we've admitted. And then Ms. Reaver will get the rest of these right behind you, madam. All right, no doubt.
Permission to
And, oh, yes, and then maybe publish as you see fit.
publish 119 Echo Alpha, 119 Echo Golf, publishing for the jury, 119 Echo Alpha. What are we looking at in 119 Echo Alpha for the purpose of the record?
Screenshot from the halftime video of Jimmy Winfrey, aka Pee Wee, holding an assault rifle.
And is there anyone else partially captured in that screenshot?
Jeffrey Williams.
And where is he in relation to Jimmy Winfrey? For the record, what side of the photograph are you pointing to?
It's my right.
And is that above the state's exhibit label?
Yes.
All right. Showing state's exhibit 119 Echo Golf. What are we looking at in state's exhibit 119 Echo Golf?
Another screenshot from the halftime video.
And for the record, what is depicted in state's exhibit 1?
They just played that fucking video, and now the stills are admitted. What the F?
119 Echo Golf.
From left to right, you have Jimmy Winfrey in the red, Diamante Kendricks, aka Yak Gotti, Jeffrey Williams, aka Young Thug, and DeAndre Webb. And they're at the Vault studio.
At where?
The Vault, 675 Metropolitan,
How do you know that?
because we executed a search warrant at the location on July 15th of 2015.
All right. Showing you state's exhibit 119 Echo Foxtrot. And is this, just for the record, state what you see in that exhibit?
The same individuals, but I also see a firearm in Jimmy Winfrey's waistband.
Thank you. State's exhibit.
All of
When you talked about the reception or Jeffrey Williams not being in Atlanta on April the 25th or 26th, 2015.
Speculation. There's no way in hell this detective knows about the cell phone reception in whatever town Mr. Williams was in.
Do you know where it was that he was performing?
Objection asked and answered.
That's a standing objection.
And specifically, was there a venue that he was performing at?
Objection, relevance.
Oral, sir.
I don't know the necessarily venue, just the location.
Okay, so the location, what was the location?
That's been asked and answered. Too many people, Christina. You can tell, just so they'll put the court on its own motion. Okay, all right, thank you.
When you talk about location, do you mean the state and city, or do you mean a particular location within a state or city?
A particular location within a state or city.
All right, have you said that to the jury at any time today or yesterday?
I'm gonna, yeah.
I'm gonna sustain the objection. It's been asked and answered. Please move on.
Did you hear that? After 5 months and 10 days, the judge tells Miss Love to move on. Will she? Ha! Ta-ta.
Through your investigation, did you see or have the occasion to observe on social media films of that performance?
Yes.
And did you capture or screen grab that?
Yes.
He just told you to move on, and you didn't, and he sits there like a couch potato with no spine, doing nothing.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as (118) Echo, but first I'll show it to counsel for the defense. I'm sorry, 120.
It's a huddle. For you who don't know, this older gentleman and the man in the glasses with a slightly darker complexion, that's father and son. They are a lawyer team. And I think even his daughter is a lawyer in that law office. Very, very, very nice. They're doing a good job for their client. The judge should have let you're done. That would have been a proper ruling. You're done. Time for the defense. Will he? No.
Recognize the footage depicted in State's Exhibit 120 Echo.
Yes,
How do you recognize it?
it's a video from the performance.
I'll rephrase.
Okay.
Without talking about what it is that footage that
He already did. Jesus Christ, Judge.
you talked about earlier that you pulled from social media?
Yes,
Is that a fair and accurate reflection of the footage that you pulled from social media?
yes,
Do you recognize the people depicted most prominently in State's Exhibit 120 Echo?
yes,
Do you recognize those people outside their depiction in State's Exhibit 120 Echo?
yes,
Is State's Exhibit 120 Echo a fair and accurate depiction of those persons that you recognize?
yes.
State tender State's Exhibit 120 Echo as evidence.
Any further objection to State's 120 Echo?
Subjection as to improper foundation, lack of authentication, and also contains hearsay.
I'll apply the earlier arguments, Mr. Adams, and overrule your objection. I'll give you continuing, okay? All right. Maybe publish as you said.
What is State's Exhibit 120 Echo?
What is it? It's a video from social media, basically showing.
What is it of? Just say what it is.
It's a video that was on social media.
Of whom?
Jeffrey Williams and Martinez Arnold.
Was this during their performance? Where was it
Same
from?
objection.
their performance?
They were performing at Southern University that night.
What night?
The night, I believe April 25th, the night of the Lil Wayne bus shooting.
Thank you. Where is Southern University?
Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
So he was nowhere near. Ah, and I don't want to be yeeted from the tubes. I have to describe it for you. Woohoo! No, not that one. Not that one. That one. Haha. Hello. And I'm trying to describe it to it's a scene with a bunch of people. And they are doing something towards the camera. And she, who is that? Santa Claus? I don't care. He says it's that particular person. It's still on stage. Mr. Williams is rapping. And here they are.
Jimmy Winfrey investigation in what year?
Probably 2015, 2016.
And had anyone been convicted at the time that you last had your hands on the criminal case?
Yes, Jimmy Winfrey.
Did you do anything or have anything to do with any criminal or civil matter involving that shooting in 2017?
Yes.
In 2017?
I don't know if it was 17, 18, one of them.
At any time while you were assisting in the criminal investigation, did you have any involvement whatsoever in any civil matter
No.
as it related to that shooting?
No.
Jesus Christ, make it stop.
At the time that you worked at the Atlanta Police Department as a gang detective, did you also do any consulting work?
Yes.
What type of consulting work?
Gang consulting work.
Nobody's surprised.
After your investigation, and when you did do gang consulting work, was it always?
Ms. Love, I'm gonna stop you. That's not purview of his testimony at this point in time.
Yes, Your Honor.
See, the judge can make rulings without an objection. This, Mr. Glanville, you're 5 months too late. This is a good one, but you're way too late.
Your Honor, may I first briefly, not to, just for some guys, briefly, a member of the defense.
All right.
Leave, stay.
And we have a sidebar, and it's sidebar counter 170. Jesus Christ, this is so stupid. Judge, you could have pulled the rug hours ago. And you would have had every legal reasons to do it, but here we are. Skip ahead.
Just going on now.
Yes, ma'am.
We need to do that.
Oh, yes, we do. Can we have our detective come back?
Yes.
Now, if you do want to support this channel, but not by giving YouTube's 30% of what you give, I have pinned the PayPal on top of the chat on YouTube's. PayPal only takes 4 to 7%, depending on the amount you give. Just a hint.
At any time after Jimmy Winfrey was convicted, did you ever at any time have anything more to do with the criminal case?
No,
During your time with the Atlanta Police Department prior to your retirement in 2020, did you work with anyone else other than Detective Gaither investigating matters that may or may not have involved YSL?
wait, say that again?
During your time with the Atlanta Police Department gang unit,
Mhm.
prior to your retirement in 2020.
Mhm.
Let's start with 2019. In 2019, did you only work with Detective Gaither in investigating matters that may relate to YSL?
No,
Were there other gang detectives that you worked with?
our entire,
Were there other incompetent assholes you worked with in order to spread manure around yourself, and at least one of the cops you were working with was on the take, Mr. Dennis?
unit,
And were there any that you worked with more than others?
yes.
Who did you work with primarily?
Detective Vivarito, Detective Belknap,
Belknap, the bell knob.
Detective Underwood, I'm sorry, her too.
Would that be Marissa Vigorino,
Yes,
Mark Belknap,
yep,
Kim Underwood?
yes, ma'am.
Just 1 second. Began interviewing people after the Donovan Thomas murder. Did you have any awareness of the conflict that was going on between the gang and YSL?
Excuse me. You said before his murder?
Yes.
We had it was rumblings of different incidents, but we didn't know all of it was related.
Speculation.
And before you began interviewing people after the Thomas murder, did you know that they were related?
Yes.
How did you know before you began interviewing people after the murder?
Through social media, they basically created a social media platform. You want me to give the name?
When you say they, who are you talking about?
It's assumed it's Piff Gang.
Don't say any
I sustain objection, sir.
After the murder of Donovan Thomas, did you look into?
Thank you to Linda. $5 via PayPal. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Oh, that makes me so happy. That makes me so happy. Now that brings us to I'm for you who are completely new here, this is the Wheel of Regrets. We are $45 away in super chats, gifted memberships, or via PayPal from me spinning the Wheel of Regrets. this is how it works. Once you get to that level, and whatever it is I have to do, I will do. But we are not there yet. So another $45 in super chats, gifted memberships, or via PayPal. You get to see me suffer. And on the Wheel of Regrets, it's not just booze. It's habanero sauce. It's cloves of garlic. It is scorpion sauce. It is wasabi paste and stuff like that. So if you want to see me suffer, open that wallet, but only if you can afford it. Do not give what you don't have. Okay?
Or investigate any matters that related to the desecration of his grave, Mr. Thomas's grave.
Yes.
What was that matter? What did that involve?
Someone spray painted his grave slat.
Spell what you're saying.
SLATT.
Do you recall the year that occurred?
I think that was in 2019.
Did that occur in what proximity to the uptick that you described?
It was part of it, I believe. That kind of started, took it to another level.
I'll stand the objection. You can rephrase, Madam Bellmore Foundation.
Yes, Your Honor. Similarly speaking, in relation to the matters that you began investigating in 2019 related to YSL, was the spray painting of the grave distant from that time that you began investigating those matters, or close in proximity?
Close in proximity.
Do you know, or can you give an estimation for the jury of how close?
Weeks,
More than a month?
possible.
Oh, sir.
Was it more than 3 months?
I don't.
You said weeks.
What's the basis for your objection?
Just ask the answer. She can't just ask the same question.
I'm gonna sustain the objection, sir.
Judge, tell her to move on and actually enforce it. You twat.
And do you recall when you first learned of the Donovan Thomas murder?
Yes.
When was that?
January 10th, the night of, probably minutes after he was shot and killed.
How were you notified?
Detective Dabney within our unit was the on-call detective. And I had put Donovan Thomas in our gang files.
And how did you become involved in the investigation or in assisting in that?
Objection, asked and answered.
I stand the objection.
Judge, for fuck's sake. In the last 30 questions, 25 has been asked and answered. It's time for you to stop farting around and do your fucking job and tell her to move on. And if she doesn't, it's time to end it.
Was the series of events that you talked about and the spray painting of the grave the last series of events that you investigated that you can recall now related to YSL?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. This time we have no further questions.
Cross.
We have cross-examination. She failed. She couldn't do the all of the day with absolute garbage. She couldn't. we have cross-examination. Oh, sorry. Dun, dun, dun. I'm going to post it on the tweets as well.
Mr. Sharp.
Investigator Dennis, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Sharp.
All right. Okay, first, I would like to talk to you about the tragedy of September 26, 2015.
Okay,
That was the day that Tierra Jones was killed.
okay.
Now you, I want to clear up a couple things. From your investigation, my client Shannon Stillwell, Miss Shakoya Duncan, and Tierra Jones were in a car together, correct?
Correct.
They were purchasing food at JJ's Chicken and Fish, or Fish and Chicken? Chicken and Fish, we'll go with, at University and Pryor,
Correct.
okay? And some individuals followed them from that restaurant, shot in a car.
Objection, Your Honor. Compound.
I sustain the objection. You can rephrase, sir.
Did some individuals follow the car that Ms. Jones, Mr. Stillwell, and Ms. Duncan were in?
Yes,
Okay. Did individuals shoot into that car?
they did.
Did they shoot Ms. Jones in the head?
I shot her in the face.
In the face?
Yes,
Killed her?
they did.
The car crashed?
Yes,
Ms. Duncan suffered severe leg injuries.
yes,
Mr. Jackson suffered severe injuries that put him in the hospital as well,
yes,
correct? He had a collapsed lung and broken bones and different things of that nature.
that is correct.
Now, you testified about things that Mr. Stillwell told you. Mr. Stillwell never said he saw who shot. He said he saw who was waiting to follow them outside of JJ's Fish, correct?
That's not what I recall.
Did he not say that he saw the individuals at JJ's Fish?
He said that as well.
Okay. Now, I appreciate your candor.
Now you need to listen to a cop who have had perfect recollection, thanks to soulless Miss Love up until this point. And listen to how he answers the question he is not prepared for. Evasive and probably lying.
Objection to the commentary.
I should say, I want to sustain the objection.
He was shaken up, Mr. Stillwell.
Obviously so. He had just been in a shot at and a car that flipped over. So yeah, he was shaking it.
And from your observations, he felt horrible about what happened to Miss Jones, correct?
He did.
You can repeat your
Objection
answer.
was vague. It was vague.
Please repeat your answer. He felt
did.
horrible?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, additionally, you testified in September of 2015. An incident occurred at the Green Store,
Yes,
and that Green Store is on Glen Street, correct?
correct.
Do you know the address?
322 Glen Street.
Okay, 322 Glen Street. And your investigation is someone, we don't know who, correct?
Someone what?
Someone shot at Mr. Stillwell's head,
That is correct.
and we don't know who.
I had speculation.
Okay, well, I don't want you to speculate. Was anyone charged?
No, sir.
Let me move on from the two attempts on Mr. Stillwell's life. And let's talk about your work at the compound.
Okay.
Okay. You have your police report up there?
Which exhibit number, sir?
I'm not
You
positive.
you can approach him and find out what number it is, just for purpose of record, sir.
Okay, yes, sir. 113 ER, Echo,
Romeo.
what's that?
Romeo.
Romeo. Echo Romeo. So I don't want you to read off the report, but if you need to refer to the report, that's fine. Okay. The incident in question at the compound, the night you were working, was April 25th, 2015, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You wrote the report on May 26, 2015, correct?
That's correct.
About a month later, and you testified to that.
I did.
Now, as part of, you worked for APD for how long?
16 and a half years.
16 and a half years. And was that your first police job, APD?
Yes.
Okay. In 16 and a half years, APD trains all the officers on how to write reports, correct?
Yes.
And in your 16 years, I guess you didn't have 16 years at this time, maybe about, what, 12 years at this time?
Yep.
You had experience in writing reports, correct?
Correct.
You knew how to write reports.
Objection as answered.
I stand the objection.
I never asked that question.
Any objection?
Okay.
sir?
You would agree that accuracy is essential in reports,
Yes.
okay? You want to put as many details as possible in the reports, correct?
Correct.
And you want to be complete. You want a complete rendition of what you observed,
Correct.
okay? And these reports are important for times like this, correct?
Correct.
When you write things, and I understand it was a month later, but it was still relatively fresh in your mind, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and now we're asking you questions about something that happened, what, about 9 years ago?
That's correct.
Okay, and this report can be helpful in a situation like this, correct?
Correct.
All right, excellent. You wrote a report in this case that's in front of you, even though it was outside of your jurisdiction, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and it's because you thought it was important to write a report.
Objection, Your Honor, as to
I stand the objection.
Okay. Even though this was, you were on an extra job, you thought it was important to write a report.
objection as answered.
Stand the objection.
At the time you wrote this report, you said you testified that you became aware of what happened on 285 involving Lil Wayne's bus. You were alerted to that night, correct?
Correct.
So certainly at the time you wrote this report, you knew that you were documenting something important about a large event,
Correct.
a incident that was in the news,
Correct.
okay? And certainly you would want to put all the details that you observed in that report and be complete and accurate.
As best to my knowledge, yes.
Okay, great,
I'm over the objection.
okay? And in this report, you've read the report, correct?
Yes.
You would agree that it's accurate?
In my opinion, yes.
Okay, great. It's detailed.
Yes.
It contains all the details of what you observed that night,
Yes.
and it's complete. It's a complete rendition of what you observed that night.
That's correct.
All right, great. And it documents what you saw with your own eyes.
Yes.
You would have, if you observed any illegality that night, you would have documented that, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, vague,
It's,
cause for speculation.
if you observed crimes being committed at the compound on April 25th of 2015, you would have put that in the report, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, vague.
There's nothing vague about that. In writing reports, if you observe a crime, you write it in a report, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, vague.
I'm gonna sustain the objection. Plus, it's been asked and answered. Mr. Sharp, let's move on to something else, okay?
Okay.
For quad, judge allowed Miss Soulless Love hours and hours to try to get a proper questioning. It took him 7 questions to get to move on. And most of those questions are not compound, they are relevant, and they haven't been asked before and answered.
If you observed any individuals displaying threatening, any particular individuals displaying threatening behavior, you would have documented that in your report, correct?
Objection, vague.
I would like the answers. Well, I mean, it's not
I
vague.
sustain the objection, sir.
Okay. Are you understanding my questions?
Judge, objection.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I ask you to step outside for a second, please?
Oh, you fuck twat!
Yes, sir.
You 4 quad. I'm saying 4 quad. Judge Glanville, you spineless coward. You allowed this and worse from the prosecution. And now all of a sudden, you apply a completely different standard. You 4 quad. This is ridiculous. You spineless coward. I don't care one bit that you were in Afghanistan, that you reached the brigadier general position. Your George Glanville, the system you put in place in Afghanistan is now allowing the Talibans to prosecute innocent people and murder them. That is your legacy. So you on your fucking high horse here, you fuck twat, you spineless coward. Your legacy is allowing Islamic fundamentalists to murder innocent people. And here you are on your high fucking horse claiming to be, oh, I'm a judge. You're a fuck twat. I'm saying 4 quad. YouTubes. I'm saying 4 quad. This is so utterly ridiculous. He is not allowing the defense to ask basic questions that he helped the prosecution. He just says, rephrase. Jesus Christ.
Jury has left us. Please be seated. Mr. Sharp, come over to the podium, please.
Oh, you absolute fucktwat.
Sir, Georgia law allows you to have a thorough and sifting cross-examination. What it doesn't allow you to do is to be rude and condescending to any witness. So if you do that again, I'm going to hold you in contempt.
That's fine.
Okay. All right. So
Judge Glanville, you coward. You absolute coward. You are limiting the defense to an extremely narrow path. A path you don't hold the prosecution to. You allow and not only allow, you enforce the prosecution ridiculous amount of leeway, which you don't allow the defense. You threatening him with contempt of court, you absolute coward. You spineless piece of human garbage. You do not deserve your position, George Glanville. You do not deserve to claim you have a law degree. You do not deserve anything but spite. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. You deserve homelessness. You're absolute human garbage.
Long as we understand one another.
Yes, sir.
Okay? And when I make a ruling, whatever you may disagree about, it's my ruling. Okay?
Okay,
So
but I am
please,
allowed to have a thorough and sifting cross-examination.
you are, sir, but you cannot be rude and otherwise your conduct cannot be improper toward our witnesses. Okay?
I wasn't directing anything towards the witness. I think he understands my question.
Sir, your examination borders on being, let's just say, condescending.
Okay,
Now, it's not, well, there are some,
respectfully.
Leave your position.
I'm just telling you, at this point in time, from
immediately.
what the court's
Just go
observing
out,
and what you're
take the dog
doing,
on a walk,
it's not
go
proper,
home,
okay? So
retire,
just
and go
ask your
fuck
questions. You
yourself.
can ask tough questions, but you've got to be mindful of your
Respectfully, Your Honor.
behavior.
Respectfully, and I will be mindful of my behavior, but I'm not being allowed to ask questions because I'm getting the same,
Because I've sustained,
specious
because,
objection obeyed.
sir, I'm sustaining the objection. You need to move on at that point in time.
Okay.
If you don't like
Just
it,
like you told
okay.
Miss Love,
but please
move
don't
on,
take out your
and she
irritation on the witness, okay?
disrespected you,
Or anybody
you're
else.
fuck twat.
Summon our jurors, please.
Your Honor, separate matter.
And here is this judge is doing this all the time. Every time the defense does something he deems is improper, he tells the jury. Every fucking time he tells the jury. Prosecutor Love lied to his face and has done so numerous times in the duration of these trials, and he does nothing. But the defense, he makes sure the jury knows what's going on, that he is about to tell the defense lawyer to knock it off, that they are doing something improper. No, Glanville, you are improper. You do not deserve your position. Leave your position. Stop fucking with your position. Stop pissing on your position. Stop shitting on your position. You absolute fuck twat. Go away.
Before a jury comes back in, I asked the court to perhaps have the state speak to their witness. I've observed, just sitting here over the course of the witness's testimony, that oftentimes there are objections, there are rules by the court, or statements by the attorney, and I've noticed the witness shake his head, roll his eyes, make what appears to me to be statements under his breath. He's a few feet away from the jury. I think that is improper. I haven't said anything about it before, but I'm saying it now, and I'm just asking that the state, he's their witness, advise their witness to comport himself appropriately while he's on the stand.
Okay. All right. Madam, to that extent, can you please advise your witness of that accordingly? Does anybody here need to take comfort break?
Yes.
I didn't ask you. No. Yes, we can take 5 minutes.
George Glanville deserves homelessness. He doesn't deserve his position. He doesn't even deserve to be in the back alley behind a dumpster trying to find a client who will pay him $20 to write something to the court. He deserves nothing. Nothing.
Okay, all right, we're in recess.
Now, what Mr. Shaw did was intentional. This is for appellate issues. So what he did here was intentional, And he knew exactly what he was doing. And I agree with it, because as much as he's trying to question and ask questions to this witness, he's challenging the judge to get extra ammunition for a possible appeal. Because this judge is so improper. I mean, it's ridiculous. Ridiculous. Judge Glanville is not a judge. He's a prosecutor in this trial. And what is so infuriating about this is the judge is supposed to be protecting the law, protecting the process, and he doesn't. Judge Glanville is actively rear-end entering the US Constitution and Bill of Rights for the sole reason to get a conviction. He's a disgrace for his position. He is a disgrace for his law degree. He's a disgrace for his position or former position as a brigadier general in the United States Army. He's simply a disgrace. Full stop. I need a whiskey. Yes, this isn't an actual globe. It is a bar globe. Proper whiskey glass. Ooh, yeah, I need an honor.
Thank you. All right, trying to name all our participants present, sir?
No,
Okay, who are we missing?
Mr. Harvey.
We are missing the rule of law
Adams.
and due process.
Steele. Yeah,
Disgrace.
as they walk back in now.
All right, sir.
Phil Moss, if my rant isn't getting into your weekly summary, come on.
All right, what about now, sir?
Yes.
No,
Adams is not in. Looks like he just walked in.
okay, yeah, here he is. All right, and Mr. Matthews is upstairs
Yeah.
in our courtroom. Okay, all right. Can you call our witness, please, sir? Thank you. All right, sir, summon our jurors, please.
We are up to actual live. Yeah, my handle on Twitter/X is @N.Starow, and you see it down here. Follow me over at the Twitters. And if you like my commentary and everything, first off, watch. Second, like. Third, subscribe. Then, after you have seen me a couple of times, please consider being a member. It's $3 a month. And you get all the members-only content you could ever ask for.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
I'll do it further.
All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. All right, you may continue the examination, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Investigator Dennis, or former Investigator Dennis.
Retired investigator
Retired,
Dennis.
retired Investigator Dennis.
Okay.
I think, just to catch us up where we were, I think we've established that you know how to write reports and you write good reports.
Okay.
All right. You're writing of complete and accurate reports. If you observe illegal acts being committed in front of you, you would document those in reports, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, passing.
I stand the objection.
In this case, regarding the April 25th, 2015 incident, if you observed threatening behavior, you would have documented that, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, paid.
I stand as the form. You can rephrase, sir.
It is your practice to include all relevant details in your reports, correct?
It's best that I can remember, yeah.
Okay. In writing a report about the Little Wayne bus incident, your work that night, people threatening Little Wayne would have been a relevant detail to that case, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you would, if you observed an individual do that, you would have put that in your report, correct?
Yes.
Okay, great.
This is good. Mr. Short knows that Judge Glanville demonstrated to the jury that he was out of line. Now, Mr. Short is over cautious in body language and in question. This to me tells me that he is showing the jury the difference between how the prosecution is allowed to conduct themselves and the absolute minimum of leeway he is allowed. This is good. This is really good.
Okay. At the time that you wrote this report on May 26th of 2015, I think you already testified. You knew my client Shannon Stillwell's name, correct?
Yes.
You were familiar with him.
Yes.
You called his government name when you saw him that night.
I did.
Okay. And if you observed Mr. Stillwell committing any crimes that night, you would have documented that in the report, correct?
Your Honor, objection as to the vagueness.
I'll rule the objection. He can answer that.
Yes.
And if you observed Mr. Stillwell personally threatening anyone that night, you would have documented that, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, let's talk about your interactions with Mr. Stillwell on the night of April 25th, 2015. You testified that you saw my client Shannon in a car, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what type of car was it?
From the video that I later recovered, it looks like a gold Merc.
I don't want you to speculate.
Okay.
Do you know what type of car it was?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Was it, can you tell me if it was a white pickup truck?
I don't recall that. I don't recall what type of vehicle or what color it was.
Okay, but was it a white pickup truck?
I don't think so.
This is good. Hopefully, the juror has in clear memory. It was a sports car, a Corvette, and a pickup. This former retired gang cop has said nothing about a pickup.
And from your review of the video that you just talked about, you can definitively say it wasn't a white pickup truck, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it wasn't a white Camaro?
Did I see your client in a white Camaro?
Yes.
No.
Okay, great. Okay, you indicated that when you saw my client in this car, and he was in the car with two other individuals?
Yes.
Okay, and that was Demekion Garlington and Trontavious Stevens.
Correct.
Trontavious was driving?
Yes.
And when you saw this car, it was headed, and correct me if I'm wrong, it was headed northbound on Brady Avenue?
South.
South, okay. It was headed south on Brady Avenue. And I believe you testified that it was bumper to bumper traffic,
Yes.
going both ways.
Correct.
And I have in my notes, you said it was a typical urban club night in Atlanta. Is that accurate?
Very accurate.
Okay. And so bumper to bumper traffic, and also foot traffic.
That is correct.
Okay, people walking in and out of the street.
That is correct.
A chaotic scene.
That is correct.
What Mr. Shard is going for is the time, probably, my speculation. If this was bumper to bumper traffic, how did that car get to the other location in that short amount of time?
Now, as I understood your testimony yesterday, you did not see Jimmy Winfrey. You saw Jimmy Winfrey that night.
I did.
And you knew him.
I did.
You had friendly interactions with him in the past.
I have.
Okay. And you did not see him until 5 to 10 minutes after seeing Shannon Stillwell, correct?
Somewhere like that, yeah.
Okay. So you cannot say that the white Camaro was directly behind Mr. Stevens' car, can you?
No.
Okay, you didn't see it at the same time that you were interacting with Mr. Stillwell.
No.
And you didn't see Mr. Winfrey at the same time you were interacting with Mr. Stillwell.
I did not.
You
Correct.
did not see the two together, did you?
Correct.
And just to be clear, you didn't see a white pickup truck traveling with the car that Mr. Stillwell was in either, did you?
This is you mentioning a white pickup truck is the first that I recall of a white pickup truck.
Okay, so and I'm asking, did you notice a white pickup truck?
I sustain objection. You can rephrase, sir.
Okay.
One or two.
Did you, when you were interacting with Mr. Stillwell, did you notice a white pickup truck anywhere? And Your Honor, may I answer that? Because he never answered it. He just said this is the first he's heard of a white pickup
I don't
truck.
know the objection. You can answer it, sir.
I don't recall a white pickup truck until you just mentioned it. I don't, like I said, I believe the first day we asked, I don't remember the exact car that they were traveling in that night.
Okay, and I'm not suggesting that they were in a white pickup truck. Your recollection is they were in some sort of sedan, correct?
Objection has been answered.
I sustain objection.
When you dealt with Mr. Stillwell, You called him by his government name, correct?
Mhm.
Okay. Was he responsive to you?
He looked like,
Okay.
I don't think he knew me at that time. I think he was as shocked as Demikian.
I sustain the objection.
And correct, remind me, were you in police clothes?
I was in full uniform,
Full
yes.
uniform, okay. Did he flee from you?
No,
Did you observe any weapons on Mr. Stillwell's person
I
in your
did not.
interaction? Was he disrespectful to you in any way?
In all my interactions with Mr. Stillwell Jackson, he was never, when all my interactions with any of these guys, they were never disrespectful to me.
Basis. Overrule, sir.
I appreciate you saying.
Your commentary.
I sustain the objection.
You did not detain Mr. Stillwell.
Nope,
You had no reason to.
I did not.
You didn't arrest Mr. Stillwell.
I did not.
You didn't tell him to leave, did you?
I did not. I was hoping they came and had a good time like everybody else.
Okay. The officer, remind me of his name, the officer who spotted the white Camaro and asked you to stop.
Officer Finney.
Finney.
Finney, Finney.
Now, you saw the white Camaro,
I did.
okay? Mr. Stillwell was not in the white Camaro.
No.
Objection, ask an answer.
I'm asking about a different time in the night.
I'll overrule the objection.
At the time that Mr. Winfrey was leaving the area of the club and Officer Finney called your attention to the white Camaro, Mr. Stillwell was not in the white Camaro, was he?
He was not.
Was Trontavious Stevens in the white Camaro?
No, sir.
What about Demikian Garland?
No, sir.
You mentioned a green SUV involving something Walter Murphy placed a gun on a green SUV.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know the owner of that SUV?
Believe it was Jeffrey Williams' sister's car.
Well, you're aware of Alexis.
I don't know. I know Dolly and Dora.
Okay.
I don't know
Dolly.
the exact government name.
Speaking of Dolly,
Okay.
you are aware as an investigator that she owns an Explorer,
Okay.
correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm not trying to play gotcha, but you're aware that it's a blue Explorer, correct?
From my knowledge, it is green. From my interview of Walter Murphy, it is green.
It's almost as if Mr. Murphy is a lying son of a bitch. Home Alone face. A snitching bitch was lying. Who could have known?
So if it's blue now or after that, I don't know.
If what's in evidence, the interview with Walter Murphy, if you indicate that it's blue on that tape, you would not dispute that, would you?
If that's what you pull up, yes, I would love to see it.
Okay. And if you said it was blue, it was blue?
I remember it as being green, sir.
Okay, then that's fine. The bottom line is it wasn't a white pickup truck.
Correct.
Okay.
I sustain the objection.
You're not aware of Shannon Stillwell driving a white pickup truck or owning a white pickup truck, are you?
I'm not.
Okay. What about Trontavious Stevens?
I'm not.
What about Demikian Garlington?
I'm not.
What about Alexis Greer?
I'm not.
Okay. I'm going to move on from April 25th. Okay. You know, we've heard about Detective Gaither. How long were you a partner with Detective Gaither?
I think we were partners from 2013 until about 16, I believe, or 17, whenever she got promoted.
All right. Are you still in contact with Detective Gaither?
Ever so often.
Okay. I'm going to take you back to the Dexter Montgomery case. Talked about D'Angelo White and Dexter Montgomery. Okay, there were 3 other individuals in that car, correct? Or in car. Right?
Correct. I believe so.
Terry Moody,
Okay.
Christian James,
Okay.
and Cornelius Davis, who is Dexter Montgomery's cousin, correct?
Okay.
Okay. In your investigation, were you able to speak to Terry Moody?
I believe we tried to speak to all of them.
Okay, and I appreciate you saying you tried. Specifically, I'm asking, did you speak to Terry Moody?
I don't necessarily recall if we did or if we didn't.
So you don't recall speaking to Terry Moody?
Honestly, I didn't even recall speaking to D'Angelo Washington until I was
D'Angelo White?
White, correct.
Okay. All right, so Terry Moody, you do not recall speaking to. And you don't, and I'm just asking, you don't have any reports that indicate that you spoke to Terry Moody?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you have any reports written by Investigator Gaither that indicate that you spoke to Terry Moody?
I don't think so, no.
Okay. Christian James. Did you speak to Christian James?
I don't even recall who that is.
Okay. That was another individual in the car with Mr. Montgomery.
Okay.
So-
I sustain objection.
Okay.
Just pose another question, sir.
Do you don't recall speaking to Mr. James?
I don't.
Okay. And
Any objection?
you don't have any reports that indicate that you spoke to Mr. James?
Anytime we investigate a case, we try to speak to any and everybody that we could in reference to our investigation. Whether they decide to cooperate or not is not necessarily our call. Working in inner city crime, everybody don't want to talk to the police, including victims. And so we dealt with whoever we could deal with on what we could deal with. The same thing with this case.
Okay, and I appreciate that.
Okay.
But I'm just asking if they were spoke to you.
I don't
blame to you.
I'm
So you don't have any recollection of speaking to Christian James?
no, sir.
Okay. And Cornelius Davis, who's Dexter Montgomery's cousin, you don't have any recollection speaking to him?
No, sir.
Okay. And you don't have any reports that indicate you spoke?
Whatever you have in our files
Okay.
is when I left my files and everything that I was supposed to leave the way that I did it. The fact that we are 9 years later, I'm not in control of our files. I've been gone for 4 years, and whatever reports or anything, that's not, I did what I was supposed to do when I was supposed to do it.
I got you. And I'm just going to ask, you don't have any reports written by Investigator Gaither
Objection, Your Honor.
regarding Christian James or Cornelius Davis?
No, sir.
I didn't ask about
I
those.
didn't ask that question. I'm really objection.
Okay. And the answer was no?
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Yeah. No reports was saved by the Atlanta Police Department. But they still managed to find the photos and the videos the prosecution wanted to present to the court. Those were easily found. But anything that might be of help to the defense, gone. Amazingly, just poof, gone. Isn't that? No, it isn't. It's not strange at all. It is the prosecution and the corrupt Atlanta Police Department throwing away stuff illegally. And coincidentally, if 2 or more people are in agreement of committing crimes, that can be prosecuted under the Georgia RICO Act.
Okay. Talk about, you're familiar with the McDonald's
Hey.
on Cleveland Avenue and Old Hateville Road?
I am.
Corner? Okay. as part of, and you're aware that McDonald's has video surveillance, correct?
Yes,
Okay. As part of your, I know you weren't the lead investigator in the Donovan Thomas case,
correct.
but you did do some work on that case. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
Okay. Did you ever personally, did you ever attempt to obtain the video from the McDonald's on Old Hateful Road and Cleveland Avenue?
Yes, my partner and I went out to the location and spoke with a manager in reference to retrieving the video.
Miss Gautier never claimed she was there with a partner. Never. She claimed she went there. She went to the cash out desk. And apparently that person was rude to her. She went there asking for the video and didn't retrieve it. This is the first time we have ever heard they both went there. Isn't that strange? It is almost as if it's orchestrated badly.
Okay. And that manager gave you a business card, correct?
Correct.
And you brought that business card regarding the video from the McDonald's. You brought that business card you were handed, you brought that to Investigator Thorpe, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever, and I know you weren't the lead investigator, did you ever, we talked about Teague. Teague is a specialist who works in Homeland Security, correct?
Correct.
And he's a specialist in obtaining videos
Correct.
from businesses, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did you ever consult or ask Investigator Teague to follow up and obtain the video from the McDonald's?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Are you aware of anyone involved in that investigation contacting Investigator Teague to obtain the video from the McDonald's?
I don't know every step that another.
And that's fair. Just to your knowledge, are you aware of anyone doing
I'm
that?
not.
Okay, great. Last thing, that same green store that we talked about earlier, you're aware that that green store also has surveillance, correct?
Not aware. I've never been inside.
Okay. As part of the investigation of January 10th, 2015, did you ever make any attempts? Again, I know you're not the lead investigator, but did you make any attempts to obtain video surveillance from the green store on Glen Street?
Not to my knowledge, but I believe we spoke with the young lady that told us who the intended target of the shooting was.
I'm not speaking about the time that someone tried to kill my client. I'm speaking about January 10th, 2015.
You mean from the green store?
Yes.
Why would we go to the green store?
Well, I'm not allowed to.
This is something new to me. Please
Okay.
tell me.
Well, I'm not allowed to testify, so I'm just going to ask you the question. Okay. Did you go to the green store to obtain any surveillance?
No. This is the first thing I've heard of the green store involved with Donovan Thomas's murder.
Okay. And are you aware of anyone in that investigation going to the green store to obtain video surveillance?
Objection, Your Honor, you just said this was first.
That's the objection.
Okay, that's fine. Beg the court's indulgence.
Yes, sir.
I have to say, despite Judge Glanville's narrowing and being an absolute four-quad, Mr. Shard is doing the best he can by, okay, Judge told him, here's your narrow path. And he walks that narrow path. Now, should he have much more leeway? Yes, And why is that? Because he's the defense attorney. The defense should have much more leeway than the prosecution in the cross-examination. The judge, Mr. Glanville, is a four-quad and a part of the prosecution's team. So he gets this wrong and does the opposite and allows the prosecution way more leeway than they are supposed to have, and Mr. Shard much less.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Adams?
Yes, sir.
All right, go ahead.
All right. Retired.
Oh, this will be good. This is Mr. Williams, for you who don't know. This is Mr. Steele's second chair in the defense. I don't know why he chose to not do this himself, but I don't know. But I do know this guy is good. Hi, Dave.
Officer Dennis. How about Mr. Dennis? Is that good?
You can call me whatever you like, sir, just not former. I think we went over that before.
All right. All right. You're still in law enforcement, all right?
Yes.
In Missouri?
Yes.
Gotcha. All right. So in 2015, you were an investigator, a police officer with APD. True?
Yes.
By that time, you'd been on the force for how long?
About 12 years.
And you were in what you indicated was the gang unit in 2015.
Correct.
Is that when you went into the gang unit?
I went in the gang unit May of 2013.
Okay. And so by the time 2015 rolled around, you'd been in the gang unit for about 2 years, roughly, right? And because you'd been on the force before that for a good number of years, you were familiar with conducting investigations, right?
Yes.
I mean, you knew how to police.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You knew that generally in investigations, your job was to go out and gather information in regards to an alleged crime that had been committed, right?
Correct.
Okay. I heard you say.
Hi, Dave. No, this is not a gang expert. He was supposed to be a gang expert because he was in the gang unit. He's a retired gang unit cop. But the prosecution chose to use him only as a fact witness because Judge Glanville said this is getting cumulative. You don't really need more expert witnesses. But what does prosecutor Love do? The first 30 questions was the exact same she asked the two other expert witnesses, as if she proffered him as an expert, but now it's just background, and the judge allowed it because Judge Glanville is a four-quad.
Something interesting when you first started testifying. You said the streets will talk, right?
I did.
And I think you were talking about, and you correct me if I'm wrong, you were talking about gathering information, maybe in your investigation, from essentially the streets.
Correct. As a detective in a metropolitan city like Atlanta, the streets will talk.
Right.
But it's not what I know, it's what I can prove. And working inner city crime, a lot of people don't want to put themselves in harm's way by being witnesses or being in a discovery package. So they are reluctant to go on record as talking to you. But that doesn't mean as a detective, you don't have the information.
Well, let me ask you this, because this is the second time I heard you say this about in inner city. I mean, crime happens everywhere, right?
It does.
Crime happens down on Cleveland Avenue, right?
It does.
Happens up in Milton County, right?
It does.
Now, happens in Johns Creek.
It does.
Right. And regardless of whether it's in Cleveland Avenue or up in Johns Creek, you know, you may come across an investigation, people who don't want to talk to you.
That's correct.
Right. So, you know, crime happens all over the place, and it may be different in some areas or it may not. Right.
That's correct.
Okay. So back to this whole thing about the streets will talk, but you gotta know how to listen to them. I think that's what you said.
I did.
Give me 1 second. You can get it from me. All right. You gotta be careful when you listen to the streets talk, right?
Stand objection.
Okay. When you say the streets talk, you're talking about information that you may gather from individuals in the community, right?
That is correct.
Right. Now, you've got to be careful when you gather that information because you've got to vet it. Right?
That is correct as well.
You can get information from quote unquote streets that's accurate. Yes.
Yes,
You can get information from the street that's not accurate.
that is correct.
You don't know what people's motivations are when they're talking to you. Right?
You are correct.
You don't know who their allegiances are to, right?
That's correct.
Someone could very well tell you something and it ain't true.
That is correct.
And so the way that investigations. All right.
Somebody got a metal plate. Me? Oh, my bad. I'll sit back.
It's you.
I've been talking on it for 3 days when you had no problem. Why all of a sudden now?
Street stalking. If you're conducting an investigation where obviously you're seeking to get at the truth of the matter, you've got to be really careful about the source that information is coming from.
That is correct. That's why as a detective, you have to vet pretty much all the information that you come in to. People tell you stuff all the time and it doesn't always add up. And so that's what we always prided ourselves on doing our due diligence to follow up on the lead to make sure that it was accurate, because I don't want to wrongly use some information or convict someone of something that they didn't do.
There you go. It's important to investigate crime, to punish people who commit crime, right?
Correct.
It's also important to make sure that people who have not committed crime don't get falsely charged.
That is
right?
correct.
Okay. And because ultimately, you as a police officer have the power to take out a warrant and have someone arrested and charged with a crime.
That's correct.
Right? Investigations ought to be based on facts, right?
Correct.
They ought not to be based on speculation.
Right.
They ought not to be based on simply a hunch or an opinion, correct?
That is correct.
All right. Now, in April of 2015, the night that you're at the compound, you're there in your capacity as security, police, law enforcement.
Correct.
Okay. You're there to observe and to monitor traffic and all of that, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you would learn that on the 26th of April, there's this shooting of Mr. Carter's tour bus, right?
Mm-hmm.
But what you testified about earlier is your part of it earlier on the night of the 25th, true?
Yes.
And what you observed,
Yes.
and what you saw,
Yes.
and who you saw.
That's correct.
All right. Now, I want to come back to that, but let me jump for a moment to the video that you were showing earlier. All right, you remember the video, the halftime video?
Yes.
Which
Okay.
exhibit number is that, sir?
That is exhibit number 1, and I'm 118, I think. Thank you. That's gonna be 118 Echo. And with the state stuff, I'm gonna ask Ms. Knight if she can pull that up, because I wanna show you that video and ask you some questions about it, okay?
Sure.
Now, you were shown the video and you were asked some questions about the individuals in that video, right?
Yes.
And you were familiar with the video. You've seen it before.
I have.
You were familiar with Dwayne Carter, right?
And the halftime video?
No, just in period.
Am I familiar with Lil Wayne?
You knew who he was.
Yeah.
All right. I think I heard you say you like his music.
I listen to rap music. I like all rap music pretty much.
Trap music, all kind of rap music, right?
Correct.
You knew who Jeffrey Williams was.
I did. I listened to his music too.
Knew him as Young Thug.
I do.
2015, you know that he is a performing artist who's got some name notoriety in Atlanta and really nationwide and worldwide at that time.
Most definitely.
Faces. I stand to them. You can rephrase, sir.
Okay. You knew that he was, I'm step back from the microphone just so loud. You knew that in 2015, that he was an artist that was known throughout Atlanta.
Yes.
He was known throughout the country.
Yes.
He was known internationally.
Yes.
Were you familiar at any time during this investigation with what his tour schedule was in the year of 2015?
Did I know what his tour schedule? Not at first, no.
Okay. Did you have occasion at some point during your investigation to look into where he was touring at different times of the year?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the halftime video that we saw earlier, the video that has Mr. Williams in it, right?
Yes.
All right. Do we have that up here, Ms. White? Okay. Do you know when that video was shot?
I do not.
If I told you it was shot in June of 2015, would you disagree with that?
I have no clue.
You don't know?
I don't.
So let's see, we have the Lil Wayne tour bus thing in April 26th of 2015, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then during your direct exam, you were showing this halftime video. Do you know who produced that video?
Not a Billy Bill or whoever does his films.
Do you know who wrote the lyrics in that video?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you know the individuals who were in the video?
Some of them, yes.
Yeah, well, do you know whether they were paid to be in the video?
I do not.
Okay. You got that video yet? In the video, there are individuals who are holding up what appears to be guns. Remember that?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not those are props or whether they're real guns?
I do not.
In the video, you see Mr. Williams with a wad of money and some of it drops, looks like he's in the airport.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know whether that's real money or whether that's props?
I do not.
You indicated that you believe the video was filmed at the vault, all right?
Yes.
Do you know who the videographer was?
I do not.
All right. Here's what I want you to do. We've got States Exhibit 118E up on the screen. I want you to, because you were asked some questions about some of the verbiage, some of the words in the video. I want you to watch the video, all right? And I want you to listen to it, and then I want to ask you some questions, okay?
All right.
And before we do that, you agree with me that artists, all kind of artists, make music videos, true?
Correct.
Including rap artists, right?
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes you may have some language in, especially in some rap videos, that's kind of dicey. True?
That's correct.
All right. There's some dicey language in this video, ain't there? All right.
Depends on the listener.
Here you go. All right. Let's go ahead and play that video. Once you pay attention, then I got some questions for you on the other side.
All right.
Jesus Christ, don't play it in court. I will get yeeted. Darn it. Ah. At least they are not showing the video again.
No teacher, we just.
For frick's sake. Hello, Tammy. Nick, sorry, I thought I should mention there are currently 4 tornado warnings in 4 states currently: Montana, Missouri, Kentucky, and Tennessee. The one in Tennessee is heading towards Nashville. Be safe. Get to low ground. get to the safest place in the house, which is usually the bathroom, because bathrooms usually has no windows and is in the middle of the house. If you have a cellar with an iron door, please use that. Godspeed. I hope you get through to tomorrow. Oh, he actually played the entire video.
Music videos, that music video by rap artists, entertainment, right?
Mhm.
And you are familiar, I presume, tell me if I'm wrong about this, that you have entertainers who make music videos with all sorts of suggestive lyrics and images in it, true?
Yes, true.
And you would agree that in this video, Mr. Williams is the main character, right?
Correct.
These videos sell records, right?
Correct.
When you pulled this video, well, were you the one who got this video?
I'm not sure.
Okay. I told you it was Detective Raisi. Would that sound about right?
Could be.
Okay. You agree with me that this video had about 95 million views?
Objection, Your Honor, one, relevance, and number two, speculation.
Do you know?
I sustain the objection. You don't have to answer that.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Bakerade! I got Bakerade. They got over here from Mr. Broken Baker. Hello, my Danish brother. I will. Let's see here. Broken Baker. Boom, boom, boom. Baker got the Baker has a link. So if he wants to join me to this cluster F. Now, if you want to hear me go absolutely nuts, it's around between 4.5 and the 5.5 hour mark, because I'm 6.5 hours in. I lost it. I completely lost it. So, Jesus Christ, this is a cluster F. Hello, folks. Hello. Thank you for being here. Hit the thumbs up. Do the subscribe thing. You all know the drill. If you love Broken Baker, you tolerate me. Yes, I've been reading on the tweets about today's Karen Reed case. And it's amazingly bad for the prosecution. They called witnesses to tell the jury how bad and how evil Karen Reed is. And they all told the jury, no, she's amazing. She's a really good person. Oh, it was, yeah. For you who don't know, yes, I'm covering the Young Thug trial. I'm listening and following. I'm also reading the tweets on the Karen Reed case. I'm also at the same time going through the Richard Allen case in Indiana. So I'm currently being up to speed in 3 cases. Now, I know, maybe for a few of you, how do you do that? Well, I've been a documents analyst in the European Union for 3 years. I'm used to it. And I collect from everywhere. So it's more like training and a bit of talent regarding that. Hello. Renee is here. Hello. Thank you all for being here. Now, we are into the cross-examination of a witness. He is a former cop, a former gang expert, who has been, in my personal opinion, been lying for 5 hours straight. Jesus Christ, I need alcohol. And hello, Mr. Jingles. Hello, did you wake up? Did you wake up? Oh, you need to say hello to the people. Hello. Come on, Mr. Jingles. Come on, Mr. Jingles. Come on, Mr. Jingles. He's going to kill me, but here is Mr. Jingles. Put him out of his slumber. Hello, Mr. Jingles. Oh, you don't like me right now. Ow! Ow, 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 ow. Ow. Yep. Ow. Jesus, that hurt. Yeah, sometimes Mr. Jingles isn't a friendly catch. Yeah, oh, on the stand is Detective Dennis. He is Steve Urkel's evil twin. And you will see soon.
I think I asked you if you knew when the video was made. Do you know when it was released?
I don't.
In listening to the video, did you pay attention to some of the lyrics as I asked you to do?
Yeah, I knew the lyrics myself.
Okay.
I was actually singing along.
Sing along, bopping your head.
I was.
Right? Because they're catchy, right?
Very.
And there's a lot of wordplay in there. True?
This is, I'll rule the objection.
Because when in places where he says, I'm gonna tear up this bitch like I'm Willie B, right? You would recognize that as, remember Willie B from the Atlanta Zoo, the gorilla?
I'm not from here. I don't even know what that meant.
Okay.
Mr. Dennis, you have been in Atlanta since 1998 for 26 years, and you have family and kids here, and you claim you don't know Willie B, the gorilla at the Atlanta Zoo. I live half the world away. I live a 12-hour flight away. And I know who Willie B is. So you sitting there on the stand claiming you have no idea? Then you don't take your family out to do much, do you? I'm sure your kids know who Willie is. I'm sure your wife knows who he is. Because according to the testimony you have given and the CV you have given, you work 20 hours a day. Maybe you should put something aside to your family so you learn who Willie B is on the Atlanta Zoo. Jesus Christ.
You know Willie B from Zoo?
I thought it was Willie Beeman from the movie.
The movie with
Jamie Foxx. There you go.
Okay. When you listen to this and you look at the video, for example, and you hear lyrics about, white like Justin Bieber or dressed in all white like Miley Cyrus, you recognize that as an artist who's engaging in wordplay in a video, don't you?
I'll rule the objection.
True?
Possibly true.
I mean, when he says, I'm like a fish in water, I mean, Jeffrey Williams ain't a fish, right?
Correct. But when he also says, F with me, Lil Woody gonna come pop at your noggin,
Uh-huh.
is that wordplay or is
Wait, Captain Kern? Are you having a birthday, Captain Kern? Oh, no, he's having drawings acknowledged by mainstream media. Congratulations! Get paid. Because if mainstream media is using your work, you need to get paid.
Lil Woody really gonna come pop at your noggin?
Well, so let me ask you about that.
Go ahead.
Have you heard other lyrics by artists who talk about shooting or robbing or anything like that?
I stand objection.
Okay. Do you know whether or not Mr. Williams was the one who wrote those lyrics?
I'm not sure, but I know Mr. Copeland, and I know that he might come pop at your noggin.
Okay. Well, let me ask you though about Mr. Williams, because that was a question.
Go ahead.
And about the song. All right. Do you know what was intended or what anyone thought about when they were writing, whoever it was, writing the lyrics to this song?
One,
And foundation in terms of someone else's.
I stand objection.
Okay, here comes the spoiler I announced about 2 hours ago. In 2016, the prosecution claimed that these lyrics was about Lil Wayne talking about the shooting. Now, 8 years later, the prosecution will claim that it was the other way around. So between two trials, 8 years apart, the prosecution changed its mind. That is the absolute shenanigans going on in the prosecution. They don't care. If they can use it in one way in one trial and another way in another trial, they will. Because they don't care about due process. They don't care about truth. They care about winning.
So is it that it's art, but if you think you can pick something out of there and try and put it into a case?
Your Honor, one speculation, two, form and compound question.
I stand objection.
About an hour ago, the judge was perfectly fine with allowing the prosecution the same type of questions. Yeah, Daily Quickword says Johnny Cash's best song, Hurt, is about being a heroin addict. Although he had certain drug issues, he was never a heroin addict. Yeah. And I have so many examples. For instance, Norwegian black metal talk about ending Christians. They are talking about desecrating religion. Those lyrics in Norwegian black metal is the most vile things you have ever heard. And in Norwegian black metal, there are somewhere in the dozen of endings, around 30 or 40 burnt down churches. And they still didn't allow lyrics in as evidence in those trials. Because lyrics are art and is a part of the freedom of expression. It cannot be used as evidence in a court of law. But welcome to Georgia. Welcome to Georgia. And Norway is a really, really Christian nation.
So, if I heard you correctly, you don't know when the video was produced, and you don't know when it was aired. True?
I stay in New Jersey.
All right. Let me ask you about another thing that the state put up in one of their exhibits. Let's go to Exhibit 115E. And actually, before we go there, let me ask you a question. You're familiar with the fact that Mr. Williams spent some time or grew up in the Cleveland Avenue area. Is that correct?
I'm aware, yes.
And you know that there are a lot of folks in that area who know each other. True?
True.
Right. I mean, you talked earlier about the association between Trontavious Stevens, and you mentioned some other names.
Tell me this guy doesn't look like Steve Urkel. Tell me this is Steve Urkel's evil twin. It's Stefan Urkel.
Right?
Yes.
And would you find it odd for an individual who grew up with some folks to put him in a music video of his?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance and speculation.
I stay in New Jersey.
Let's go to actually, I do have one last question about that. The items that you see in that video, guns, the jewelry, the money, you don't have any personal independent knowledge whether those are real or not, right?
I don't.
Okay. So I'd like to States Hub put up their exhibit.
Who would have known that in videos there are props? Brain explode, Home Alone face. They're using props in videos. Who would have known?
The 118E, 118 Echo. I'm sorry, not 118, 115, 115E.
Thank you so much for the PayPal donation from Linda. Thank you so much. That is so sweet. Thank you so much. Thank you for support of the channel. Thank you for allowing me to do this and continue to do this. For you who don't know, the occasional super chat, gift through PayPal and memberships, that is what keeps this channel afloat. Currently, it's cost me between $350 and $400 a month just to keep this channel afloat. So every gifted membership, a membership which costs $3 a month, every super chat, every gift through PayPal allows me to keep doing this and get better equipment and actually do this on a semi-regular basis. Thank you so much.
Do you have a hard copy of 115E in front of you there, Mr. Dennis?
I'm sure if it's up here, I got it. What is it, if you can tell me?
Let me see. Let me get up there. Walk up there, Dennis.
Okay, sir.
All right, I need to take a whiz. So listen to this while I go to visit the big boys room.
Yes. All right, that's fine. We're gonna come up on the screen in a second.
All right.
All right, so the picture that's up on the screen is almost up on the screen. All right, so that is the picture that you identified earlier as Jimmy Winfrey, is that right?
That is correct.
And that date on the bottom, November 6, 2020. To your knowledge, does that, by the way, are you the one who got this picture?
I believe I am.
Yes?
I'm not for certain.
Okay. November 6, 2020. Do you know is that the date that this picture was posted, or was that picture taken some other time?
I believe that's the day that it was posted.
Okay. And how do you know that?
Because that's the date that's on the picture.
Okay. You don't know whether it was reposted or not?
I don't know that, sir.
So when it says up there, and I'm pointing to the verbiage at the top on the right, 62W, that's 62 weeks, right? That refers to the amount of time or how long ago that image was posted. Is that right?
That's possible, yeah.
All right, 62 weeks. So would that mean that it was posted 62 weeks before November 6th?
I'm back. And I saw that Linda Evans gifted a membership. Thank you so much. And it was given to David Nelson. Welcome, David Nelson, to the Vikings saying hi. And you now have access to all my members-only content on the YouTubes. Thank you so much, Linda. Everybody say thank you to Linda Evers.
2020?
Standing objection.
Do you know?
I don't know, sir.
A standing objection.
Okay. Death before dishonor is the phrase that the prosecutor made sure she asked you about a little bit earlier, right?
Yes, sir.
And I think your response to that was, it means, quote, not to snitch, right?
His reply to the statement, death before dishonor, was, don't snitch. Here's the thing about the death before dishonor. This is an old expression. It goes back to the old Romans. The expression has been used in most military, most military everything for over 2,000 years, probably much longer. It is, and here's the thing, I have done my military duty. I was in the army now we in Sweden, we are obligated to do it. Well, we were when I was a teenager. I spent 15 months in the army through rain, through snow, through absolute hell. Death before dishonor is about not leaving your fellow comrade behind. His rendition saying, don't snitch, tells me he has never been anywhere close to the military.
Correct.
Death before dishonor is also a widely used term, kind of like the unofficial motto of the Marines, isn't it?
I wasn't a Marine, so I don't know.
Okay, so.
Of course you weren't a Marine, because even though you have a bachelor's in criminal justice, you had never had the thought of actually protecting your country, you coward.
So you don't know whether that term is used in other contexts as well?
I don't.
Okay, don't know whether it originated with samurais way back when?
I do not.
Okay.
I specialize in gangs.
Right.
And in gang culture, it means to remain silent.
Does it?
To have death before dishonor.
Does it?
In my expertise, yes.
Okay. And so
how the fuck can you claim expertise if the only time you've heard that expression is don't snitch? Bah. Thank you, John Cummins. It says, thank you for your service. Have another drink on me. Thank you so much. Now, I did my army duty in the artillery. And I'm so fucking old. I did it in in a Haubitz model French, which has no automation. I had to pull these fucking levers back and forth. But thank you. And here's the thing about in Sweden, once you have committed to your army duty, when you leave your army duty, you are placed at a destination if war. And I'm still placed, even at my age, because I can use most equipment in the Swedish army manufactured before 1980. If our good stuff is done and out, I can train people on our less effective things to keep fighting. And you're damn well sure I will train them and I will fight. But let's move on with the trial.
So you are an expert or in your expertise, but you've never heard the phrase.
Another drink. Gin and tonic. I need to buy more gin. Dun 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 dun. Michael Burke, did you hit anything you pulled the levers for? Oh, ho, ho. I was good. I was really good. Haubitz model French. You can look it up if you want to. Yeah. Haubitz model French is a 1950s model, which only levers. And I had a 98 hit rate at, let's see here, at a 5-mile target. So I'm good. I'm really good. Here's my gin and tonic. I have it in an appropriate glass and an appropriate straw. War stories. Here's the thing. I've never been deployed. Sweden, up until very, very recently, was neutral. So I was never deployed.
Used in any other context before?
I'll sustain the objection. Maybe I'll get Mr. Adams quite yet.
You only know of it in one context?
The context that I know it as is to remain silent and not to snitch.
That wasn't my question.
I don't know it in any other context.
Never heard it in any other context before.
Relevance, objection, ask and answer.
I sustain the objection.
So in 2015, April 25th, going into 26th to be specific, you're at the compound, right?
Yes, sir.
And you see all of the names that you mentioned before. You see Trontavia Stevens, right, at some point. Yes?
Yes, sir.
You see Jimmy Winfrey at some point, right?
Yes, sir.
The person that you don't see is Jeffrey Williams.
I do not.
I noticed you mentioned earlier that you saw Jeffrey Williams' sister.
Correct.
What is the name of the sister?
I believe it was either Dolly or Dora. I don't know them apart.
Okay, but her name is either Dolly or Dora. Right?
Correct.
Her name ain't Jeffrey Williams' sister, right?
Correct.
Okay, and what we know for a fact about the 25th, that night, is that Mr. Williams, Jeffrey Williams, was not in the state of Georgia, right?
Objection, Your Honor, ask and answer.
Not by me.
I will rule the objection. You can answer it.
You mentioned earlier that he was in Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
Correct.
On a college campus.
Correct.
All right. You weren't there, right?
I was at the compound.
Right. You never saw Dwayne Carter or Lil Wayne that night, did you?
I did not.
You didn't see anyone interact with Lil Wayne that night, right?
Not from where I was positioned.
Okay. All right. You were asked a number of questions about a quote unquote timeline, the thing that's behind you, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I want to ask you some questions about that.
All right.
And I want to get your assistance if I can. Now, this, what the state's labeled as a timeline is some incidents that you've referenced in your investigation, right?
Correct.
And just to be clear, when a lot of times during your testimony, you said, we did this or we did that.
Correct.
And that's because there were other individuals involved in these investigations, right?
Correct.
So a lot of the ones that you talked about, you didn't actually go out and speak to folks. This is stuff that other people, other investigators knew and told to you.
In some instances, yes.
Okay. Now, the timeline, the state's timeline starts in January of 2015, right?
Correct.
Now, and this timeline is what you would refer to as, you know, this conflict back and forth between what you said was YSL and If Gang, right?
Yes, sir.
But in fact, as you started looking at this, your determination was that this back and forth between them began before January of 2015, right?
That's correct.
In fact, it would go back as far as September, October of 2014.
That's correct.
There were conflicts between these individuals, these two entities that you referenced as gangs, as early as September, October 2014.
That's correct.
November 2014.
That's correct.
Incidents in December 2014.
Correct.
Right? And so this timeline really doesn't capture the entirety of your investigation of this conflict, does it?
It does not.
Okay. But that's where the state started, right?
Objection, Your Honor, as to one, relevance of what state started, and two, he's not being involved.
I stand objection.
All right. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go ahead and go through this timeline, starting from this January 12, 2015 date under where it says timeline, right?
Can I speak?
Not until you get a question, all right? And what I'm gonna ask you to do is when I get to an incident that involves Kenneth Copeland, I want you to go ahead and stop me and let me put a sticky there so we can come back and talk about him, all right? Good?
Can I speak?
Well, there's no question in front of you right now.
That's the question I have. Do I answer?
Go ahead, sir.
The reason I want to speak is the timeline, if you go to the next page, actually starts January 6th.
Okay, that's good. You know what?
No, I'm just trying to help you out.
Thank you. That's good too. And frankly, January 6th is of 2015 is after September, October of 2014, right?
That's correct.
So we're still in a position where this back and forth conflict starts back in 2014 as opposed to 2015.
Correct. It escalated upon the murder of Donovan Thomas.
Right.
Myself and my partner were tasked with another investigation, long-term investigation before this.
All right.
It wasn't until Donovan Thomas got assassinated that we got involved, and then we backtracked as we investigated and learned other information and other incidents that we were aware of, but we didn't know all of this stuff was tied together.
Okay. Did you say assassinated? Is that what you said?
Yes, I did say assassinated.
Okay. And Donovan Thomas was a well-known person in that area, right?
In Atlanta, yeah,
Yeah. Okay. And in fact, he had a relationship with Jeffrey Williams, didn't he?
he did,
Going all the way back in 2014, right?
yes.
Okay. Including during the period of time when this back and forth between supposedly If Gang and YSL is taking place, right?
Objection, Judge.
Basis.
Vagueness.
I sustain the objection. You can rephrase, sir.
Remember a little while ago, we talked about the back and forth between YSL and If Gang going back to September, October, November, and December of 2014.
Yes,
Jeffrey Williams and the so-called leader of If Gang, Donovan Thomas, had a relationship during that period of time, did they not?
Objection, Judge. Vagueness. He needs the time frame.
I sustain the objection.
All right, how about this? November 14th of 2014, all right? Jeffrey Williams and Donovan Thomas had a relationship, right?
An objection, Your Honor, vagueness because of the relationship. No specificity.
Oh,
Jesus Christ, Miss Soulless Love. You did all of this during your direct examination. Now, the judge is inconsistent, so he allows you much more leeway than the defense, which should be the other way around. But yeah, the defense attorneys here are really good. And even though the judge is biased, they still get these things in.
I sustain the objection. Mr. Adams, you might get better answer by asking him about the relationship between the two of them, the two people you're trying to examine.
Tell you what, I got a better way to go about this. How about this? All right, so where's January the 6th? That
first one.
where?
To the right here, yep,
Okay, so January 6th, and that's 2015. Right?
correct.
All right, cool. All right. What was it that happened on January 6th? That's the Club Crucial
Club
thing?
Crucial incident.
Okay. And in 2000 and the January 6th incident involved Kenneth Copeland, didn't it?
Correct.
All right, so I'm gonna put that right there. We're gonna come back to that. January 12th, there's this shooting involving Kenneth Copeland's brother, right?
You skipped January 10th, which would be the murder of Donovan Thomas.
Okay. All right, but let me ask you, I'm talking about Kenneth Copeland. That's what I want to focus on, okay?
Okay.
All right.
And speaking of Kenneth Copeland came up in the homicide investigation.
Okay.
And that night actually came in to speak. So if we're going to talk about the incidents,
Oh, gee.
Basis. Overrule, sir.
We are 22
Well, let me-
minutes
let me-
behind
let's do it
because
this
I
way,
talk
right?
so much.
I'm asking
So I'm
questions.
pushing it up
Answer those questions
1.25
for
speed.
Good?
I'm here for you.
All right, there you go. That's what I like. All right, so January 12th, 2015 is a shooting that involves a relative of Kenneth Copeland, correct?
Correct.
All right. January 13th, 2015 is a shooting that involves Kenneth Copeland's sister, correct?
Correct.
Let's see. January 26th is an incident that involves Kenneth Copeland's brother, correct?
That's correct.
Let's see what else we got.
Thank you.
Right here, February 19th, right? February 19th is an incident where Kenneth Copeland is shot at on the Maury Avenue location, right?
Yes, sir.
And actually, let me ask you something. Before February 19th, there was an incident where you and Gaither went looking for Kenneth Copeland, right?
Looking for? What is it?
Well, was there a time when you and Detective Gaither approached Kenneth Copeland and he pulled a gun on you?
That is correct.
Okay.
You would like me to elaborate on it?
No, I'm just asking whether that happened. Because it happened, right?
he didn't pull a gun. He attempted. I never met Kenneth Copeland.
Okay.
And amongst this investigation, just like with everybody else, I never met him. So when we saw him get off the highway, my partner knew him. She said, there you go. I started following.
Okay.
Based on all this that's going on, he pulled up in front of 322 Glen Street. He didn't know. They've been shooting at him multiple times.
Okay.
So when we started following him, he pulled off to the side and he looked as if he was pulling a gun. We were plainclothes detectives. I pulled my service weapon because I didn't know if he knew who I was, and I wasn't trying to find out. And the moment that he saw that it was Detective Gaither and myself, yeah, we believe he had a gun. Did we see the gun? No.
Okay.
But we were in a plainclothes capacity, and 322 Glen Street is a known gang hangout. We pulled away and let it go because we didn't have vests on and we were not in a position to engage him.
You never engaged him?
Not that day, no.
Didn't speak to him that day?
We spoke to him and told him that we were the police. Yes.
Okay.
We identified ourselves. Yes. I think we were in a Charger or something at the time. So he didn't know if we were the police. We weren't in a marked vehicle. So once we did that, yeah, we let him know that, no, this is us. Like, we know we have to deal with this every day. So we knew what was going on and was very aware of the danger of it all and our actions, my actions, because I was a driver.
Okay. So you pull up on him. Looks like he has a gun. You don't know for sure.
Correct.
You didn't see a gun.
I did not.
You pulled your gun.
I sure did.
Right.
We believe he had a gun. Did we see the gun? No.
Okay.
But we were in a plainclothes capacity, and 322 Glen Street is a known gang hangout. We
Okay,
pulled
today
away
is
and let it
done,
go
so it
because we
jammed.
didn't have vests on and we were not
Just
in
now
a position to
moving
engage him.
to the
Never
final
engaged them?
parts here.
Not that day, no.
Didn't speak to him that day?
We spoke to him and told him that we were the police. Yes.
Okay.
We identified ourselves. Yes, I think we were in a Charger or something at the time. So he didn't know if we were the police. We weren't in a marked vehicle. So once we did that, yeah, we let him know that, no, this is us. Like, we know we have to deal with this every day. So we knew what was going on and was very aware of the danger of it all and our actions, my actions, because I was a driver.
Okay. So you pull up on him. Looks like he has a gun. You don't know for sure.
Correct.
You didn't see a gun.
I did not.
You pulled your gun.
I sure did.
Right. But that certainly was Kenneth Copeland, right?
That definitely didn't go.
Okay. Let's see. And so when we go to April 28th. Let's see.
Okay.
Okay, where's our next Kenneth Copeland?
The 28th, that day.
But lay it down.
Or, there you go. Dunbar thing.
All right, so we got another Kenneth Copeland incident, and this is where he is at the Dunbar Rec Center with an assault rifle, right?
Correct.
All right. That's all we got for Kenneth Copeland on this, right?
I believe so. At that point, I think he was fighting in custody.
Okay. Because he's got an assault rifle, he's a convicted felon, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
So, hey, we still have
On my count.
20 minutes. Don't go away yet. We still have 20 minutes. Thank you, Linda, for being here. Thank you so much for your support of this channel. Everybody should look at Linda Evers and do exactly the same as she did. Linda Evers became a member. She gifted memberships. And so should you, if you have the means.
6 things that we've identified.
Thank
Kenneth
you so
Copeland,
much,
right?
Linda Evers.
All right.
This means that this jackass will be on cross-examination tomorrow as well. Tomorrow, though. Okay, about tomorrow. I will do an update on the Shane Kendall case. Shane Kendall died in Fulton County Jail. I blame Prosecutor Love. Sadly, the civil suit cannot name Prosecutor Love, but they can name everybody else. And I have good news. I am in contact with Shane Kendall's lawyer, who has supplied me with really good evidence. Really good. And I will update you on that tomorrow. Thank you, Snivels, for gifting 5 memberships. It got to Andy Cakes, Captain Kern, Opposite of Amnesia, Jim Schuler, and Jeremy Alt. Thank you so much and welcome. welcome, welcome. You now have access to all my members-only content. And it's a ton of it. It's so many. Thank you so much, Snivels. I deeply, deeply appreciate it. Deeply, deeply. Daily Quick Bite says, well, the problem with that is just because we got good. Our diesel electric doesn't mean we're good against 8 kilos, which even Iran has a version of. Iran's submarines are monitored closely. The US Navy and their allies knows exactly where every Iran submarine is. Exactly. They are good, but they are not that good. And that is mainly because the United States have conducted these trials with Swedish submarines, who are extremely stealth. Thank you. Good question. Yeah, they only have 3, so it's not that hard. And they have screen doors.
Next Montgomery. The next Montgomery incident.
I have to tell. Do you know how to sink a Norwegian submarine? You knock on the door and they go, hello. Do you know? Do you know how to sink a Norwegian submarine twice? You knock on the door and they will do, we will not fall for that one again. Let's just finish this trial.
And you were asking questions about that by both the state and Mr. Sharp, right?
Yes. Sir?
You and Detective Gaither became involved in that investigation, right?
Yes, sir.
That was after the initial investigator, Robinson, was involved in it, true?
That's correct.
Did I hear you say earlier that you and investigator Gaither took over and did your own investigation?
That is correct.
And you talked to some people, right?
That is correct.
With an eye towards trying to determine what the true facts of that case were, right?
That is correct.
And you did so. I heard you say because you and Gaither wanted to do your own investigation of that incident, right?
That is correct.
Regardless of what investigator Officer Robinson.
Investigator Robinson.
Right. But you had access to Officer Robinson's file, didn't you?
We had access to what we were given by Investigator Robinson.
Were you given his report?
We were given, I believe, 4 sheets of paper.
Right. That was his police report.
That's what whatever we were given. I don't recall exactly everything that was in it.
But I mean, I would presume that before you and Gaither began y'all's investigation, trying to figure out what really happened with this Dexter Montgomery thing, that y'all would look to see what it is Investigator Robinson had done or hadn't done, right?
That's correct.
You knew from looking at his file that Robinson had actually already done video interviews or audio video interviews of individuals involved in that case, didn't you?
From what we discovered after, I think we got the case almost a month afterwards, based on the information that we had, it shouldn't have taken that long. If, according to Investigator Robinson, if he knew the individuals that was in the video, the video that we presented or whoever presented here, it should have been an open and shut case. And the individual that was charged, which was Kelvin Treadwell, he was charged with obstruction for not telling him who had his vehicle. I've never known that you can charge somebody for that.
All right, but that was my question.
Okay.
I want you to pay real close attention to what I asked.
Okay.
All right. You knew, like in terms of the evidence in this case, in the Montgomery case, you knew at the time you came onto it that Investigator Robinson had done audio tape and videotape interviews of individuals.
No.
You know that?
Well, by the time we got this case, from what I remember, we took a stapler and the file, we took a look at what we received and we stapled it up.
Did you read it?
We looked in it, yes. I don't know. I know we looked at it.
Okay.
But based on the information that we received, we wanted to do our own investigation. So we are aware of everything that happened, so that we are familiar with everything that happened, not on what he was saying.
Well, Investigator Robinson is one thing, but witnesses that he would have interviewed, right, who you guys would subsequently interview, you'd want to know what those people said initially to Investigator Robinson, right?
Correct.
All right, so when you read Investigator Robinson's report, did you see, for example, whether or not he had done interviews with Tina Clark, one of the women in one of the vehicles?
I believe he attempted to call her and didn't speak to her or something along those lines. I don't recall him speaking to Tina Clark.
Okay, would it refresh your memory about whether he spoke to Tina Clark?
How much objection?
Basis.
Form of the question, maybe approach briefly.
Yes.
Okay. Are we ending today with oh, it's a sidebar. It's a sidebar counter. 171. Okay, is this what today is going to end? No, let's see here.
All right, we can call Detective Dennis back in, please. Excuse me.
They're looking at.
Huh?
They're looking at.
No, we're done for the day, that's all. Okay, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached, after consulting with counsel, we have reached the natural stopping point for today. So what we're going to do is Detective Dennis.
See you tomorrow.
Hold on, let me give you. Just give me a second, sir.
I'm wearing the same suit tomorrow too. No, I got a green suit. I'm wearing just like you. Don't think I'll beat your style.
Okay, sir, can you be here tomorrow morning for 10:45?
Sure.
Okay, all right, we'll see you then, okay? All right, don't discuss testimony of investigative attorneys in this case. All right, ladies and gentlemen, before I give you your admonitions, any ministerial inquiry of me? Anything?
How about
Okay, all right.
fuck off.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's go through your nightly admonitions. Please,
I'm still green. How?
as you leave here today, put your notepads in the basket. Do not discuss the case in small groups, onesies and twosies, or as you're going to whatever means of conveyance that you are utilizing to get to your homes. As you're sitting back there waiting on us, remember it would be a violation for you to discuss the case, start to consider the case, or otherwise handicap any particular witness or witness's testimony, as you have not been given any instructions on how you're to begin your deliberative process. So that only comes when that time comes and the court will give you instructions, but not until that time, okay? So remember, don't talk about the case while you're sitting back there. Also, do not go to any third-party sites, any recaps of this particular trial, or any other social media venues. And also resist the temptation of listening to this case or any accounts thereof on the news media. Because remember, you can only consider what is presented within the four walls of this courtroom. So don't go to any third. And will be tomorrow. Talk. All right.
Tomorrow morning.
You have a birdie? Any other question? I knew it.
Give us a time for tomorrow.
If you could be here for 10:30 for an 11 o'clock start time and
Okay, 11 o'clock times. Here's the thing. Tomorrow, I will do an update on the Shane Kendall case. And it is great news. great news. So I will start off tomorrow around 9 a.m. with the Shane Kendall, and then that will move over to this trial. I will do it at two separate streams. Okay, that's all I had today. Except thank you all for telling me to drink more gin and tonics. This is my small glass of gin and tonic because I had a horrible day at work. Thank you all so much. Thank you for the gifted super. Thank you for the gifted memberships, the super chats. It keeps this channel afloat. Now, you must be dead tired about trials. So I will be sending you over to Storm Chaser Vince. Everybody say hello from me. I've been a subscriber of his for some time. Thank you for being here. Thank you for allowing me to try to interpret this cluster F of a trial to you. I will see you all back here tomorrow for the Shane Kendall case and this trial. And as I always say, hug your family. Unless your family is crap, then screw them and give your love to the people who deserve it. Thank you so much. I see you all back here tomorrow. Bye-bye.